how to make real music anymore. Dead.
Flashback, what you got, man? Didn't even crack that. In and out of dolo when a new man to the boy, bro, only when he crack that. Man, I don't act like heads off, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. To the game on the head, it's all mad at, mad at, mad at.
मेरा नाम फोजिया से है।
मेरा नाम TG माफिया।
Hi guys, I am Ekaka.
consistency.
हम थोड़ा टीमों को रैंक करने आए हैं
According to their performance.
तो ब्रॉन्ज वाली टीमें यहाँ पे देखनी पड़ेगी, कहीं ना कहीं छुपी निकलेंगी।
मेरे को दिख गई
दिख गई?
यस ब्रो यस
आज हम बैठे हैं जो टॉप 18 है उन्हें रैंक करना है एक करके। मेरा नाम जोएब है।
आई एम आयुष, आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड, 3 साल से वेट किया है।
My name is Kaushik Malik.
My name is Predator. I want to do revenge.
बाकी सब बच्चे हैं तीनों, किड को तो समझता ही नहीं प्लेयर।
ये टीमें कुछ हवा में उड़ रही हैं, इनको लग रहा है कि ग्रैंड मास्टर पे जाके बैठेंगे, इनको बैठा देंगे, पोजीशन करते हैं कहाँ बैठाने हैं। चल माफिया शुरू करते हैं। कहाँ पे ढूंढनी तो पड़ेगी, मिल गई क्या तेरे को? इसमें तो वही प्लेयर ना जिसको तासियो चाहिए शायद।
यस यस लाइक ना मैच
मेहनत कर रहे हैं यार, डाल दे चल तू। तूने कहा प्लेटिनम, तेरी सुन लेते हैं पहले तो। प्लेटिनम पे इनको जो मेरी टीममेट है, इनकी टीममेट है, एक्स टीममेट है, तो कुछ अंदर की बातें ऐसी बता रखी है जिसके कारण हम इनको प्लेटिनम में रखना चाहेंगे।
हमें पता है कुछ इनके बारे में, सब कुछ
पता तो सबके बारे में है, बस राज कब खुलने वाले हैं वो देखने वाली बात है। इसकी अगर मैं बात करता हूँ गोडलैक की, कभी तो रहेंगे बोर्ड के टेबल पे, कभी रहेंगे टेबल टॉप पे। ब्रॉन्ज पर रख दूं,
हीरोइक पर रख
करते हैं, बीच में करते हैं।
उनका सिनर्जी बहुत अच्छा सेट है, उनके सारे रशर का स्नाइपर के कवर में खेलते हैं, तो उनका पूरा कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है।
टीम अच्छी है, इसके प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं और टीममेट जो है वो मेरे दोस्त भी रहने वाले हैं। लेकिन जो इसका ओनर है ना, और का अभी उसने बीच में कुछ ऐसा माहौल खराब कर दिया, तो मैं यहाँ पे लगाता हूँ।
ऑक्टोबॉक्स कौन सी टीम है?
ये भाई है ना सारे।
बस हमारे इनसे फाइट होती रहती है तो हम इनसे मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं।
इस टीम की अगर हम बात करें, इसको कुछ सुनने में आया मेरे को, अगर वो चीज सच्चाई है तो शायद मैं इनको ब्रॉन्ज पे रखना
तो फिर ये इस लिस्ट में भी रहना डिजर्व नहीं करता अगर वो चीज सच है।
अगर वो चीज सच है तो शायद ये लिस्ट से बाहर हो जाएंगे 18 से। इनका पता ही नहीं है तो इनको थोड़ा लिस्ट से थोड़ा दूर रखते हैं, इनके बारे में आइडिया ही नहीं है। तो शायद अंडरडॉग से आ रही है टीम, शायद इसलिए हम इनको नहीं जानते। तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम अच्छा खेलेगी तो हमें भी खुश होगी उस चीज को। डायमंड रखना चाहिए हमें,
क्योंकि हमारे इनसे क्लैशेस होते हैं 2-3 जगह, तो हम वो मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं, तो फिर भी हमने इनको डायमंड दे दिया।
एंड बोंटी भाई हमारे रह गए तो वो डायमंड है तो डायमंड पे रख देंगे। चाहे बचते हैं, डांस करते हैं, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, नाचने का शौक है मुझे लग रहा है उनको, तो डेफिनेटली उनको नचाएंगे। मेरे को सुनने में आया था कि इनका जो प्लेयर रहने वाला है कर्मा, उसको शायद कुछ ऐसा इंसिडेंट हो गया था, उसके बावजूद भी वो गेम खेल रहा था ना, तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम ग्रैंड मास्टर में डिजर्व कर रही है।
उनकी डेडिकेशन ही बस उनको क्वालिफाई कराई है।
मतलब ये टीम अंडरडॉग से आ रही है और मेहनत कर रही है काफी ज्यादा, होप पूरा अच्छा खेलेंगे लोग। इसके बारे में बोलना ही नहीं है कुछ, ये बोलने लायक ही नहीं है।
बाकी जो है वो तो आपको दिख ही जाएगा मैचेस में। अब
R&T ये अच्छी टीम है, मेहनत करती है बराबर। लोगों ने सुना होगा कि स्नाइपर गोड होते हैं, बट हमारे पास में एक डेविल है। डेविल ये तुम्हारे हाथ में रहेगी।
दे डिजर्व ग्रैंड मास्टर।
कहते हैं ना, टीम टोटल गेमिंग, हर किसी को घी हजम नहीं होता।
अपनी तरफ हम बोल के नहीं करेंगे, गेम दिखा के ही करेंगे जो भी है।
तो हम नीचे से ऊपर जाना चाहिए, वहाँ पे क्या कहना चाहिए?
हम खुद को ब्रोंज पे रखेंगे, हम खुद अपना बोल के नहीं, हम अपने गेम से यहाँ जाएंगे।
टीम टाइकून्स का मैं एक्चुअली मेंटोर रहने वाला हूँ, तो इस टीम को बिल्ड भी मैंने किया था। और जिस प्रकार से टीम खेल रही है, जैसा आपने बताया, यंग ब्लड रहने वाले हैं, जिस प्रकार से मेहनत कर रहे हैं, अनबिलीवेबल है। बस इनका गेम जिस दिन चलता है तो सामने कोई टिकता नहीं। इनको हम रखना चाहिए हीरो पे, क्योंकि ये अपना हीरो वाला काम करते हैं, अपने काम का मतलब रखते हैं, गेम प्ले में फोकस,
और किसी को चुल नहीं काटते हैं। सो मैं रिस्पेक्ट टू भाई गॉड्स गेम।
नॉन स्टॉप गेमिंग को देखना चाहिए कैमरा पे। जो इनके ओनर हैं वो मेरे खास दोस्त हैं। इनकी टीम भी अच्छा खेल रही है, मेहनत कर रही है, बट थोड़े बहुत टीम बच्चे हैं, बच्चे तो बहुत रास्ता भटक जाते हैं, और वो डेफिनेटली एनजी भाई इनको बहुत अच्छे से गाइड करेंगे बच्चों को, और इनको लेके जाएंगे। तो एनजी भाई के लिए ऊपर हम ग्रैंड मास्टर रखने चाहिए। तो इनको तो मेरे ख्याल से ग्रैंड मास्टर से ऊपर ग्रैंड मास्टर नहीं होता क्या?
यहाँ पे चढ़ाना चाहिए इनको, तो भाई बीच में कर देते, क्योंकि उनके पास एक इंटरनेशनल कोच है जो उनकी पूरी गेम तैयारी करता है। चल गए तो चल गए, बहुत गंदा मारेंगे, और नहीं चलो फिर बॉटम पे ही रहेंगे। इसलिए इनको हम एवरेज में ही रखते हैं, नीचे और बीच में। ये लोग भी डिजर्व करते हैं ग्रैंड मास्टर और हीरोइक के बीच में।
डन। आपको पता है कि जब एक्सपीरियंस किसी टीम के पास में रहता है तो वो टीम प्लस पॉइंट पे रहती है, बट ये स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट करके आ रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद भी इतना अच्छा खेला, और एक्सपीरियंस टीम भी बाहर हुई है इसके अंदर काफी ज्यादा। अगर मैं बात करूँ टफर कॉम्पिटिशन की हमारी, तो 2 रहने वाले हैं। एक रहने वाली टीम टोटल गेमिंग, एक रहने वाली टीम टाइकून्स।
और अगर हमें खुद को हटाना है तो सेकंड पे हम रखेंगे गॉडलाइक को, क्योंकि गॉडलाइक अभी इस टाइम पे बहुत अच्छा खेली है इस मेटा में। सो डेफिनेटली ये दोनों टीमें बहुत अच्छा कॉम्पिटिशन देंगी हमें।
Non-stop gaming.
Where to keep this, bro?
Heroic.
Heroic.
என்ன கேட்டா அவன் கேட்டா என்ன சொல்ல?
நல்லா இருக்கு, சூப்பரா ஆடுவாங்க. So they will play good and they having more firepower equal to us. So we are keeping non-stop gaming here.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், அப்புறம் ஜோன் ரொட்டேஷன் நல்லா இருக்கும். கார்னேட்டட் ஆர்மி எப்பவுமே தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி தான் இருக்கும், அங்கே 4 vs 4 எப்பவுமே லாஸ்ட் தான். ஸோ அதனால சில்வர்.
They can't do 4v4 with us, so they will come with third party only. So we are keeping him in silver. In last Free Fire video, we saw that BB NMR banded. He say he is easy to take class with us. In last tournament, we landed in Refinery. We beated them. Then next map also they will clash with us, but they didn't come. But they are saying he is easy to clash with us. So we keeping him this year 18. ஓ அதுக்கு அது
ஓகே பிளாட்டினம்
This is my ex team, Autobots Esports. Now we are playing for Godlike, PN one more team having. They play for Autobots Esports. Now they are not performing like us. They will be in platinum.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ வர கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர் இருந்தது. அவங்க கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லா வருவாங்க. அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், பட் ஃபைனல்ஸில் பர்ஃபார்ம் வந்து கம்மியாக தான் இருக்கும். இந்த FFMICல பார்க்கலாம் ஃபைனல்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்கன்னு.
This is also third party team. Whenever we will fight, they will come back and they will stab us and do anything in last zone fight. They are equal to us almost. They are doing recent tournaments good.
அவங்களோட புது டீம் நல்லா இருக்கு, நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர். லாஸ்ட் டைம் அவங்க சாம்பியன் ஆனாங்க ஒரு டோர்னமெண்ட்டில். அதுவும் FFMICல நல்லா குவாலிஃபை ஆகிட்டு வராங்க. கம்பேக் ஐ திங்க்.
They are in downfall before 1 month. Now they are playing in boot camp. They are playing in good way. So I am keeping them in heroic.
ஃபார் டைமண்ட் லாஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கிற டோர்னமெண்ட் டிடோமாவில் வந்து நல்லா ஆடினாங்க. பூயா நல்லா அடிப்பாங்க, அதிகமாக பூயா ஆகுது மேக்ஸிமம்.
They will only consider it for Booyah, so I am keeping them in diamond.
ஃபைனல்ஸ் எப்போவுமே ஃபைனல்ஸ் வந்து ரெவனட் எக்ஸ்பார்க் டீம் வந்து நல்லாவே ப்ளே பண்ணோம். அவங்களோட பூயா கில்ஸ் எல்லாமே நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
These two are so good teams, so I make them in Grandmaster. Godlike should be top of these two teams. This 18 teams itself, so I am keeping Godlike here. Godlike Esports is in Grandmaster. Last 7 months we are the number 1 team. Definitely we will win this, so I am keeping here.
பிகாஸ் வி ஆர் பெஸ்ட்.
They are playing good really.
ஆர்ஜி ரெக்கனிங் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் வீக் 1 வீக் 2 2 நல்லா பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பண்ணாங்க.
We are keeping them in heroic. They are average team, so I am keeping here.
என்ன சொல்கிற, என்ன சொல்ல?
நல்லா ஆடுவாங்க, ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி இல்லை, அந்த மாதிரி தான் சொல்லி முடிச்சு விடுவோம்.
ஓகே, அவங்கக்கிட்ட ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை, பட்டு ஃபயர் பவர் ஓகே, ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லாயிருக்கும், பட் ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை. ஐஜிஎல் மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்ல டீமாக வருவாங்க.
They are not concentrating in strategies. They are only doing rotation like that. They are coming only third party like that. We want to take proper 4v4. They want to improve a lot, so I keeping them in down.
அவங்க 4v4 ஃபைட்டில் கொஞ்சம் வீக்கு தான். ஜோன்லேயே நிறைய சுற்றுவாங்க. ஜோனை விட்டு கொஞ்சம் உள்ளே வந்து ப்ளே பண்ணலாம், அப்போயாச்சும் இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். வீக் 2ல் வந்து மேட்ச் 3க்கு 7 பாயிண்ட் நம்ம தான் இருந்தாங்க. அடுத்த 3 மேட்ச் கம்பேக் கொடுத்து நல்லா வந்தாங்க.
Week 2 they are almost got eliminated. First 3 matches they got 7 points like that. Next 3 match he got almost 50 above points and they got selected, so I keeping there in platinum. Now only they started team. We know how they will play in this tournament only. We didn't saw properly, so I am keeping them in here.
அவங்க 4v4ல் வீக்காக தான் இருப்பாங்க. அவங்களும் ஸ்ட்ராங் கிடையாது. இதுக்கு மேலே அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும். அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்லா அதிகமாக இருந்தது, இப்போ ரொம்பவே கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
Past 2 months they are performing low compared to before 3 months ago. They played really well, so we are keeping them in platinum. First reason I am keeping them in platinum, they are my friends. They are upcoming team from Tamil Nadu. This is my ex-org. They only recruited them. I think this time they will perform really well. I am keeping them in platinum.
இன்னும் ஃபயர் பவரில் ரொம்பவே கம்மியாக இருக்குது. அவங்க இன்னும் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணணும். ஐஜிஎலும் சரியில்லை. சரி, அவங்க ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணி ஃபயர் பவர் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் போட்டு பிளாட்டினம்.
We are playing 6 years almost together. They only play with 3 like that. So I am keeping them in here.
டோட்டல் கம்மிங் ரெவனட் எக்ஸ்.
These two we are thinking
பிகஸ்ட் இல்லைன்ற
handle in final. So we are saying these two teams is a tough competition to us.
क्या लगता है कहाँ रखना चाहिए?
इधर से ही ले।
बहुत टाइम से कंसिस्टेंट खेल रहे, अच्छा खेल रहे।
अच्छी टीम है, मतलब मेरे ख्याल से अभी फॉर्म में भी चल रही है, तो हीरोइक में सही है मेरे ख्याल से।
सोल ब्रॉन्ज क्योंकि हमारा उनके साथ बिल्कुल नहीं जमता,
तो उनका टूर्नामेंट ज़्यादा अच्छा नहीं जाएगा, यही लगता है मुझे।
इनको कहाँ रखना चाहिए?
सिल्वर
नहीं, गोल्ड पे रखते हैं, सिल्वर या गोल्ड।
गोल्ड गोल्ड।
एक दोस्त खेलता है मेरा जाना पहचाना, इसलिए
मुझे लगता है नया टीम बना है और थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा आई थिंक उनका सिनर्जी और कोऑर्डिनेशन बनने में इनका।
प्लेटिनम में रख सकते हैं। प्लेटिनम क्योंकि इनके पास एक्सपीरियंस है, बहुत अच्छे पुराने प्लेयर है, 6 साल से खेल रहे हैं। आई थिंक बेटर कर सकते बहुत।
इनके पास एक बहुत अच्छा आईजीएल है राधे भाई, एक्सपीरियंस भी बहुत है, अच्छा कर लेंगे टीम के साथ।
ऐसे
मेरे ख्याल से डायमंड सही रहेगा।
हाँ, गेम प्ले के हिसाब से डायमंड में रख सकते हैं, एक्सपीरियंस नहीं इनके पास।
डायमंड ही रख।
अच्छा दोस्त, बहुत अच्छा बॉन्डिंग है हमारे साथ।
ट्यूकर भाई भी है,
भाई है,
भाई जैसे है, इसीलिए डायमंड।
नॉन स्टॉप हीरोइक में डिजर्व करते हैं। बहुत टाइम से अंडरडॉग टीम थे, फिर क्वालिफाई किए, अच्छा हर टूर्नामेंट में पोडियम फिनिश करते हैं। सारे प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं, उनका स्नाइपर बहुत अच्छा है, मन्नू बहुत बढ़िया कवर देते हैं।
टीम बहुत ही अच्छे, सिनर्जी वगैरह सब सही है।
ठीक है, उनका प्लेयर बहुत एक्सपीरियंस वाला अच्छा खिलाड़ी है बोल सकते हो। तब गिनोत्रा 6 साल से खेल रहे हैं, अच्छा कर रहे हैं सब।
चारों प्लेयर बहुत ही अच्छे हैं, अच्छा कर लेंगे आई थिंक टूर्नामेंट।
बहुत अच्छी टीम है, बहुत पुराना टाइम से खेल रहा है, चैंपियन टीम है। डिलीट और माफिया फॉर्म में आ चुके हैं।
अभी 2 नए बंदे एस्टेक और शैंकी ज्वाइन किए हैं, तो बहुत ही अच्छी टीम बन गई है। आई थिंक अच्छा करेंगे वो तो, इसीलिए हीरोइक में ये तो देखना भी
तो हमें देखना ही नहीं, ये जाएगा सीधा ऊपर, जाएगा टॉप पे। बेस्ट टीम है, अपना ही है।
जीतने के लिए आए हैं तो जीत के ही जाएंगे।
सिल्वर क्योंकि ये अंडरडॉग टीम है, बहुत बेटर कर, और भी कर सकते हैं बेटर।
इतना नहीं देखे इनको खेलते हुए, बट फर्स्ट टाइम होगा इनका आई थिंक, इसीलिए सिल्वर ही रखूंगा।
अभी के टाइम पे अच्छा ही कर रहे हैं ये लोग, पहले अंडरडॉग थे तो ठीक है, थोड़ा ऊपर बनता है। गोल्ड ठीक है, आजकल थोड़ा फॉर्म में चल रहा है, देख रहे हैं सही खेल रहे हैं, इसलिए प्लैटिनम ठीक है।
कर लेंगे लोग थोड़ा बहुत अच्छा टूर्नामेंट में।
अंदर की बात है बट बता नहीं सकते। ये ब्रोंज और नीचे डिजर्व करते हैं। प्लेयर से कोई इशू नहीं है, बाकी ठीक है, नाम से इशू है मेरे को। वसिस्ता गोल्ड क्योंकि वो लोग बहुत टाइम से कोशिश कर रहे थे, अच्छा मतलब ट्राई कर रहे थे टीम लेवल पे आने के लिए, अभी कर लिया क्वालिफाई, तो सही है गोल्ड में।
पहला मौका मिला है तो अच्छा करेंगे।
पहली बार ही देखा वैसे तो ये टूर्नामेंट में, उससे पहले देखे नहीं थे। अंडरडॉग टीम है तो अच्छा ही कर रहा है आई थिंक, तो अभी के लिए सिल्वर सही है। डायमंड RNTX क्योंकि दोस्त थे और अच्छा भी खेलते, अभी बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे थे, एज नहीं था, अभी एज हुआ फर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट में, पहले भी बेटर कर चुके हैं और बेटर करेंगे ये लोग।
चारों बंदे फ्रेंड्स ही है और अच्छे ही खेलते हैं, कोऑर्डिनेशन भी उनका टॉप नॉच है।
गोल्ड पे रख देते हैं। बस जैगवार भाई के लिए गोल्ड, बाकी प्लेयर को तो इंडिविजुअली मैं जानता नहीं हूँ। अभी अंडरडॉग टीम थे तो सही है, अभी फर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट में क्वालिफाई भी कर लिया, टॉप 18 भी आ गया, सही है गोल्ड। टीम इंसिन का क्या करे?
सिल्वर अच्छे नहीं खेलेंगे मेरे ख्याल से,
प्लेटिनम में भी रख सकते हैं।
नहीं सिल्वर सही है।
तू बोल रहा रख देते हैं फिर। अभिजीत भाई माफ कर देना। मेरे हिसाब से
जो हीरोइक
में जो तीनों टीमें होने वाला है टॉपेस्ट टीम। सोल को और नीचे रखते, ब्रोंज से भी नीचे, जगह नहीं है इसलिए रख नहीं पा रहे।
एक चेंज करना चाहूँगा।
ये क्यों किया?
बस ऐसे ही, कुछ रीजन नहीं है।
बता किधर?
गोल्ड पे रख।
डायमंड ठीक है, अच्छी टीम है, बट हमारी फाइट होती है और फिर वही ऊपर नीचे होता है।
मैं तो ब्रोंज रखना था पर इसने ऊपर रख दिया, रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ इसके डिसीजन की। 1+ गॉड रे हीरोइक रख दे, थोड़ी दोस्ती आ रही है और अच्छा भी खेलती है पर हमसे पिट जाती है।
अरे दोस्त है कौशिक भाई, इतने सालों से पहचान रहा है।
रिलेशन नहीं खराब होना चाहिए ना। गोल्ड एक बंदा खेलने से थोड़ी पूरी टीम चलती है। थर्ड पार्टी में तो कोई भी मारता है।
वो दोस्ती यारी दिखा रहे इधर।
सिल्वर अब दोस्त है, समझ जाएगा क्यों डाला सिल्वर।
अगर दोस्त ना होते तो
भी सिल्वर
नहीं, थोड़ा सोचता नीचे रखने का, और लक बेसिस पे हुए ना क्वालिफायर पर।
नाइट में
मुझे जानते नहीं इनको, कौन है ये?
गोल्ड
पागल ही गया ब्रो। अब सही है, उनमें सिर्फ एक राधे ठाकुर भाई है जो बड़े हैं, बाकी सब बच्चे हैं तीनों। किड को तो समझता ही नहीं प्लेयर।
ग्रैंड मास्टर टूर्नामेंट से 2 हफ्ते पहले टीम बनी थी और वो अभी इधर तक आ चुकी है, बहुत बढ़िया कर रही है।
हमारी टीम है ऊपर ही रहेगी, पोटेंशियल है हमें, पर अभी क्या करें, न्यू टीम है तो थोड़ा होता है, चोक होता है। तो आज ऐसे ऐसे बंदे पोक करते, अभी देखेंगे उनको लीग में, कुछ है ही नहीं इनके में। नॉन स्टॉप का नाम लेके आगे जा रही है बस। वो एक अच्छे कास्टर है पर थोड़ा अनलिमिटेड वालों को थोड़ा कम चांस दे तो ई स्पोर्ट्स आगे बढ़े। और
टाइकून्स को डायमंड पे रखूंगा मैं, फायर पावर बहुत दिखा रही है अभी के टाइम पे, अच्छे प्लेयर्स उनमें आमीन गोपू बहुत बढ़िया मारता है।
मरे उनसे तो थोड़ा रिस्पेक्ट दे देना चाहिए। अभी सबको पोक करेंगे तो फिर सब खिलाफ हो जाएंगे मेरे, कोई तो साथ में आए। लो भाई तुम प्लेटिनम, नाम अच्छा है पर कर्म अच्छे नहीं है। न्यू टीम बनी है।
ग्रुप बी वाली टीम को कौन सीरियस लेगा जो ग्रुप बी से आई है क्वालिफाई हो गए?
उनका स्नाइपर विंसेंट जो है वो अच्छा मारता है और उनके पीछे जॉन्टाना भाई का हाथ है, तो ऊपर नहीं रखा तो थोड़ा पोक कर देंगे लाइव स्ट्रीम में तो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ना।
लीड अच्छा कर रहे हैं, अच्छा खेल रही है जॉन्टी गेमिंग। वीक 2 में भी टॉप 2 फिनिश किया था, हम भी थे उनके ग्रुप में। प्लेटिनियम रख दे तो कभी ऊपर नीचे चलता है उनका, कंसिस्टेंट इनकंसिस्टेंट वैसे ही होता।
मेरे को तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है दोनों टीम में, ये कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। ऑटोबॉट्स एरोबॉट्स थोड़ा सही खेलती है, हमसे क्लैश लेती है, उनको थोड़ा नीचे रखना है, आने दो उनका नाम। देख लो, हम पहली बार मैं भी देख रहा हूँ। गोल्ड तो डिजर्व करता है बंदा। वही दाफी के जगह एचयूडी लेके खेल रहे हो लोग, अब क्या बोल सकते हैं। हमारा एक टीममेट फैन है उनका।
सिल्वर ही रखूंगा। इनके 2 प्लेयर खेल चुके हैं मेरे साथ, बट वही है ग्रुप बी से क्वालिफाई वाली टीम सीरियस नहीं ले सकते उन्हें।
बच्चे की टीम है, ब्रोंज रखेंगे। खेलती अच्छा पर एटीट्यूड बिहेवियर रखना चाहिए ना। तो हम लोग ने भी क्वालिफाई किया है, ऐसे कुछ भी बोल दिया कि तो अच्छा थोड़ी लगता है।
केडी मार देगा तो मार देगा, नहीं तो हो जाती है टीम, खत्म हो जाती है उधर ही। कंटेंडर्स है वो तो टॉप 1 पे जीतने के लिए एकदम, दोनों बार टॉप किया है। ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ जो थी उसमें भी टॉप किया, एक तरफा डोमिनेशन था उनका।
और तमिल के प्लेयर थे, बहुत मारते। गोल्ड में क्लैश लेने आती है, कभी वो मार देती, कभी हम मार देते, कभी थर्ड पार्टी करने आती है।
फायर पावर है, अच्छा खेल रही है, हमसे तो अच्छा ही खेली थी ग्रुप बी में। राउंड 2 में जो थी ड्रॉप फाइट हो रही है कि कौन छोड़ेगा ड्रॉप, सब देखते हैं, लीग में पता चल जाएगा वो तो।
मेरा झगड़ा होने वाला है आज। ब्रोंज ग्रुप बी में मार के थोड़ा एटीट्यूड दिखा रहे हैं, बोलते #3 आ गए, पर अभी क्या करे, वो सोता नहीं बेचारा, उनका रशर जो है सपोर्टर सोता ही नहीं, आग काली हो गई है।
डिजर्विंग है और क्या।
ब्रोंज डिजर्व सब करते हैं। नहीं ओवररेटेड है बहुत,
इनकंसिस्टेंसी चल रही है उनमें अभी बहुत ज्यादा,
बहुत ओवररेटेड है। लोग लाइक के लिए सब के लिए रील बनाते हैं कि अपना नंबर 1 रशर ले आ गए, ये भी जाएगी जल्दी, अंडररेटेड होगी ये भी।
इनको हटा दे, इनको ब्रॉन्ज पे डाल दे।
रोने लगेंगे,
नहीं यार
सच में रो देंगे। इसको नीचे कर देते, चलो भाई बेचारा टीजी का नाम है, ऊपर कर देते हैं इधर। सबसे टफ एक NMR हो गया क्योंकि वो थर्ड पार्टी करती है, और एक गॉडलाइक।
यार कैसे सवाल पूछ लिया यार।
भाई कैमरा ऑफ कर दीजिए, बता देता हूँ।
So who according to you is the most overrated rusher?
रसर में तो
ओवररेटेड रशर,
ओवररेटेड मुझे TSG का लेजेंड लगता है।
TG डिलीट,
वो मतलब अच्छा खेलता है बट
हाँ दाफिक जो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गया वो।
TG डिलीट।
ओवररेटेड रशर आई थिंक
ओवररेटेड रशर आई वुड लाइक टू से क्रिश।
सोचना पड़ेगा तो काफी।
ஷாங்கி சொல்லிருப்பேன் நான், இப்போ நான் டெலிட் சொல்லிடுறேன்।
TSG लेजेंड।
வேற क्वेश्चन கேளுமா, வேற क्वेश्चन
अभी के टाइम पे मेरे को डिलीट लगता है।
कट,
किसी और से पूछ लिया, मैं चलता हूँ।
अगर अपनी ही टीम में किसी को बेंच करना हो तो किसको करेंगे?
अगर टीम में बेंच करना होता तो सोहन।
आई थिंक मार्को।
वॉल्विन मेरी जगह खाई उसने। हाँ मैं ही हो जाऊँगा।
मैं तो रॉनी ताई का करूँगा, बहुत डांटते हैं मेरे को।
अभी थोड़ा सा मैच्योर होना बचा है उसका।
मैं अपने टीम से अपने IGL भी बेंच कर देता।
वॉल्विन।
Godal Marco. Why means he is going school. He have more age. Farmi under 21. Pari only 60.
शायद से मैं लिखी को करता।
सबसे पहले मैं बेंच करना चाहता हूँ डिवाइन भाई को, क्योंकि वो हमारे IGL है।
மார்க்கோ அஃபிஷியல் டோர்னமெண்ட்டே ஒன்று தான் வந்தது. ஓகே இல்லை கட் கட்.
रिक्रूट तो मैं नाइटमेयर के मेरे दोस्त है पंडित, उन्हें करना चाहूँगा, मेरे काफ़ी अच्छा दोस्त है।
और रिक्रूट करूँगा लिखी, ताहिर फ्यूगो ब्रो।
जैगवार को करूँगा टीम हिल से।
CFF का वाइल्ड फॉक्स, क्योंकि बहुत टाइम से उसके साथ खेलता आ रहा हूँ। RG होटा।
मैं रिक्रूट करना चाहूँगा पवन को।
KD गार्ड,
किलर FF।
दाफी। अपने अर्श भाई को मारूंगा हेडशॉट को। अपनी ही टीम में अर्श भाई। हेड मारूंगा मैं अर्श को।
मन्नू हेडशॉट मारना चाहता हूँ दाफी को।
माफिया
TG हैशटैग डिलीट को चूज करूँगा।
बस यो
हेडशॉट डेवलप कर दूंगा।
किलर FF।
रिवाइव तो मैं करना चाहूंगा लिखी भाई, क्योंकि वो बार बार नॉक होते रहते हैं।
सोहन।
रिवाइव मैं साहिल को करूँगा।
वोटा
डिलीट भाई को रिवाइव करो।
साहिल RNTX।
आइकॉनिक।
और रिवाइव में अपने IGL भाई को ही करना चाहूँगा।
कौन से फ्री फायर मैक्स टीम के सबसे टॉक्सिक फैंस हैं?
टॉक्सिक फैन नहीं बोलेंगे, पर इमेच्योर ऑडियंस टोटल गेमिंग की बहुत ज़्यादा है, मतलब बहुत हेट करते हैं वो, अननेसेसरी हेट कमेंट में बस।
TSG बहुत गालियाँ पड़ी है इसीलिए लगता है। और
TSG।
TG के।
हाँ TG
टीम एलीट।
टोटल गेमिंग।
फार श्योर टोटल गेम।
मैं कहूँगा इलीट वाले, क्योंकि TSG वाले तो इतना कुछ करते भी नहीं है, बट इलीट वालों का ऐसा है कि अगर हमारे क्रिएटर ने बोल दिया मतलब वही सही है।
टीम एलीट। टोटल गेम।
गॉडलाइक।
टीम एलीट एंड टोटल गेमिंग। तो मुझे टॉक्सिक TG के
है। TSG टीम अच्छी है बट उसकी फैन बेस थोड़ी सी है टॉक्सिक। हमारे भी हैं बट TG के थोड़े ज़्यादा।
ओवररेटेड प्लेयर होने वाला है
आई थिंक दफिक।
K9 का हनी, क्योंकि काफी ज्यादा ही बोलते हैं लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस तो नहीं आती।
योगी। उनकी टीम परफॉर्म कर रही है बट उनकी टीम में और भी बंदे अच्छा खेलते हैं।
डिलीट। ही इज एन एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर बट ही लैक्स द यू कुड से फायर पावर आई गेस।
वही TSG लेजेंड।
TSG लेजेंड।
ओवररेटेड दाफी की है।
पहाड़ी गेमिंग।
लेजेंड TSG लेजेंड।
दाफी। K9 इज स्पोर्ट। डिलीट।
TG शांकी।
ये तो बड़ा
टीम नेम दिल्ली
ब्लैक बर्ड करके एक टीम है अभी
SA12
ये होने वाली है नाइटमेयर स्पोर्ट्स क्योंकि बोलने में ज़्यादा रहते परफॉर्मेंस में फोकस करे तो बेटर रहेगा
एसोल
सोल
ब्लैकबर्ड क्योंकि बोल रहे थे बहुत
सोल
SATL
K9
सोल
K9 esports जो अभी फिलहाल डिस्क्वालीफाई है
கேனன் esports கோஆர்டினேஷன் அவங்க கிட்ட கம்மியா இருக்கும்
SA12
सोल जो जोंटी गेमिंग की अभी वाली जो लास्ट लाइट थी वो
बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है
Hello and welcome to TEZ presenting Free Fire Max 2025. It's a India Cup and talking about today, it's going to be very vigorous, isn't it? Azura? This is me, Tanya, for sure. And today it's not about whatever happens with the strategies. It's going to be all about firepower today. You have to make sure you prove your firepower while protecting your teammates. And Azura, what do you think? How much of a breather are we going to get?
I don't think so. We're going to get any breather. First of all, alongside the players as well, they have to perform since the beginning. The word go, and that's where they have to perform. Most of the time, I've been thinking that Clash Squad has been a boon for most of the teams to go ahead and get the additional chunk of the prize pool. But it also comes with a lot of vigorous training. And how is that vigorous? It's going to be a BO3 where you have to go ahead and prove yourself and get most of the rounds, which is going to be super vital alongside. Here's another catch. The economy, it needs to stay at a perfect standstill. If you have a very weak economy, then I believe you're going to lose that round. That just means one thing, that the opponent is going to get the momentum. So yes, it's going to be a lot of momentum involved in this entire Clash Squad scenario. But overall, let's just go ahead and understand how well this entire tournament has been looking so far.
Well, let's have a look at the event timeline where Clash Squad Swiss stage is going to take place. It is week 1, 5th of September. Then we'll have week 2 on 12th of September. And obviously the grand finals is going to take place on 27th of September. Talking about 5th September, which is today. The long journey has come short. The players and the teams to reach in top 8 are finally going to participate today in Clash Squad. Well, talking about Swiss stage here, you are provided any random teams against you to go ahead, participate, fight it off, and as you have already mentioned, it is going to be best of 3. So it's like you can, even if you make mistakes for first map, sure, you can go ahead and redeem yourself and correct it. And let's talk about the entire CS format right away, because that is something going to give you a better explanation and understanding about the day's progression.
True that. The BR mode, week 1 and 2, that's how we found our top 8. This is week number 1 for the likes of Swiss State, CS, and we all can see all of the 8 teams who are going to go ahead, fight it out. All the ones are going to go forward. Zeros are going to come down. They're going to still fight it out yet again. And from one point of time, as you all can see, this is day 1, and all of that will be a BO3. Alongside, if you see the white part of it, which is being highlighted right there in this entire diagram, it is day 2. So day 2, we're going to witness more of the action, and that's where the elimination comes into picture.
And that is where exactly we are going to get top 4 teams out of the top 8, and they are going to move ahead and grab their spot in the grand finals, and there they will be fighting up for the number 1 position. Talking about grand finals, let's also talk about the exact format, about how many maps or how many times you have to fight up against each other to grab that sort of a position. Team 1 and team 2 are going to fight up against each other. One team is going to move ahead, and then same copy and repetitive pattern for team 3 and team 4. And then there's going to be 2 finalists who are going to fight for 1 title and 1 championship. We are going to get to see that only and only on 27th of September. Sure, it looks like a long journey, but the journey has been long enough, but still it fulfills all the gap required in terms of action, the story, and everything that is much more needed.
And mind you guys, all of this action will be a BO5, but moreover, what are they fighting for? What is that prize pool that we all are talking about? CS has its own segment of the prize pool, and that's right, it's going to be 20 lakh INR. That's a prize pool. From there on, the champions are going to receive 10 lakh. First runner-up will receive 4 lakh. Second runner-up with 2 lakh. Fourth place will be 1,20,000. Fifth place, 1 lakh. Sixth place, 80,000. Seventh place will be 60, and eighth place will be 40,000 respectively. So overall, it is gonna be a really nice cluster, or an opportunity for the teams to go ahead and at least get 40,000 from this entire prize pool. The max it goes is to 10 lakh.
Well, out of the entire 1 crore of prize pool, 20 lakhs have been allotted to Clash Squad alone, which is massive. And winning away the title is also going to give you massive 10 lakhs. And once you have qualified is equal to, you have already made sure to grab a little chunk of it, even if you win or you don't win. And let's also talk about the active skills. About 1 unique active skill is only allowed per map, per player. So may it be whatever. And Azora, according to me, what we have spotted is all about Oscar. We have talked about Tatsuya, we have talked about Koda, but in this Clash Squad, we might get to see a lot of healers involved, maybe EP wise, maybe HP wise, and Wukong should be the character which should be widely used, because you can relocate yourself very easily.
True that, and that's one of the places where teams are also going ahead and figuring things out. This is just the beginning, and we all know the kind of unique active skill which will help the entire team to go ahead and decide whatever role they have taken already. So let's just go ahead and understand who are the top 8 teams. These are the top 8 teams: NG Pros, Total Gaming, OnePlus God's Reign, Vasista Esports, Godlike. We have even Aiku Reckoning, alongside Jonty Gaming and Car 98 Army. So all of these teams, they have already received their congratulations, but what kind of ticket are they going to cut? Is it going to be 8th place, 7th place, 6th place? Let's just go ahead and see what will it be.
Well, talking about the ticket, the way OnePlus God's Reign and Vasista got their ticket towards the Clash Squad mode, it was amazing on the final day of week 2. They gave it all to qualify into this phase, and let's see if they're going to continue with the momentum with whatever they had in terms of Clash Squad. And now we are going to see about the brackets, which teams are going to fight up against each other to get to know the better information about comparing the firepower, the teams, and this is it. It is best of 3, and for the teams competing up against each other, it's going to be Car98 against OnePlus God's Reign, Total Gaming against IQ Reckoning, and Jonty Gaming versus Vasista Esports, Godlike versus Non-Stop Gaming.
True that, and as you all can see, this is going to be the BO3 part of it. The BO5 part is there towards the semi and the grand final. So let's just talk about the Swiss stage for now. Whoever wins the first slot is going to head all the way towards the upper box. As you can see, 1-0, and the one who lose are going to head towards the bottom bracket, which is going to be as it is, the below box. And then from there on, the above box, if teams win 2 in a row, they're going to be directly qualifying into the semi-finals of the BO5, which is 27th September, right? From there, if teams are going to get eliminated, of course, if it's going to be a 0-2 and 1-2 as well. If you lose 2, you're out. If you lose 1, it's all right. You still have the opportunity to go ahead and battle it out on the 1v1 thing, which is right there in the dead center. The box is looking absolutely neat. And from there, if the teams either they get 2-1, they advance forward. If it is 1-2, then they're going to get eliminated. So it's as simple as things can get. This is the Swiss stage. I know there is a lot of confusion between you all, but all of that will soon get rectified in your head.
That is it. So today we are going to see total 8 teams competing against each other, where top 4 teams or the winner teams are going to go ahead towards 1-0 bracket, followed by the teams who lost are going to go towards 0-1 bracket. So there are 2 brackets, and the teams to fall into the lower bracket still gets the room of opportunity to qualify themselves and make it towards the third row. Well, we talked about it very clearly. Now we have to talk about the map schedules, because that is going to define their destiny about how they are going to perform, because each map brings in the different challenges, and the matches here are going to be Car98 versus OnePlus God's Reign, which is going to start in anytime soon, 1:40 p.m. itself.
Yeah, true that. And moving forward, it's going to be Total Gaming versus IQ Reckoning. It's going to be so much fun. I love the way these teams have been bifurcated and they have provided their own matches. I love it. Godlike alongside Non-Stop Pros, that is going to be one of the matches which I would love to go ahead and witness. So let's see what happens in the near future, as this is looking very volatile.
Sure thing it is. And if you have to place any safe bets, well, I don't see any safe zone here. Each and every team has got their unique skill set which they are going to bring in, and they are going to make sure they shine or maybe outshine everyone. For the very first map, we've got Car98 Army versus OnePlus God's Reign. Let's see about who is going to rule whom, because talking about God's Reign and Car98 Army, Car98 has paved their way very clearly about being the stronger one, and they have been easily qualified. And talking about OnePlus God's Reign, they are the team who plays better under pressure, and they turned themselves into the shiny diamonds.
Well, true. Let's just see this time who's it gonna be, the one who's shining very bright. Bermuda being the first game, this is like the perfect competition, or I would say a competition in within itself. The maps are looking absolutely sublime. Bermuda first, next year second, third comes Kalahari, and these are the 3 maps in the map pool, and all of that will keep changing. It's not like you're gonna see the same format over and over. This will keep changing, all thanks to the BR mode. From there on, all the ideas have been implemented, which I'm a big fan of.
And talking about Bermuda next era Kalahari, this is going to be the map of order, as you have already mentioned. I have to add upon Bermuda being one of the most friendly map. It's not going to be friendlier here because it's going to bring in all the firepower against each other with who possesses the best skill set. One has to have the information, one has to have the perfect amount of range and cover, and one the rusher and stuff like that. But Katulitsiva's circle is going to be something that's going to bring in even more entertainment. And the Bermuda map, talking about particularly One Plus God's Reign, and imagine the circle in Rimnam village, the drop point of One Plus God's Reign itself. It's going to bring in the better challenges for the other side.
Yep. It's gonna give a lot of challenge. Moreover, teams are gonna fight tooth and nail. Nobody over here is gonna come for the third party. That's the best thing about CS mode. No third parties, no fourth parties, nothing. It's only your squad versus the ones who are right in front of you. 4v4. And with that battle, we all understand the kind of gravity the situation is gonna get. Either if the player is knocked, if he gets revived, well and good. If he gets eliminated, then he's not gonna come back. Okay, he's gonna be tata bye bye next round. That's where he's gonna roll back in. So that's one of the best things we can go ahead and witness in this mode. And there you go, the character select is gonna be out there. Ignis and Oscar has been banned respectively, Tatsu being the first pick, and moving forward Chrono and Zayn coming in, Clue and Koda. That's how the entire team has been rectified. One Plus God's Reign, they're looking very neat. On the other end, Car 98 Army, they are bringing in Santino, which means there's going to be a lot of switcheroo with the position.
Yeah, the decoy is going to help in to bring in to bring in some elimination points and then immediately dodge the bullet. Talking about Tatsuya, sure, we know about the dash. Skylar, once again, we are going to see Sid as a sniper role, and then comes A124 to deny all the active skills from on the other side. Now talking about Clue over here for information, Koda again for information, and then comes Chrono for the defensive purpose. And let's not forget to talk about Zayn. There is going to be an extreme encounter happening, and the temporary HP gains and increased damages through the glue walls and shield. Now that's going to be very, very interesting. Now talking about the banned active skills, it's going to be Ignis and Oscar. Sure, we understand that Oscar has been banned over here to stop the aggressive push, but they are worried about the Ignis as well, which deploys around 10-meter wide flaming screen and 30 damages delivered. So they are trying to be very sure of that they are protected properly to not deliver and to not have any sort of damage in terms of close range, because it also destroys the glue wall, because glue walls also tank the zone damage. So very well equalized ban skill on both the side. One team who is making sure to go ahead and not tank any damage, and other team is going to make sure that there are no such rush happening, because Oscar, the character ability which we are talking about, which was highly picked in Battle Royale mode, now that is a big threat, and the team has made sure to avoid that threat entirely.
And here's the part why. You barely get 3 glue walls in the entirety of the round, and all of a sudden you see Oscar right in front of you. He is dashing in, he's breaking those glue walls. That's going to be very easy. Similar thing goes for Ignis as well. Through that, people call in the rotations, and that's how teams keep aggressing forward. This is going to be interesting as we have already headed all the way towards Bermuda. And look at that, teams, both of them charging, and the circle, it's so small that if teams think about heading outside, then of course they're going to take the zone damage.
The circle is going to be off the factory, and here we see two players split 50-50 coming in from the side of Car 98 Army in terms of getting all the information. But here comes the push. What a shotgun play coming in from Soul. It was overambitious from the side of Kaushik. This sort of step was not supposed to be taken, and Car 98 Soul were very well prepared about it. And again, talking about the splits over here, look at the flank. Look at the flankers coming in from the side of Car 98 Army. They are just behind the backs of One Plus God's Reign. Even if their pixel show, they might be able to get some eliminations on their name.
Oh, the factory, it's looking pretty jam-packed. All the players trying to rush in, and one is trying to bring in that factor, which is at least to equalize the number, which looks impossible so far. Kaushik is already gone, and this battle is started with $500, and it's gonna end with more than just that. Predator. For now, he's trying to find the perfect angle, get at least a pixel or the information on where the opponent is. But unfortunately, it's Car 98 Army playing it to perfection. They're not at all giving any kind of information. There is audio for sure, but alongside, look at the reposition tactics that we all can see.
It's the fight on the lower grounds and on the upper grounds, and now it's going to be some action happening real time. Here we go, Soul ready for the shotgun play, and here he's going to push in. It's 1v3. He's not able to take down any one player at all. He dodges the bullet for a while, races out of the site, and he is getting attacked by Sight. Bot God gets a Sight elimination on his name, and Soul is destroyed and eliminated. It is all down to Karthik and Sid. Sure, Chrono will be deployed, but the throwables are going to bring in all the end. A good start for Team Car 98, even where, if I had to talk about it, I would say Soul was just a bait to push and aggress from the side of OnePlus God's Reign. He baited himself out, and then the team made sure to bring in everything to their name. And here we go. First doom on the name of Car 98 Army, and the first round also goes in the hands of Car 98 Army. The circle this time is going to be the containers, and let's see who is going to be on the better side. Well, we do have some closing in.
Car 98 Army. So far, so good. They have gained 1400 credits as well. So that money is going to give them a lot of weapons. On the other end, you can see Kaushik. He's just having a mini micro Uzi. I don't think so. It's going to help a lot in the longer range, but short range is the place where both the players, both the teams are eyeing upon. But God on the other end, trying to get the information on what's going on. He's the aggressive one, and Soul right in front, trying to lead the charge. Santino repositioning, we have seen it in the previous one. It was absolutely amazing. There you go. He wanted the care package. He's going to get it as well and reposition. Instant switcheroo. And that's the opportunity which has already been seized. Look at that. Shots fired. What's the point? It's just a statue. It's just a mannequin, Manish.
And Manish with the double pistol in his hand, sure, had no creds to go ahead, bring in a better gun because team to win. And we do see an AC-80 from the side of Karthik, and a double pistol from the side of Soul as well. Manish and Soul have got an equalizer. Glue wall will be pushed away. Talking about Kaushik over here, he's being very precarious and he's got an Uzi. Imagine somebody closing in. He should be put to sleep, but right now the grenades have been cooked and tossed to deliver no damage at all. And container, the only place where he's hiding for way too long. Bot again going in for the side finisher, maybe rushing in already. Chrono will be deployed and they're going for the flank. It's a 1v2 situation happening. And Soul with the double pistol, no elimination. Everybody is going to heal up. Predator surviving by the skin of his teeth, and there's going to be first two from the side of OnePlus God's Range who are short on economy. Trades will come in handy. Soul and Sid, the survivors on one end.
Lovely shots still being deployed. Sid, it's a 2v2 affair right now, and as you can see, the map control is looking very little for the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, but they are capitalizing. They are gonna captivate. And Anshu, the way he was jumping around to get those eliminations was very important. This is the kind of momentum that OnePlus God's Reign needed, and look at the way they kept their cool, calm collectiveness till the very end towards the containers, and from there on, they opened guns, and look at the way they have done it. Car 98 Army, they will regret that they aggress so much in the latter of it.
Well, Kaushik Suzy turned the table to the best position, if I had to say. Now, this time the circle is off the peak. The players are pushing in, and they are gradually going to get control over the hard compound. And not much. Okay, there's a drop. Are they looking forward to it? Again, there's only wall of distance. And the rush coming in from the side of OnePlus God's Reign. Blue wall will be deployed for sure from both the ends. And here we go. Throwables from Kaushik is going to shut down Karthik. And there is no point of revival coming in handy. Look at Bot God using the double pistol.
That's right. From far off, Soul has given so much value to the entire team. Couple of knocks on the floor. And I believe it's the last man standing. Kaushik, what can he do in this situation given 4v1? And I don't think so he can clutch it out as all four of them pounce. Even though one player knocks the floor, it's alright. The trade game is gonna work. The buddy system is on point. And Car 98 Army, they are playing it to perfection. The previous round was a loss. It doesn't matter. Now they have the upper edge. They have the money. Look at them spending every single one of them. They are the spendthrifts right now.
And here we go again. There's going to be each team, no compounds to contest as of now. One to go inside the compound is going to be punished with the throwables. And mini Uzi was used, the Uzi gun was used by Kaushik, and then comes Soul proving it. I use it better. Got 2 confirmations and 1 elimination on his name in the previous round. Right now, Predator has to heal himself up. He was in the upper ground. He was supposed to provide the information. While getting it, he was tanking a lot of damage, going into prone, healing himself. Healing matters a lot over here. Look at Kaushik again trying to flank. Karthik has all the information. Throwables are being cooked by Kaushik, and here we go. The grenades tossed. Karthik tanked a lot of damage. This is the time to rush. Predator also taken down by the grenade, and this time it's more or less about grenade finishers and close range duels and all raw firepower happening.
That's right. But I can see MP5 being upgraded in the hands of Karthik, and this itself is going to wreak a lot of havoc. One by one, the knocks are coming through. Karthik is the one to go ahead and pull off all those shots. Soul on the other end, he's also trying to bring back the entirety of the situation. Kaushik still struggling outside, and now he's going to fall down to his demise. Not at all a good round for the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, as they're constantly biting the dust. But here's the best part for the likes of Car 98 Army. They don't have to invest on their weapons, as all 4 of them were alive. Look at them leveling up those weapons. Scar being level 3.
And also we have to talk about the creds, the economy shortage on the side of OnePlus God's Reign, the grounds of mill, and having a look at the weaponaries that Team Car 98 is holding. It's tough for OnePlus God's Reign to just win this round. Right now we are looking with the plasma and P90. Sure, it's doable, but looks pretty tough. Information relay, throwables and grenades tossed. Let's see Soul with AC-80 trying to flank in, and Chrono will be deployed right on time, saves himself and escapes.
That's right. That's one thing that he knows how to do. The best shots are going to be aligned. Soul, what a lovely connection. One knock coming through. It's a really nice gameplay that we all can see, but it's all down to the last man standing. Sid from afar. He's trying to take in all of the shots, but all the 4 players or all the 2 players are going to be back on their feet. It's going to be a 1v4 situation where Sid, he's constantly running around. He has no glue walls, couple of heals. That's it. And the max he can do is get at least a knock or 2. There comes the entire push, and Manish, he's gonna be sweeping the floor with Sid, hence claiming that round which Sid needed the most. And this is the one.
And we're talking about it's tough time for OnePlus God's Reign, but God's Reign decided, they made sure that no matter whatever weaponaries we have, we are the mercenaries here, and we're going to shut everyone down. Now the score lines are going to be 3-2. Talking about economy, sure, Car 98 has got the better economy, but it doesn't matter. And talking about the active chipset, we do have the 3rd level active chipset on the hands of Kaushik for both the weapons, may it be MP5 or Scar. And now it's going to be Soul with P90. Now, every single time I have noticed, whatever weapons the opposition team is using, Soul goes ahead and destroys them with the same weapon. Karthik with the shotgun should be destructible on the close range. And talking about grenade, it is only Soul who has the grenade in his hand. On the other side, Kaushik has got the grenade on his name. And there's no closing in. This time, OnePlus God's Reign is deciding to hold and get those elimination. And look at the elimination points, 5 each from Bot God and Soul. But on the other end, we get to see a team coordination, a team cooperation, and it might be an equalizer if once again OnePlus God's Reign gets their hands against Car 98 Army on the stronger value.
And look at the way the cyber drop has always been contested from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign. They know all the better weapons are there in that care package. Might as well go ahead and get the control of it. In the previous round as well, we could see that, and right now as well, look at the way they're just keeping the eye for every kind of shenanigan that Car 98 Army is going to pull off. Close quarter. Now is the time for the battle to initiate, as the ones who are trying to fight off the blue alongside OnePlus God's Reign are on the latter half of it. It's not looking good for them. Last man standing. Sorry, Karthik is still there, but now he gets knocked as well. Good confirmation game on play, but it's Sid who can at least do something about the situation. 1v3 for sure, yes. But what else can be done as he himself is fighting the blue?
Well, Kaushik, his zone eliminated. Now it's all about 1v2. The patients have paid the rewards to Sid. 1v2 is doable for him, but will Predator and Anshu allow him? Talking about Anshu, I spotted a Groza in his hand with an active chipset, and let's see if he's able to pull that thread. Well, Groza is one of my favorite weapon coming towards Clash Squad, and it has been well equipped. Anshu should be able to go in. Is he trying for the heal battle? He doesn't have so many health kits to work out with. He gets eliminated, and here we go. It's an equalizer from the side of One Plus God's Reign. Things did not start off well, but they are building a strong strength on firepower in terms of surviving until the end, maintaining the player, and when they have to pick up fight, they make sure they win it, or if not, they make sure to save the player, use a glue wall, and revive themselves.
True. What's the game plan from the hands of Car 98 Army? That's what they're thinking right now. Of course, getting the control towards the mid part of the entire map is going to be super important. Plus, contesting this cyber airdrop will be super important as the good weapons are there inside that. Moreover, look at Car 98. They're quick to aggress forward. They want the control and they're going to get the control as well. Glue wall being the only thing that is pushing things off. And now the contestation, it is on. Nobody can go ahead and take the rewards yet. Anshu on the other end, he's trying to charge in from the backside, but look at the way he's just taking those precautionary steps and then backing off, knowing that things can form up to a really good shape. Bot guard. That's a very nice understanding of this overall situation. Let's just understand what else can he do. The information relayed in bot guard. He's in trouble.
Bot got on the rooftop, and the Predator has made sure to use the 8 right on time and shut down Predator. Here we go, Karthik with the shotgun rushing it in all the way through the glue walls, delivered a lot of damage. Glue wall will save, and here comes the dash pushing in, and he's going to make sure to shut him down. Again comes the lead from the side of R98 Army. It was a quick escalation of the round, ending up into the scoreboard for R98 Army. It was a 3-3 when we started off. Karthik going in with a shotgun, and then the tables got turned, and lead again goes in the hands of Car 98 Army. Circle this time, it's going to be of Cape Town. 4 versus 4, obviously. Drop just in the middle, and the weaponaries. Well, look at Kaushik. He has gone for a sniper. So does Predator, and Mag 7 from the side of Anshu and Uzi for the close range. As soon as I said Mag 7 as well as AC-80, he is managing both the weapons rightly well. And talking about the highest elimination points, it all shrinks down to Bot God and Soul right from the start.
Oh, they are the heavy lifters, of course. The drone to provide information. Kaushik is very well aware of the overall situation here. Tries to get the height advantage, and if they receive it, then of course the AC-80 is going to sing the songs of death, and that's what they need. Manish on the other end trying to check all the corners, which is going to be super important. But Bot God, what is he up to? He's the one who's very close. Information known, but look at the way he's traveling around the corner, nade in hand, cooking it to perfection, and this might be it. Instant transmission, and look at the repositioning tactic coming in, and that's what happens when you have that character equipped it on time, on par. Soul, it's all down to him. The height advantage, it's out there, but Manish, she's trying to level up.
Soul has got a hand cannon in his hand, should be able to destroy a lot, but before that, he's going in first with the firepower, delivered a lot of damage, but Manish is going to shut him down. But look at the Predator shot. It was so skinned, it was just a pixel, and he makes sure to connect that shot, and here we go. He has got all the information required. Sid will be the last man, and I believe he is on the rooftops, well positioned, but that position is not going to reap any rewards. Being spotted, he was the center of attraction, and he gets shut it down. And now we are going to talk about the equalizer again. It's going very close on the maps of Bermuda.
True that. And Santino, yes, I do understand the repositioning was really good, but overall there was no capitalization to the repositioning. We could see the nade dropped at the right spot, but imagine he had Alvaro. It would have been much better overall in that specific slot of it. and OnePlus God's Reign would have just evacuated from their position. But in fact, they got a much better stance. They kept rushing forward, and Car 98 Army, they were completely nullified. Now, yet again, going for the fight for the Cyber Airdrop. And Cyber Airdrop, yet again, contested. Chrono Shield being deployed. And now, look at the way OnePlus God's Reign, they're trying to go ahead and claim the entire territory. The shots are going to be fired in. And there is going to be equal knocks coming forward. But Soul, in the midst of all of that, could not understand where Manish exactly is standing. And Karthik, it's all down to him to go ahead and at least get the better of the situation. But it is going to be Predator and Manish who will carry the entire team.
And finally, it's going to be OnePlus God's Reign taking the lead over here, and Car 98 is struggling bad. Momentum picked strong from the side of OnePlus God's Reign, and it's going to be an economy crunch on the side of Car 98 Army, and on the other hand, they are very well equipped, lesser weapons dropped, and right now, if we have a look on the weaponaries, we do see Predator equipping 2 snipers at a time, and the close range duels are to be taken down by Kaushik as well as Anshu. Kaushik and Predator also have grenades ready to toss. Bot God, Soul as well as Bot God are going to toss the grenades on the other side. AC-80 well placed from the side of Sid. Let's see who's going to take down whom right now. It's a split of 2:2. Warehouse to be contested. Lower grounds and upper grounds. No grenades tossed or cooked. And they're waiting for all the information. Sid trying to give the cover fire, but I believe if the fight escalates, Sid will go handicap. Should not be able to help furthermore.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Bot God, that was a clear angle, but he was waiting for the headshot. And here's the thing, the flank angle, it'll always give the kind of information. Kaushik and Predator right in front. What can Bot God do? If he goes in more deep, then I believe he's gonna be a last person to get the flank angle. And that's what happens. Information was out there, it was evident. And the way Anshu was playing, he was looking all around, knowing that there's going to be one person who will keep flanking us, and annihilating him has done the deed. The work is done. Now looking forward for a 4v3 situation. Man count in the hands of OnePlus God's Reign.
OnePlus God's Reign, if they win this one, they are going to win this map of Bermuda. The team to secure 6 points takes away the first map. Let's see if it's going to be any easier. It's a 3v3. Sid does have the health kit to work out with. He should be able to heal it. And this particular round plays a very crucial role. They might want an equalizer here. Rush comes in. Kaushik aware about the information. And over here, he is trying to dodge all the bullets with the glue walls and using the inhalers. Shotguns nearby. Grenade tossed and cooked. Shotguns will work just wonders, and it is a 2v2 situation. Now Chrono will be deployed. Again, the push coming in. Manish made sure to put down one of the players, and it's an equalizer. The match continues up to the 11th round.
Oh my god, this is going to be a nail biter right now. All armed to the teeth. This round was super important for Car 98 Army to at least showcase what they're made of. And look at the way they kept using those Tatsuya dashes. The Rebels rush over and over, rush down the throat of the opponents. OnePlus God's Reign, they had no clue what can be done in this given situation. And that's how you seize the moment. The amount of money Car 98 Army has currently is massive. It's insane. So let's just go ahead and see how well of the preparation has been done from their end, as they're the ones to go ahead and call those shots. 6 to go ahead and call it a big W, and that's what Car 98 Army wants to do. But on the other end, on the contrary, OnePlus God's Reign, they have fought so good so far.
Ted has made sure to get one player on his knees. Chrono will be able to save for a
this is
little
done
while.
for.
How long will be the question over here? Predator is also down on his knees. It's all down to Kaushik and Manish. It's a 2v4 situation which stands. I mean, if you talk about numbers, sure, Car 98 has already made sure who is going to win away the map of Bermuda. All down to Manish. Health kits to work out with. Chrono will be deployed. Players will be revived. Manish trying to race his way out, but there's no way he can escape. He is going to be contested from every single round. And here comes the booyah. The very first map on the map of Bermuda goes in the hands of Car 98 Army, who started off strong and continued until the end. Sure, it was a close call for a round where the score line was 5-6 and I felt 5-5, and I felt that they are going to get shaky, but they made sure they cemented strong, they came back strong, and they won this round very lightly and cleanly.
Of course. And moreover, here's another thing, right? If you have the fortune, which is the amount of money you have already accumulated in the previous round, that just gives you the license to get better weapons. And that's what Car 98 Army did. They got better weapons, they got better equipments alongside mushrooms and whatnot. Every single thing which is out there on the board of the buy menu, they got every single one of them. And from there on, yes, of course, OnePlus God's Reign, they fought very well. They fought tooth and nail in the map of Bermuda. But overall, what happened was the momentum game slightly went in the hands of Car 98 Army. And that's where the things are going to change. Moreover, the composition, the way you're repositioning over and out, and you're trying to bamboozle the opponents. That is the kind of situation which was created again and again from the likes of Car 98 Army, which gave them the upper edge against OnePlus God's Reign. Let's just see in the upcoming maps how well they can go ahead and perform. This is a BO3 affair. Of course, there's going to be another chance for them to go ahead and perform. And if they lose that, then of course, it's going to be a landslide victory. But before all of that, let's just talk about the MVP on how well he has performed.
Yeah, sure. Because he stole the limelight on his name. He got the limelight on his name. And the way he got it is going to be Car 98 Soul. He performed tremendously well with 9 elimination points and 4,142 worth of a damage. Match number 1's MVP right in front of us on our screen. 1 map down, and we are going to go ahead with 2 more maps. Let's see if the score lines are going to be 2-0 or it's going to be 2-1 or maybe 1-2, because tables turn pretty quickly. Car 98 struggling bad with the score line of 4-5. If at all that particular round OnePlus God's Reign would have clutched it, the scores would have been entirely different. But Car 98 showed the play of patience, due to which they survived. They came to an equalizer, they won the map of Bermuda, and now Car 98 Soul wins away the title of match MVP.
True that, and I believe that he has to keep the performance till the very end. This is not just done right about now. First map over, get it, but next comes next era. Next era is going to be a lot more towards showcasing how well you can perform, and that's the thing, right? If you have the momentum, might as well carry it forward. So let's just see how well they can go ahead and look at the next one. But yes, this has been that situation of the scoreboard as well. It's screaming out and telling that the elimination factor has been sublime for the likes of Car 98 Army. Of course, they have 1 more round. That's how the numbers have showcased right in front of us. But OnePlus God's Reign, they themselves were putting in a lot of effort. Manish specifically, 7 total eliminations, highest in the room for the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, showcases that they were just falling shy of 1 particular round.
And that was the round that they lost. But I have to mention one thing. Sure, we do have 8 players on our screen. Kaushik managed to deliver the most amount of damage with total of 4,295, nearing to 4,300. The winning team also could not achieve that sort of a score. But talking about OnePlus God's Reign, a little bit of split could have been control. If at all it had been in control, the situations could have been also put under control. But right now, whatever happened has happened. I believe the second map is going to bring in more action, and OnePlus God's Reign might have understood that the split and scattered play is something that's not functioning well for them, because once the player is down, you need to place those glue walls to support him to survive, also help him revive, and that was not happening. The player was once down on his knees, was confirmedly eliminated. Sure, talking about Soul, he was pretty aggressive at every play he made, may it be on the pistol round or may it be in the post pistol SMG rounds. But we'll have a look at the match summary to get us better understanding about how much worth of the damage was delivered and how many glue walls were being destroyed.
And not only that, I would say there's another factor to it as well. OnePlus God's Reign, they were playing very passive. I'm talking about the round where it went to a 5-5. Or sorry, a 4-5, yes. Where it was 4-5 and then later on it went for a 5-5, where Car 98 Army won that one round, which was very high with the amount of numbers or with the amount of dollars that they would receive. In that specific round, they had the initiation. They easily downed the person. They got the confirmation as well. It was a 4v3 situation where they allowed Car 98 Army to go ahead and breathe around. That's the big mistake, and I'm hoping that OnePlus God's Reign, once they have already accomplished the task of getting the bank out advantage, they should go ahead and just take a follow-up on it. even with the buddy system set right, they can at least go ahead and nullify the opponent team. So let's just see how well they can adapt to the next map, which is going to be Nextera. This is a BO3. The first point has already been accumulated by Kar98 Army. So kudos to them, and the performance was as well really good. So let's just hope in the upcoming one how well OnePlus God's Reign is going to give them the competition that they deserve.
And OnePlus God's Reign started off very strong. They got 2 rounds very firmly. So I felt like, okay, it's a one-sided affair, and Kar98 Army has already made sure that they are going to win away. But then OnePlus God's Reign stepping up, making sure to equalize, and then also taking the lead over there, which was a tough call. You would also agree to this pointer, because it was not easy to fight against Kar98. The way they were spreading out in the split of 2-2, and then the lead that they got, they couldn't retain that, and that is exactly the play of patience worked out for Kar98 Army, and they win the first map. But there are 2 more maps remaining, ladies and gentlemen. So all the fans waiting for the next map for OnePlus God's Reign against Kar98 Army, you have to have a little bit of patience, because more nail-biting sessions are around the corner. And if each and every map is going to go ahead 11 rounds, I believe I and Azora are going to chew up all the nails that we have, because it definitely gives us a little bit of panic about what's going to happen and how are they going to protect themselves and fall back.
And I'm hoping that this kind of panic is not there in the dugout, because if it is going to be some kind of situation where the teams are going to panic in that specific slot, then it's going to be bad for them. Overall, I could see the way things were shaping up. It was looking perfect. Kar98 Army, the start was really good. And once OnePlus God's Reign started getting the momentum, they started panicking. They started thinking, wait a second, this is the mistake that we're making. Let's just not do that again and again. And again, the mistake happened. But later on, they somehow managed to go ahead and rectify all of that. Cool, calm collectiveness is the word. How you can go ahead and take control of the situation. Moreover, there's no other team to go ahead and call in some shots, or there is a revival system in the CS mode. There's nothing of that. So you have to stay put. You have to understand what's going on, and then later on, hit where it hurts the most. The map is looking sublime. Nextera coming next. Of course, game number 2, where OnePlus God's Reign, well, it's all down to them how well they can perform. If it is a big victory coming in, then of course things are going to go towards the third map. But if Kar98 Army goes ahead and seizes the opportunity in the next map, then, well, OnePlus God's Reign, they're going to fall off in the bracket. Well, they're going to fight with the team who loses next.
Yeah, they are going to fall off for the lower bracket. Still, they have the time to redeem themselves. Now, Nextera is going to be very interesting map. But what's more interesting is what characters are to be banned over here, because it was more about Oscar not being used from the side of OnePlus God's Reign, and we know they are extremely great on this particular character. And here we go ahead with the character skills pick.
Oh, there you go. Standard bans. It's going to be the similar characters coming in from both the ends, as they all are very comfortable with the role. But there's a change. There's going to be Alok coming into the picture, and Centino goes in for the hands of OnePlus God's Reign. So a lot of switcheroo tactics, which Kar98 Army showcased in the map of Bermuda will be showcased in the map of Nextera. But this is a twist which I love the most. It's going to be OnePlus God's Reign who will showcase that.
And again, we do have Zayn in the mix, and she does the deal very clearly. I enjoy watching Zayn's play, because extreme encounter that happens, it increases the damage to the blue walls and the shield up to 80 HP. And blue wall, I mean, damn, it's a solo player. If Manish is able to go ahead and give some solo clutches, I do believe Zayn is going to help him a lot. And talking about A124, nullifying the other agents, and Alok is the character to watch out for. I'll be very honest, I mentioned it, right? It's Clash Squad, and we might get to see Alok joining in the mix of character active skill sets, and we do have bot god picking in. And if that happens well, if the players are just around the corner, they do not you need to use the health kits. They can save their resources, and bot god needs to survive. Talking about the survival, he was always, most of the times, he was the last man standing, and then he made, and the team won it very nicely. notoriously. Now it's all about Oscar and Ignis, two big threats on the map of on the mode of Clash Squad that are over and over time being denied. They do not want to fight up against Oscar and Ignis delivering the damage of the flame damage through the glue walls as well, and that they do not want to tank.
True, and yeah, that's a standard practice that most of the teams are going to go ahead and utilize, as they already know how annoying the character is. Might as well shut him down, not allow him to go ahead and do whatever he wants to. But yeah, I'm super excited to see how well the role is going to be advanced from the likes of One Plus God's Reign of Santino, specifically the kind of switcheroos that they can bring in. We did see Coda being implemented, we did see Chrono as well, we did see Zion as well, all three of them being utilized. The kind of switcheroos that they did was absolutely amazing. Information came on point. But Santino has been that one character who always is so notorious, even for yourself, as you're individually going and taking those fights. So might as well you get the advantage, or you're going to be falling prey in the hands of the opponents as you're the first casualty which the team is bearing. So I do understand that you can have the element of surprise, but at the cost of losing your own life. You have to be really good to go ahead and take that battle, being Santino.
Yeah, Santino repositioning, sending a decoy, faking it all. I mean, sure, you mentioned it very wisely. It is one of the most notorious character to be picked upon. But let's see if One Plus God's Reign is going to play such notoriously. One point I did like going in, picking up the care package, and immediately teleporting towards the right position, and also going under safe place. And those are the plays that you need to make sure you go ahead and play. But coming towards the character selection, I would again like to call in. The fear is real. The Oscar character being denied over and over time. They do not want to get dashed by an Oscar. They do not want to lose the glue walls. They do not want to get eliminated. Tatsuya in the mix is still allowed. We do know about the active skill set being charged and rushing in, but somehow they are threatened, truly threatened by Oscar, and they want to make sure this doesn't happen to us.
True, and I'm very much on the side of not picking an Oscar or getting Oscar banned instantly. Imagine you're somehow trying to spend $300 and you're getting a glue wall. All of a sudden, there's Oscar right in front. He's just gonna dash his way through. He's gonna break the glue walls. Your $600, your $900, the max you can carry is 3 glue walls, will be destroyed in a minute, in a second. So why give that opportunity to the opponent? So good that he's being banned again and again, as I myself would not take Oscar right in front of me.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the second map for Clash Squad TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025. The map of Next Era, One Plus God's Reign against Car 98 Army. It is the height, it is the verticality being involved here. Let's see who's going to take the advantage. Talking of which, Soul takes the first advantage. Kaushik down. Karthik trying to confirm the elimination, and he successfully does so. Karthik tanked a lot of damage, surviving by the skin of his teeth, and he's going to heal himself up. 4v3 will be this situation. Soul being taken down. Here we go. Alok awakened.
Yes, Alok has been awakened. Party remix moving forward. The kind of beats that are running in the ears of Car 98 is going to be massive, but those knocks are imminent. One Plus God's Reign, they're trying to not replicate the mistake that they did in the previous part, which is losing the pistols, losing the first initial round. That's where they're trying to build the bank. Anshu right now being the aggressive one, running around trying to get the information, and the information is there. Manish right in front, shots fired, and bot god, what can he do? Sight in hand, lovely slice, and look at him hacking his way through.
That was out of the box. That wasn't supposed to happen, but whatever happened was real. Again, we do see the heal coming into the play. Scythe finisher from Bot God. Well, Bot God gave in a very bad surprise. On the mix, sure, Predator was down on the knees. He was revived. So it's a 2v2 situation, and compound being contested strongly by Car 98 Army. Santino's decoy being sent. They are not fooled at all. And look at Predator's positioning. He's going to be taking one, followed the another as well. It was a Santino play. It was a clean Santino play coming in, and the first pistol round going in the hands of One Plus God's Reign.
Absolutely gorgeous. The way the switcheroos came in, I believe it was better than Car 98 Army. Hands down, it was better than them. Predator, what a lovely play. Bot God first and the second shot just in an instant. 180 flick and bam! There goes the player down. Winning the first round will give a really good bank for the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, and that's where I believe they're going to hit Car 98 Army where it hurts them most. Ziplines being utilized, height advantage. Yes, it's out there, but here's the thing, right? There's Micro Uzi right in front of you. You have to take the battle much more cautiously. So let's see how well Car 98 Army can do that.
Well, if it's a close range, I do believe Uzi can shred you down, and you do not want to pick that sort of a fight. Manish giving his position and then falling back. It was just a tease that I'm here. Let's see what can you do against me, because Siddha's giving the cover fire. Look at AC-80 being equipped on the other side. Grenades will be tossed. Will he be saved? Blue wall being deployed. Going away, and Anshu trying to get the information as good as possible. But God pushing himself out where little did he know Anshu was just around the corner.
Oh yes, the shots are going to for sure hit them. And a couple of players way too low on HP. Sid and Bot God. And there you go, Bot God, he's been taken care of. Sid being the last man standing. He has a couple of heals, but he's not going to go ahead and do that. Shots fired. That was a really nice exchange. But if Sid had some HP, that would have been a really clean knock. But here's how the entire cookie crumbled. Car 98 Army, they did not have good amount of weaponry in their hands, and that's how they faded away. Good shots being fired from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, and this is that round that will give them the momentum. Right now, looking at the bank, it's looking pretty good. But Car 98, they're finally trying to bring back that one factor, which is bringing in P90s for the close range. And this is where everything goes bad. Gravity Labs.
Gravity Labs. The care package right in the center. Verticality should be involved over here. Predator ready with the grenades being cooked. He has got the information. Tossing a grenade. Delivered a damage. Yes. Karthik very low on HP. Smokes will be used over here to fall back and reunite with his teammate.
They're playing so passive. There's one person, Bot God, on the flank angle. And Kaushik, look at him being so vigilant. He knows there's some kind of a play coming in. Funny for sure. And there you go, Bot God. This is the second time that he's going ahead and being the decoy, trying to change the entire course of action. For now, look at the way Car 98 has already rushed forward to the throats of OnePlus God's Reign. This is it. This is the place where you can at least get a knock or two. But it is going to be Car 98 who's on the deficit. Bot God already gone. He's knocked on the ground. He's calling in for help. And I don't think so. The help can be provided anytime sooner. And the others from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, they are low for sure, but they're still 4-man standing.
First doom. More numbers are always going to bring in the better advantage. They are all healing up. It's a 4v3 situation, and the circle is also going to shrink in. Anshu just jumping off, and Sentino's decoy. Anshu was distracted for a while, but then he again comes into the action. Soul will shut down Kaushik. There's no point of revival happening here. Uzi in the hands, and what sort of a play set bot in, and same sort of retaliation. Here the players are all down and out. It's all down to Anshu. How long can he survive with one weapon in his hand? Will be able to take down one. Will he be able to get the second? And yes, he clutches it out. It was 1v3.
Oh my God. Yes, this is the kind of aggression we all would love to see. OnePlus God's Reign. They are bringing every single thing onto the board, and I'm loving it. Car 98 Army, so far they haven't received a single round. The only thing that they have received is straight up losses in all three of them. What can they do?
But Azora, nothing is working. They tried aggression, they tried passive play, but then they are holding the guards high up. They're not tanking any damage and delivering a lot. Bot God being spotted down on his knees. Who is going to come in to revive? He's left set as a bait for the teams to reunite and hop in, and successfully revived for sure. No grenades are tossed. Now that is a little questionable from my part. There should have been some grenades being tossed to deliver some more damage. Bot God had one in handy. On the other side, there are no grenades to be cooked on the for OnePlus God's Reign, and thus no grenades were tossed in. And 4v4. play of patience, the split of 2:2 again from the side of Car 98, and a 4-stack push from 1 plus God's Reign.
I love the way Anshu has given so much for the team. 6 total eliminations in his hand. And look at him constantly wreaking havoc. P90 shots fired, knows that the player is right in front. At least a bit of information game would be absolutely on point. But there you go. He's running away from that given situation. And on the other end, Karthik has not at all opened his account. He has 0 eliminations so far. Sid, he has been caught. His trails are looking all over the ground. And Sid, the first one to perish away as Manish. He's trying to bring in the firepower as well. Karthik, good amount of presence of mind. The chrono shield was deployed, but all of that is going to be nullified as Bodgar being the last man standing. The first one to be knocked and the last man to still stand for the team is going to perish away. 1 plus God's Reign. What a lovely victory coming in. 4 back-to-back rounds. That means they have good amount of dollars to go ahead and spend in the next one. They can buy in some good weapons. They can upgrade it. Moreover, they can just keep the same weapon that they have from the previous round. That's the benefit of winning one round.
They can also make sure to equip the best of the armors, level 4 armors and helmets to avoid those extreme headshots. But right now, Car 98 struggling bad. 0-4 or something that was supposed to not happen after what we saw in the map of Bermuda. Nothing is working on their favor. And here we go. The rush hops in. Bodgod stuck in a compound. 2 players are trying to push in. It's Bodgod versus Kaushik and Manish. There's nothing much Bodgod can do. Shotgun in his hand. And he is being taken care of from front, back, and around.
What? Soul? He woke up. He woke up from the wrong side of the bed right now. Good knocks have been delivered already. Bodgod, he's crying for the help and he's going to receive it as well. 4 men band together. This is bad for the likes of 1 plus God's Reign. All that momentum that they've gained is slowly perishing away. Anshu right in front. Predator from far off taking those shots, being the sniper. He needs to do it in a much more cleaner manner. Not at all expose himself a lot. Predator, what can he do? It's already battle being initiated. Manish, good shots being pounded upon. Anshu, sorry. And Anshu, it's a 1v2, which is already taken care of. Low HP, instantly sits down for the heal. No, look at the kahunas this man has. Oh, there you go, finally.
Decoy deployed, and here is going to rush in. It's wrong rush, and finally Car 98 getting the first round on their name. And this is the map of Next Era. All the way from 0-4 to finally bagging 1 round.
True that. Car 98 army. The kind of dream, the kind of benchmark that they've already set is already way too high. Thanks to the previous game in Bermuda. And now looking at the way they just have 1 round, for sure it feels bad. Slowly but surely they're trying to step things up. A 2-2 split coming in. Trying to get the equal advantage. The risk of exposure is out there as there's Koda in the midst of all of the action. 1 plus God's Reign. They do not want to give away the momentum that they have gained so far. Soul, he needs to heal up, and right now he's falling back just to do that.
Where are they going to fall back though? It's just a little fence that is bringing in the cover. Kaushik used the grenade to deliver a little bit of damage, but he tanked a little more than expected. He's going to heal himself up, and 2 players rushing. Now that's not they are prepared for. 4 players on the exact edge. 2 players rushing is going to be very costly for the side of 1 plus God's Reign. That's the aggression that they cannot afford to right now. The grenade will be cooked. The player will be down. Sure revived in a blink of an eye, and it's going to be Manish and Predator trying to push in. Bodgod will shut down player by player, and 2 players will be retaliated. It's fight of 2-2. Karthik and Sid on foot. Same goes for Manish and Anshu.
Wait, did I see an Ignis coming into the picture? Yes, it was. The walls of Ignis that did shatter a lot of hopes on the likes of 1 plus God's Reign. And Manish, he's down for the count as well. Last man standing. What can 1 plus God's Reign do? Anshu, the flag bearer, 10 total eliminations. Massive, but unfortunately against a 2-man squad, he could not do much. And Car 98 army, what a way to go ahead and claim the second.
and the momentum One Plus God's Reign had, that's fading away. The way they started off 0-4 to 2-4, now it's the time. I mean, is it the comeback story coming in from the side of Car 98 Army 0-4 to 2-4? And let's see what's going to bring in and how everything's are going to end up, because things for One Plus God's Reign are definitely not something that they were well prepared for. Soul rushing it towards the center of the circle and going in for the drop package. He gets some. Soul has got mag 7. Grenades will be tossed. Damage will not be delivered. And here we go. Anshu with the Uzi, well prepared, waiting for the players to push in. It's a 4-stack rush coming in from the side of One Plus God's, from Car 98 Army and One Plus God's Reign. It's again the scattered play that is not functioning well, Azora. This is where they are lacking.
Yeah, whenever they were banding together with a 4-man squad, they were looking super concrete. And now, all of a sudden, it's a weak play coming in. Wait, what? All 3 cyber drops were procured by Car 98 Army. This is where the difference has come down to the picture. One Plus God's Reign, they're not at all contesting all of this. Just staying out there, thinking that it's going to be safe for them to go ahead and call it quits. 4 rounds already received. But do not think that it's an easy game. It's always going to be a comeback coming in from Car 98 Army, and that's one of the things that we are witnessing right about now. Tatsuya, the ability Rebels Rush, still yet to be seen, and one player, he has been instantly knocked. Look at that Ignis wall being utilized, and now moving forward, it's a big cluster right inside the room. And One Plus God's Reign, they're still counting what can be done in this given situation. Manish, he's running away as he's the only player standing there, and he's taking all of those shots on his chest as Car 98 Army, they have plundered the 3rd round.
Here we go. It's if at all Car 98 Army wins the next upcoming round, they might go ahead with an equalizer. We're talking about this particular round. Once again, the scattered play coming in from the side of One Plus God's Reign. It's not functioning well. And now 3-4 will be the score line, and shotgun as well as Scar come into the mix, and that too with the third level 3 active chipset. And what sort of a damage will it deliver? I'll keep my eyes over that. 4v4 again. One Plus God's Reign going for the split of 1:3, whereas the Car 98 Army are going to stick up with each other, and then they're going to push in. And who is going to do what? Look at Bot God outside the compound, trying to get any information possible, but Soul being better at it. He's within the compound. He's trying to get the information, and he has the required information. He knows about Anshu and Kaushik.
Oh yes, that's the kind of information that you need. It's out there. Santino just to go ahead and reposition. Quick repositioning coming in. One Plus God's Reign, they need to go ahead and derail the entire train of Car 98 Army, which is for now going in with a very rapid pace of confidence. Kaushik on the elevators, trying to get the additional bit of information. There's a tire as well to go ahead and bounce away from harm's way, but that's for the later stage. There's so much silence in this particular round as One Plus God's Reign, they're also slowly figuring out what needs to be done. And Car 98 Army, they already know what should be done. 7 seconds. And the circle. Oh, there you go, the ship. This is what they were waiting for.
They are in a perfect position. Smoke grenades will be tossed over here to just move around and open. Manish very low on HP. And here comes God taking down Kaushik, and Flash will do the dirty deed. And Alok Awaken Rush coming in Car 98. It is God. The very first ace coming in the Clash Chord. Very well executed, very well played. The shotgun did all the wonders that was needed. He got one followed by another used Alok Awaken, and then goes for the 3rd and 4th. Here we go. It's an equalizer, Azora. Something that we were not ready for. It was all about 0-4 to 4-4. Now who takes away the lead?
Well, it was a very nice merry-go-round, but a merry-go-round of death. A lovely way to go ahead and showcase Bot God. Insane performance. And I believe for a fact that right now Car 98's confidence is sky high. So might as well go ahead and get the benefit of the situation. One plus God's Reign still trying to tackle the entire situation. Knows that the opponents are right there, but the nade could not do much. Kaushik underneath. There you go, couple of players. They're going to be bouncing out there. Soul, he's been taken care of. Similar thing happens to Karthik as well. Couple of shots, and there's the big cluster that was waiting for a really nice ambush.
It was all about A124 being activated. Not much of character skills were used over there, and it was rightly used, rightly placed. And again, One Plus God's Reign finally picking up the pace. Did they give the momentum away, or were they just playing it patient? Right now, Bot God with 10 eliminations on his name. Same goes for Anshu. It's a fight of 2-4, where it's all about snipers on one end and it's all about shotgun on the other end. Shotguns are playing better for now. A lot of damage dealt. No knocks taken, but as soon as I say that, One Plus God's Reign are going to take the lead again.
Oh, wow. And this is the benefit of the entire situation, right? I mean, you get a cyber airdrop, you get abilities as well. I could see Graffiti's Blessing being deployed in the previous one. And Igris constantly was being initiated from the cyber airdrop itself. That's where players could go ahead and get the entire round onto themselves. Car 98, well, if you don't contest for the airdrop, then it's going to be a bad time for you, as there's always going to be an ability which you can use in the nick of the time. So when you have it, you can always go ahead and utilize it. If you don't, then of course you're going to think that I should have contested for it. Now Soul, he's contesting way too forward. I don't think so. One Plus God's Reign have the information that this player is so close.
Same scoreline, 4-5. This is where the blunder took place on the map of Bermuda, and this time One Plus God's Reign has to be on the high alert mode to not repeat what mistakes they have made, not give an equalizer, and Anshu popping the time turner and moving out of sight with the shotgun on his hand. And Car 98 being very passive this time, very passive, which is entirely not their play style, and they are making sure of to go create a deja vu moment of Bermuda. But will One Plus God's Reign, realizing with the mistakes, are they going to hop in with the same mistake that they've already made? It was Kaushik and Alvaro being equipped. A lot of grenade damage was delivered, and Beastin as well, reuniting with their teammates. It's a stack of 4 against 4.
Oh, there you go. The Ignis, the wall. It's going to take away a lot of HP. A lovely nade being pounced yet again. But here's the thing, right? Car 98 Army, they're just playing it to perfection. They're not at all showcasing or exposing themselves a lot. And the moment they told that Bot God, he's in deep trouble. HP way too low. Kaushik, shots taken with the AWM, and those shots are looking really nice. Half HP depletes instantly. Bot God still going ahead, trying to struggle his way through. And Soul, for now, he's looking in for the repositioning rather than just staying there inside the circle and calling it truce. There comes a shot. Lovely initiation. This is the beginning that Car 98 needed, and they have received it. But on the other end, it's going to be Kaushik just dishing out all of those damages. Couple of players, all of them gone as they perish away, all thanks to this one player. There comes the Booyah. A lovely one, to be honest. One Plus God's Reign. What a lovely way to bring those factors back into the entire court. So it's a 1-1.
We are going a 3-mapper. That is what interests me the most. We're talking about One Plus God's Reign. They did their homework well. They did not repeat the mistakes they made in the map of Bermuda, and the homework paid them the rewards. Still are going to go ahead and play the third mapper. It could have been 2-0 if the mistakes were repeated. They corrected every single thing that was needed, and it was very accurately played. It was the demand, it was the need of the situation, and One Plus God's Reign met it very wisely.
True, and all the chips were down. It was all on stake. It's either going to be a jackpot or it's going to be no money, go home. And that's where I would say that One Plus God's Reign rectified every single one of the mistakes, and now it is to a factor of a sudden death. either of the teams are going to go towards the lower brackets. So let's just go ahead and see how well they can go ahead and perform in the upcoming one. We all know Kalahari is not going to be so blessing for most of them. There's some really nice battle which will be initiated. Moreover, the teams need to, again, whatever mistakes that they've made, I do understand Nextera is not a favorite map of most of the teams, but somehow in the vanilla maps, you have to perform.
Well, talking about Kalahari, OnePlus God's Reign, the worst nightmare is the map of Kalahari. And I don't know if that stands strong with the Clash Squad mode as well. But talking about Battle Royale, this is the map that they fear the most, perform the least, and that is the final decider map for the Clash Squad mode, which makes things even more interesting. And let's see if they are going to bring in something unique in Clash Squad mode, rather whatever they have been doing in Battle Royale, because over here it's a little different from whatever they have played. It's about no fear of rotation. It's all about survival and firepower. Right now, one skill usage, A124, being wisely used by Kaushik, shut down all the push towards him. So it's all about the right and timely use of active skills, followed by the team support and the way they were splitting, the scattered split. They realized that that was something, a big time blunder that they made. So they made sure that they stick together, and the tables have been equalized by now.
So yeah, whenever teams have stuck together, whenever they have not gone for that split push, they've always performed really good. So talking about the MVP, the person who has performed top notch has to be Anshu. 10 total eliminations with a damage of 3698. So overall, really good performance coming in, reigniting the fire for sure. So let's just go ahead and see how well the team can go ahead and maintain similar kind of a play style in the upcoming map, which is going to be the decider of who is going to advance forward and who will meet their match later on. So overall, a good performance, and I would say that every single person coming in from the factors of OnePlus God's Reign did absolutely amazing since round number 1 in this particular map of Nextera.
Sure thing. And talking about these super teams, now they know the exact strategies, they know the exact skill sets they are using, and now they are up against going ahead. Now this is the exact time where one team is going to move towards the winners bracket and the one team is going to go towards lower bracket. Sure, you do have the opportunity to participate and continue in the mode of Clash Squad, but you won't do it flawlessly. And who wouldn't? Let's see which is that team who is going to go ahead and grab the spot in the qualified teams in the upper bracket. And this is the scoreboard entirely for the better understanding. The damage dealt over here from the side of Car 98 Army bot God with massive 4,349 damage, which is extremely massive. On the other end, if we have a look, sure, we do see Anshu taking away the MVP title, and did you notice, Azora, the team to take away the MVP is sure thing of importance, but on the other end is always a player who tanks the maximum, who delivers the maximum amount of damage. It's like the team doesn't support you well somehow.
Are you talking about Bot God? Well, he himself was the pillar of the team. You could see the merry-go-round that he created, the death circle, the loop was absolutely amazing. And the way he was just demonstrating how M590 should be utilized was top-notch. So overall, it was a lovely ace, but it could not reach in further towards those rounds where they could call Nextera to be their next home ground. So overall, good performance from the likes of Bot God, but look at the amount of assists that I can see in the hands of Sid. My goodness, 16! Yikes! And in that, he could only confirm 3.
Well, that was a little lesser. I did mention it, right, that the firepower was not supporting Bot God. Bot God was trying his best, or whatever he was trying in best of his abilities to bring in 1 round or 2 rounds or whatever that the team could gain a lot. But then OnePlus God's Reign doing the homework better, delivering the damage that is well deserved, and also not repeating the mistakes in a short span of 2 maps. That was incredible. OnePlus God's Reign, talking about particularly if he had one name, Manish, and he is able to pull the triggers right on time. May it be sniper, may it be SMG, may it be shotgun. He is just doing his work very nicely.
Indeed. And I'm hoping that he can go ahead and carry forward similar kind of pace in the upcoming map as well. It is going to be super important. It's a do or die situation for both of them. Okay. So let's just go ahead and pray for it to be a really good round for either of the part. The one who does the best or the one who performs the best is going to go ahead and reap those rewards and move in towards the upper bracket. This is going to be the match summary where both of them have been allotted 1 point each. 6-5, 4-6 in next era, and next is going to be Kalahari, which will be important for both of the teams to perform better.
The decider map just around the corner, and what will they decide? Which characters to be banned, or which character skills to be equipped, because that plays massive role as well, because equipping A124, denying all the active skills and the skills, passive skills, and continuing to making sure of that they survive. Somehow it is more of firepower with the combination of perfect skill sets being used. And if at all 1+ God's Reign are again going to bring in the same pattern, I do believe, if you had to place a bet, I would like to put you under the bus right now, Azora. Who do you think might take away? Yes, who do you think might get the first spot into the middle row, which is the winners bracket?
Way to throw me under the bus, Tanya. Thank you. So I would say it's going to be Car 98 who will move forward. They have been playing very well since the beginning. I do understand there were like a couple of hiccups in the later part of it towards the second map. But overall, their ground basis is pretty clear. They're going to aggress forward. Once they do, they're absolutely amazing at it. And that's the way they have made their way from the online qualifiers all the way towards the CS mode. So I would say, yes, it's going to be Car 98, but I would really love to hear from your end, Tanya, as I'm going to throw you under the bus and ask, who do you think is going to go forward?
Well, to whatever you analyzed, I would second it, Car 98. But to make things more interesting, I would go ahead and pick 1+ God's Reign here, because that is not only going to create battle against the teams, but also a good banter between us. But for sure, Car 98 stands a stronger chance to go ahead and win the very first map. And I'm not being diplomatical. I am trying to entertain all the viewers, as well as bringing the spark between us as well, in terms of the good banter and a good sort of healthy discussion about which team might win it. Now, there's one thing that I want to write a note of. 1+ God's Reign does tend to get shaky once they lose one round. That is what I noticed. They start to panic, they start to scatter around, and I don't know, somehow at the end of the time, when they played with patience, they again cluster. Once they cluster, there's nothing of match. So 1+ God's Reign to win it, all they have to do is just go ahead, play with patience, and not rush into the hands of opponents to give away those elimination points.
Of course. And I believe that that's going to be the mentality for most of the players out there to go ahead and perform in a CS mode. Do not go ahead and start making things way too complicated. Just take one step at a time, and there you go. The names are going to be displayed out there. Car 98 winning the first map, the second one in the name of next era, and this is the kind of competition we are loving to watch. Kalahari being the map decider and the fate decider as well for both of these teams. Let's just go ahead and see which character are going to be banned and picked in this particular map, as it's very versatile whenever it comes to those flank angles, whenever it comes to the pyramid areas, how well you can perform. This is going to be the deciding factor. Ignis, Oscar, both of them insta ban. Doesn't matter whether they survive or not. And now moving forward towards a bigger picture.
We have Tatsuya Eventu for Clue and Sky on the side of Team Car 98 Army. On the other end, we have Santino, Koda, Chrono, Zain, Oscar and Ignis. Over and over time, they are being manned just to avoid any sort of damages, to progress or to survive until the final circle, where the zone also shrinks in. Santino very well played by the player Predator himself. Kaushik delivering ample amount of information with the character ability. Koda, Chrono, Anshu on the defender side, Enzyme. I've already mentioned penetrating damage through the glue walls and towards the players. Now, Clue stands of more importance over here for the perfect information, which should be used wisely by Sid, because if Clue is delivering the information, Sid should be able to deliver the active ability, which is Riptide Rhythm, and then comes the rush from Tatsuya, which is Karthik, and A124. Soul stands a crucial role for me right now, going in for A124 to denying all the character skills. For me right now, Soul is the player to watch out for. How well does he disables or dismantles every single ability in the mix?
You know, so far I've been seeing A124 in the hands of Kaushik, and he has done justice to that character. In the earlier fight itself, as Car 98, they were aggressing forward towards, I believe, a care package. They were taking care instantly, and that's the kind of approach most of the players have from whenever they equipped A124 as their active skill. So let's just go ahead and understand how well they can go ahead and perform in the upcoming one. I'm expecting it to be a really nice encounter. Car 98, they have picked their poisons wisely, and they have understood what and all has been done from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign to perfect things overall in the previous game. So let's just understand how well they can go ahead and perform in this one, as both of them have a sword on their throat. So let's just go ahead and see how Kalahari is going to treat either of them. It's going to be a big W, or the teams are going to learn the lesson the hard way onto what needs to be done. How good of a sniper can you be in the map of Kalahari?
This is the circle of command post on the map of Kalahari, the decider match of best of 3 between Car 98 Army, OnePlus God's Reign, 4 versus 4, and here comes Karthik with a double pistol in his hand, already having a lot of information and small tents only to the cover. Soul just rushing it in, time turner will be activated, and right now dodging some bullets, healing himself. Anshu trying to go ahead, grab the care package within the time turner, and there's no rush. There's a cover right now. He's going to heal himself up. 4v4, Scythe in the hands of Bot God looks very deadly to me. Reminds me of Grim Reaper. Let's see which soul is he going to grab.
Oh no. I believe his soul is for auction. Money's right in front. Way too close in this entire encounter, and there's a risk of exposure, but the exposure will absolutely dismantle Bot God's hope of at least getting a knock. And in fact, Kaushik, he is pleading for help. He is calling in all of those shots. And Soul, he was quick for the rescue, but unfortunately, those trades are looking back to back. Karthik being the last man standing. There comes Predator from the backside. He has a really good HP. Karthik, what can he do? He just perishes away as Manish, his akimbo pistols are doing the magic.
But there's one more thing that I noticed right now, that Tiger was used over here to deny the information, and which is great. Now you do have some character skills. You go ahead and get the information, may it be through Coda, may it be through Clue, but then you have a Nimble Ninja. It's a Sensei Tig pet which you use, where a marked enemy is reduced by, the timer of the marked enemy is reduced by 30%, and very rarely it has been used, and it came to my eyes and I had to share it with the viewers as well as you. It's a 4v4, first round in the hands of OnePlus God's Reign, pistol 1. Let's see who takes away the post pistol with all 4 snipers on the other side.
Oh, good information. Every single thing stands still. Sid on the other end, he's trying to give the bird eye view onto what's happening, and look at Kaushik. He's already set there, knows that Sid is right in front. One scope is going to take the entire hope of that one player to survive, but this shot is going to look really nice. As Kaushik, he's the first one to drop the bird down. Sid eliminated. Soul, what can he do? Shots fired, but none of them hit on target. The flank angles are completely annihilated now, and Car 98 Army, they need to somehow have a contingency plan, which I believe is not out there.
It's a 3v4. Watchtower will be watched wisely and Bot God will be put to sleep. It's all about 2v4. Now there's no way Bot God can be revived. Sid trying to pave his way towards Bot God, but he will be spotted. He will be eliminated. And long range weapon delivered a lot of rewards. It's a 2-0 right now. 1 plus. God's Reign are outweighing Car 98 right now. And that exactly happened on the map of Next Era. They are being very consistent. Sure, the first map was not exactly as they planned, but then comes 1 plus God's Reign. The wrath is real. They are looking aggressive and there's nothing stopping them until and unless it's the ground of Refinery, where you do have fall damage. If at all you miss that jump, you might be taken down by the fall damage, which is the last of the mistakes you would want to commit.
You know, here's the best part, right? Win the first round, get the economy, and once you have the economy, do not invest in helmet or vest. Nothing. All you have to do is invest on weapons. That's it. Good amount of awards being reaped right about now. And Kaushik, the flank angle completely eliminates that one player who was thinking that he can survive for a longer time. Bot God jumping around, trying to take the peak, get the shots aligned from P90. Both of them equal HP. But here's the better part. Kaushik, he instantly goes in for the heal. The height advantage is out there for the likes of Sid, but he's not able to provide the support. He can at least see who is going to flank that one ally that he has, which is Bot God. Kaushik, aggressive stance as always. Shots fired. The glue wall is going to break down. And look at the cluster. The nade itself is dealing a lot of damage. Flank angle being called in yet again. Bot God, last man standing. As Sid, he has instantly been knocked down on the ground. What a lovely trade game being showcased. 1 plus God's Reign. They're ready for the afterlife as well.
Sid, the face of disappointment being spotted. The circle of Santa Catarina this time. Who is going to take down whom? If we talk about the economy, well, nobody is at crunch. Everybody looks fine, except the weapons are already well equipped from the side of 1 plus God's Reign. They not only survive, but also make sure to retain their economy until the next round. 0-3. Now, this is the time that Car 98 should realize the stakes are higher. They need to pull up their socks and pull the triggers down to take some players to get them elimination points. And here comes the clustered pattern from the side of 1 plus God's Reign. Once again, they're going to push up, and Karthik and Soul are trying to go for the flank angle. Is it going to deliver any rewards? That's going to be the question.
There you go. The initial point of contact. One player already knocked on the ground. Kaushik way too low on HP, and Bot God. There he is, shutting him down. One by one, the entire cookie. The moment they are about to form a perfect biscuit, they have been crumbled down over and out. Bot God, he has been eliminated, annihilated. And Kaushik alongside Manish being the last two contenders from the likes of 1 plus God's Reign. What can they do in the nick of the time as another one perishes away? Manish running away for his dear life as the weapon he holds. It is of mass destruction, but not for now.
We get to see Car 98 Army getting the first round on the grounds of Santa Catarina. Now we are going to jump towards the shrines, and it's again, if you have a look at the economy, it looks pretty strong. It doesn't matter if they lost a single round, they still have enough economy to buy good long range weapons as well as 2 SMGs in the mix, 2 P90s coming in from the side of Manish and Predator. On the other end, we do see 2 snipers, and here comes the push. They are heading towards the care package. Soul and Karthik against Anshu and Manish, who is going to take down whom, and Clue has been activated to deliver all the information that is required. Anshu trying to get a third TPP view to get more information on his favor. Freeze bombs will be used, a lot of damage will be delivered, and Karthik with a shotgun is waiting for the player to push out of the time turner to deliver a lot of damage. Anshu pushing in, shotgun should do the better action, and indeed it does. Karthik shuts down Anshu. Will he be able to take down Manish? Yes.
Big. This is big. Mass destruction, and 1 plus God's Reign from the previous round. They're not able to hold their grounds. Kaushik already annihilated. Predator being the last man standing, and he has to hunt down 3 of the players from the likes of Car 98 Army. Unless he is able to sniff blood, I don't think so he can do much. But he's so calm. Look at him. Getting the information, even on the screen, we can see Sid. He's trying his level best to get what can be done in this given situation. At least 3 players, they can go ahead and get those weapons for the next following round. That's the kind of thought process that they're going ahead and thinking right about now. Sid taking those shots as he has the information alongside Karthik. This is the kind of retaliation that we all wanted to see, and there you go. Soul was the one who was way too close, and he shuts down that one player. Predator could not do much. At least a knock or two would have been absolutely amazing, but this is where the entire thing happened. They were contesting the care package, the cyber airdrop, and once they contested that, 1+ God's Reign, they could not hold their ground till the very end. There you go. This is the place where I wanted to go ahead and see those sniper shots being activated.
Sniper shots, who is going to take down whom still remains the question, because right now either it's going to be a lead being doubled or it's going to be an equalizer. Gradually the players paving their way. 1+ God's Reign up in open, long range weapon, but Kaushik is giving a good cover over there. Karthik will be spotted and there's no way he can survive. He will be taken down. Kaushik gets the first doom on his name, and it's going to be 3 versus 4 situation. So lots of broken walls, lots of covers, but is this enough to avoid any pixel view coming in from the side of Kaushik? Because he was able to provide the cover once. Let's see if he's going to provide over and over time.
Lovely repositioning. I don't think so. God knows the information, but Sid from far off, what a lovely snipe coming in from his end. This is the retaliation that we all wanted to see for so long. Lovely nade. And look at Soul. He's just paving his way forward, but that one window of opportunity is not letting him go forward. Overall, the players are coming back into the picture. Good control being re-established as Bot God, who was controlling an entire pyramid, is long gone. It's a 2v2 situation where Anshu, he is calling in for the support, but the support is far away. Soul very aggressive, knows where the opponents are, and those shots are going to look even more crisp. Sid, what on earth is going on? There's going to be reposition. Santino moving forward, and this Santino needs to be destroyed, and it has been done. Predator now has to think twice to go ahead and run forward like a pelican.
Soul trying to close in with the shotgun. He should be able to get 1v2. Will he be successful with the cover? He gets one, going for the second one as well in near time, delivered a lot of damage. Here comes the team to support, but Trades comes in handy. Lovely. And Soul and Sid gets 1 elimination on each, and 3-3. It's the equalizer. No doubling up the leads.
No more doubling up. It's always gonna be similar level again and again. And this is how the entire thing changed. That one flank angle from the likes of Soul was super important. And look at him aggressing down the throat. Knows that his A124 ability has not yet come into the picture, but still he's rushing forward. And that shotgun play was absolutely amazing. Car 98, whenever they need to go ahead and utilize that one factor of aggression, they always do it, but with perfection.
He realized the threat was all about snipers. Let me just close in, use the shotguns, and there's an exchange of flash freezes. Little bit of damage being delivered here and there. Glue walls will be deployed. Kaushik low on HP, so is the other player. Predator having all the required information, but look at the positioning of Bot God. Will be able to take down Anshu. Will he be revived? Still remains the question. Shotgun comes in handy. Soul going in, trying to get the elimination secured. He does successfully.
There's another knock. Kaushik has perished away so soon. And it's all thanks to Bot God. This man is running around, calling in all of those shots. Manish for now running close, trying to understand where the opponent is. And he just wants those isolated 1v1 battles. And the battles are going to be provided. Soul alongside Karthik, both of them, they have been knocked down on the ground. And look at Predator. He's trying his level best, but it's Bot God always to stop these enemies in their tracks.
He was revived right on time, and he pulls the second ace on his name. I mean, the only player to get the ace, or maybe 2 aces. There's no single player who has gone in cleaning the entire lobby. And finally, the lead shifts towards Car 98 Army. Economy is not a big threat on either of the ends. They both can equip all the best of weapons. Kaushik with a Groza with the active chip. And let's see what is Kaushik up to. There's a good split. Bayfront will be the circle this time. And look at this. The moment OnePlus loses a round, they go in scattered and they start losing numbers. There is going to be the tower. The first encounter might be the place of tower. 2 players each. 2 versus 2.
I can hear a AWM shot coming in. Manish right in front. And he's running away for his dear life. The fountain region completely contested. Karthik right on the other corner. And Anshu. I've seen him do the heavy lifting. And I hope that this time around he can at least start getting those eliminations that he so well deserves. Tatsuya dash in the hands of Karthik, not yet used, and the other abilities as well. They're still there intact. This is the kind of rush they're waiting for. They need to just take care of Kaushik, and other than that, every single thing will be done for. Manish on the other end, taking down the glue wall will be important in Soul. He has already, lasered himself to at least break some kind of shin or an ankle of the opponent.
Sure thing, and now it's all about 2 flanks better because the center region is already being well done. Ignis coming into the action, and what got shutting Predator. Lot of throwables being used over here, but enough time to heal up.
My goodness, that was a lovely way to go ahead and dodge. Anshu right now just rushing forward. He needs to evacuate from this position. The Chrono Shield was deployed. Soul on the other end, lovely shots. And from there on, I believe the case of OnePlus God's Reign to go ahead and call in their 4th is going to be super tough as it's a 3v2 situation. Kaushik, Anshu, what can they do? Groza X edition, and I'm hoping that at least it can do a lot of damage. But it is going to be Car 98 Army who have the man count advantage. And with that said, there comes the 5th.
If they win the next one, they go in ahead towards the winner's bracket. But before that, there's a long fight happening. OnePlus God's Reign. They have enough creds. Are they going to bring in the better action that the team requires, that the moment requires, and the grounds of Mammoth? That's something that I've been waiting entirely. And there's no hard cover to work around, but a lot of verticality being involved. Drop being spotted. And right off the bat, Sid shuts down Predator. Revival should be easy, but that was massive. That was huge.
That's a statement. That's a statement right there. I'm the better sniper. Bot God. For now, he's taking all the wrath and Sid on the other end. I would love to see what kind of position he's up to. The shenanigans are always going to be better for the likes of Car 98 Army. Bot God, quick on his feet, getting the control overall. The entire bird view will be in his grasp. Moreover, if he wants to go ahead and utilize his active ability, he will and get the information onto where the opponents are. That itself is a big question. How well can OnePlus God's Reign tackle this one?
How well can they go ahead? I'm talking about Karthik right now. A lot of damage he was trying to deliver, but he will be spotted, shut it down by Manish over here. It's all down to Karthik. Will he be revived? No comes in the question. Retaliation coming to the action and falling off through the bones of the Mammoth. And now it's all down to Predator versus 3 players, and it's a match point on the favor of Car 98 Army. Predator, you have to do the work. Heavy lifting, he's not going to do it, and victory falls in place for Car 98 Army. We have got the first team moving in towards the winners bracket.
Wow, Car 98 Army. What a lovely way to go ahead and check all of the tracks, get the height advantage, and from there on, do the heavy lifting. That one encounter towards a close quarter was super good. Soul, my oh my, those shots were crystal clear. And the shotgun play has always reaped a lot of rewards. So overall, a good performance coming in, and I'm expecting that this team can go ahead and keep showcasing such kind of dominating performance. Moreover, the M1887 has been utilized so many times, Tanya, in close quarter battles that I believe I will stay away from all of these players who are using shotguns. I will stay miles away because one shot, even if it connects onto the face, you're done for.
And you do not want to get done so quickly for sure. Right now, OnePlus God's Reign had all the plans to bring in something unique, but then falling off that fossil was a table turner. Now, we did talk about it. It is a lot of verticality involved without hard covers to protect them. And this was the circle, and this was the decider circle. Somewhere talking about Car 98, we both were very well aware about it, that they are going to win it. And we guessed it right, we predicted it right. But then talking about some pets, I would want to mention Reiki was also involved in the mix. So Azora, that means that Reiki is giving away the information to the players who are wounded, who are healing themselves, and that sort of information also stands crucial for the rushers of the team, or maybe the assaulters of the team. And more or less we'd like to see MVP, wouldn't you?
Let's go. I would really love to see the kind of statistics the MVP is bringing onto the table. Of course, it's going to be from the likes of Car 98 Army. The performance itself was out there, and the way they were getting those eliminations, Soul, hands down, has to be rewarded with a silver plate. Look at the kind of eliminations he has given for Car 98 Army. 12 eliminations, a damage of over 5,000. And this itself is massive. I could recollect every single time this person specifically has gone in for a battle, and he has always utilized that shotgun, M1887. That shotgun was singing a lot of lullabies and putting down the enemies to sleep.
Well, it reminds me of Siren. The beautiful sound that you hear and then you are all taken down. That was exactly what Soul did right now. He sucked up all the souls that came against him, and it was a wonderful map to start off this Clash Squad mode. It went until a 3-mapper, a crucial next era map won by God's Reign. They did not go empty-handed. They do have that sort of a firepower, but then Car 98 Army proving a point, we are just stronger, and it was a comeback story again. Car 98 not being able to win the second map and then losing pistol post pistol, and then making sure of not to lose a single round henceforth, and they getting graduated, or they getting moving ahead towards the winners bracket. Let's have a look at the scoreboard.
Well, the scoreboard is going to give you a lot of perspective onto the trades, onto how well the team was performing. OnePlus God's Reign, they had some really good 3-pointers in the earlier game, and then later on they could not keep up the similar kind of pace. The assists that are around 6, 4, 6, 5 from the likes of Kaushik, Manish, Peter and Anshu. And yeah, the damage department itself is not that happy, as most of the heavy lifting was done from the likes of Car 98 Army itself. 10 assists, 8 assists, 11 and 1. My goodness, those are some good amount of assists. But Soul, being one of the players who has gone in for at least 22 fights, in which 12 fights he has won against the opponent, but 10 they have been won by his teammates.
That proves a strong statement about what Soul is, and we did talk about it. Soul is the player to watch out for in this particular map. With being A124 active skill, he was able to give a lot of assists to his teammates. But now coming towards OnePlus God's Reign, they had the momentum, they had everything that was needed, but by the end of the day, they lose one round and they start scattering away. That is something that's not working right now. They couldn't do it better on the winners bracket side, but they still do have a room of opportunity on the lower bracket. Please explain match summary, Azora.
I mean, the overall performance itself, well, 2-1 being the perfect split, where Car 98 Army has dominated in 2 maps respectively, which is Bermuda and Kalahari. In such a fashion, Bermuda was 6-5, close, cut to cut. Next era, they lost 4-6. Kalahari 6-3. This itself showcases that Car 98 was just prepared. They were like, next era goes, it's all right, I don't mind. But Kalahari needs to be ours. And in the starting 3, they were looking like, oh wait, what's going on? OnePlus God's Reign, they have slowly bumped up their performance so much. They're playing so good. And then later on in the fourth round, that's where they started to gain the momentum that they needed. And that's where Car 98 always leads the charge. Aggression, momentum, and there goes the entire train. Chuk chuk.
And that is exactly, you have to make sure you keep going ahead and in the way that you reach towards the right station. And to my knowledge, Car 98 has reached to the upper bracket station. I'm talking about OnePlus God's Reign. They
Yeah.
will have to battle off some other team. And Car 98 Army, they struggled a little on the map of Next Era. I believe that's their weak map. I believe that way in terms of Clash Squad. But otherwise, they have performed very well on the map of Next Era, on the Battle Royale mode as well. But in Clash Squad, they all started off with a 0-4 scoreline where they did manage to match up to 4-4, and then OnePlus God's Reign said, it's a full stop. We are not giving you a deja vu moment. We are going to bring in whatever best that we have, and we are not going to go from 4-5 to 6-5, because that was the map of Bermuda, which was totally capitalized by Team Car 98. And towards third map, well, it is all a history. Soul remains the player under the spotlight.
Well, true, and that's the thing, right? Whenever you find a glitch in the matrix, you always don't fix it. You just find a way to go ahead and hack your way through it. So I just love the way Car 98 Army was always quick on their feet with the kind of improvisations that they provided throughout the game, and that's the kind of approach that you have to keep over and out. I still remember how good the squad of OnePlus God's Reign was trying to showcase that they are the ones to go ahead and dominate, the first round being won by them, simultaneously the second one as well. They did not invest in any kind of helmet or vest whatsoever, and from there on they were just on a rapid pace to success. But once their success came to a full stop, they did not know what to do. They did not understand how to go ahead and take a fight against Car 98 Army, as they were so grueling towards getting those eliminations, and once they did, they were confirming them instantly. Even though we could see at one point of time at the Mammoth region where the shots were coming from the far off section and the revival was instant, I could still understand Bot God wants to do more damage out there. He took the height advantage and he just constantly relied upon his sniper to go ahead and at least get a knock. And from there on, the confirmation was on the hands of Bot God. So that's the kind of, I would say, chemistry I would love to see from the upcoming teams, as they're the ones to go ahead and showcase how good they are in CS mode. And that's how you get the majority of the chunk from the prize pool. It's 20 lakh, we all understand, but the first place winners are going to get 10 lakh, which itself is an important thing, plus the boasting rights.
Yeah, absolutely. You win the bragging rights with the title, championship, and a lot of prize pool to earn. And also that, winning a battle royale, it's all about strategies, manpower, rotation. Here, what you bring in on the table is more or less about firepower. Both of them have got equal weapons. Both of them have got the equal circle. There's no third party ruling anything. There's no third party ruining anything. It's all within themselves. And if you're able to prove your firepower here, I do believe if these teams are surviving until the final circle, then they might be able to take away the booyah. I mean, this and Car 98 today might have won a lot of hearts over here, because the way they retaliated, the way they confirmed the eliminations, active skill sets being channelized into the direction to win that particular round so precisely that there stood no competition no matter what.
Exactly, and I could see a lot of moments where Car 98 Army have already attained Nirvana. They were like, wait, I'm very happy with this kind of situation. There's some really nice manpower advantage. Might as well go ahead, finish it off as soon as possible. They have a quick breather. They get good weapons. They always understand that you have to keep certain kind of a tax bracket. Of course, when we talk about those money, the economy, it always comes down to the really good slab of at least holding some in your pocket and then re-implementing that in the next following one. But here's where the entire idea became even more concrete, keeping the players alive, keeping those weapons for the next following round, and then later on investing them in helmets, vests, getting mushrooms, getting fixable items to fix yourself real quick whenever you need the quick patch. It's out there. So those kind of switcheroos and improve tactics that I could see from Car 98, I believe was slightly on the lower end coming in from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, but they themselves were showcasing a lot of firepower. That's one of the things that I noticed in the word go. The beginning battle itself was super precise, So I think this team has a lot of momentum, has a lot of confidence, but I think it's gonna come after some time, like the kind of performance that they can showcase, if you know what I'm trying to say. They're just shying away from fights, basically.
Yeah, true that. They are trying to go ahead and map of survival. That we are done with the first map for the day, ladies and gentlemen, and we are all set and we are all ready to witness the second map for the day. It's going to be Team Total Gaming, fan favorite against IQ Reckoning. Let's see what sort of a play Reckoning brings in towards the table against teams like Total Gaming, who has dominated the entire leaderboard, may it be in-game qualifiers, may it be online qualifiers, may it be league stages 1, may it be league stages 2. There is no competition for Team Total Gaming in Battle Royale. What comes to the table from IQ Reckoning? That is a big question from my side.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That Total Gaming and NG Pros would have been a really, really good matchup. Like, absolutely shell-shocking matchup. But whatever has been received, whatever has been made, it's already made. Total Gaming against IQ Reckoning. IQ Reckoning themselves have showcased a lot of aggression when it comes to BR mode. But we are yet to see in the CS mode too how well they can analyze, assess a given assignment. Moreover, Total Gaming, they have been dominating since the word go. They have been dominating since the beginning of the game. Online qualifiers, whether it be league stages, every single spot, they have gained maximum amount of eliminations in their pocket. A similar thing cannot be said for the likes of IQ Reckoning. So let's just go ahead and see what's the kind of map order we all will witness. It's going to be Bermuda first, Kalahari, and then later on Nextera, which I believe might be the case that we can see the second game as well moving into the third map.
Well, are we going to
Just
move
a
into
hunch.
the third map? Are we going to move
Just
into
a
the
hunch.
third map? All right, but Bermuda, well, the very first map, bringing in a lot of challenges to understand exactly what character skill sets are being used, what sort of strategies are being used, and what strategies are you going to abuse on the other side? Because right now, for the previous map, totally Car 98 realized that the split is something that's not working, and we will abuse their split play. And let's see if there's something happening in this sort of play as well. Talking about Bermuda, sure, it can bring in new sort of challenges within the vanilla map. Kalahari, the map of Total Gaming, now you wouldn't deny that they own this map no matter what, in terms of sniper, in terms of close range duels. And then comes Nextera. If at all it goes towards the decider map, I do believe Reckoning should be able to do a better deal in the map of Nextera.
Oh, yes. I like you mentioned, right? Are we going to Nextera? I think we are going to Nextera. I very well think that we are going to head to Nextera. As IQ Reckoning, they themselves have to prove a lot. And all of the times, whenever we have seen them in a BR stage, those fights have been spoiled somehow by a third party. So this time there is not going to be any equation of third party. So let's just see how well the firepower has refined to perfection, or it still needs a lot of work to be done. So that's where IQ Reckoning is going to be put to test. On the other end, we all know Total Gaming have been absolutely dominating when it comes to third parties, or whenever it comes to a firepower display. They have highest amount of eliminations on their name, and they're currently running or ranked to second in this overall TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. That's the kind of performance versus Reckoning, IQ Reckoning. How well they can go ahead and showcase their individual gameplay is yet to be seen. This is the kind of benchmark which has already been set from the likes of Car 98 2-1. The best you can do is 2-0.
Yeah, the best you can do is 2-0. Let's see if there's going to happen, and if at all IQ Reckoning does it. I mean, that's going to be a shocker to the entire set of tournament, because there's only one team who has overcrossed the scoreline of Total Gaming, which are not in this lobby. So I do believe right now the strongest one within two teams has to be Team Total Gaming. Having said that, it doesn't mean that I'm giving a underperforming statement for
Not at all.
IQ Reckoning. It just indicates
Exactly.
that the score line or the charts that we have already produced in front of us, Total Gaming stands a little strong, not a little, very very stronger as compared to whatever Reckoning has in their pockets. And we have to get ready to see which characters will be banned and which characters are to be picked, because that is how your destiny is to be written for the map of Bermuda.
Oh, well. There you go. The stage is out there. Character select. Tatsuya being banned. Skylar being banned. Okay. We can understand that Oscar is up for grab alongside Ignis. So, I wonder what's going on in the heads of Aiku Reckoning. Yes, Oscar being picked. Couple of picks coming in from Total Gaming. Let's see what will they go ahead and bring into the picture. Cassie alongside Zayn. This is good. Cassie, of course, with the electrotherapy, we all know what kind of shenanigans you can do with a bond which is running around.
We have an Oscar and Ignis. That was a major miss in the previous map. We do have A1T24 continuing its play, and then Ignis is going to stand out for sure. Santino being picked for the notorious play from the side of Team Total Gaming. And we do see Steffi hopping in. And we both know the reason. Obviously, you want to heal up quickly. And let's have a look at the characters. We have Oscar and Ignis. I do believe if we look at the character picks, I find IQ Reckoning doing a better job there.
Of course they're doing a better job. They have taken every single thing. They have taken the cream of aggression. Oscar, Ignis, Steffi, for crying out loud. The graffiti blessing is going to help them so much. Whenever you think that there's always going to be a passive where your nades are going to be multiplied into 3, a cluster, and all of a sudden that cluster is nullified, that's where Steffi's ability comes into picture. And I know for a fact that it's going to be a grueling time for Total Gaming to go ahead and showcase something better. So I would love to see what kind of retaliation Total Gaming is going to showcase. A124 as well has been taken from the likes of Aiku Reckoning. Oh no. They should have a passive called Silver Spoon or Joseph. If they do, that's where the counter is. Else, it's going to be a very bad situation for Total Gaming.
Now, I don't know why. I find the better character skill set in the hands of IQ Reckoning. Now, having the better skill set and also utilizing those skill set very nicely also stands a strong challenge, because it's a mix of firepower with the best skill set. Right now, in terms of skill set, I do see a better hands at IQ Reckoning. On the other side, I wouldn't deny electrotherapy being involved, which is going to heal up. And then on this side, it's all about armor being replenished by picking up Steffi, in terms of making sure to continue to pick up fights. And sure, you did mention about the graffiti blessing. We will see that as well. But Skylar being denied, that means glue walls are going to protect them, bringing in the better cover, better positioning. So somewhere I do see that glue walls are going to do the work where we do not have hard compounds to work around, or where we do not have any compounds to work around. So having Skylar out, so I do tend to see that Team Total Gaming want to deny Skylar to hold in a proper position where there's nobody to compete against them, and they have to push. Once they push, better firepower will come into the action, and we both know who does it better.
You know, there's another thing which needs to be highlighted out here, Tanya, which is Ignis alongside Oscar. Both of them have been picked from the likes of Aiku Reckoning. And that just screams one thing. That why isn't Skylar being utilized from the likes of Total Gaming? What will happen once you see so many glue walls, 3x4 amount of glue walls, which is 12, pouncing right at your face, and there's nothing to go ahead and destruct that. It's only your shots, it's only your firepower. So let's just go ahead and witness this first map, Bermuda, where Total Gaming is going up against Aiku Reckoning.
The first circle being of the factory, it is a 4 versus 4, obviously, and they are going for the care package. It's going to be Aiku Reckoning reaching towards it first. Look at the way Shanky is holding shotgun versus shotgun, and Ignis already being utilized to not deliver much of damage. And 3 players staying out of the factory side. Delete already paved its way against Ninja. It's a shotgun versus shotgun does the better work over here. He's going for the second, and 2 players already down on the knees. Last player Ninja standing tall, and he will also be put to sleep. It was a blink of eye, and the round gets over to Team Total Gaming, winning away the first pistol round. So obviously economy is going to be better on the hands of Team Total Gaming, and Warehouse is somewhere that they are going to have a good cover, but they have to go rush towards the containers. Team Total Gaming way farther away. Ronith with a Uzi, double pistol equipped by Sohan, Vota and Ninja. On the other hand, we do see indeed 3 shotguns, 1 double pistol and 1 mag 7. You do not want to go near to Aztec. If you go, you might be shredded down. Let's see who is going to be shredding down first. PG Delete paving its way, trying to move ahead, and Ignis being utilized to no harm as of now. Containers are the places. Cassie's electrotherapy also comes into the action over here. Sohan down on the knees, deletes double pistol, does the work better. Shanky nearby. Shanky will be spotted and Ninja will shut him down. Time turner activated, will not matter, and here comes the trade. 2 players down on the knees, followed by third. Ronit will be the last man standing. Ronit takes down Delete on his knees, and Ronit turns the table. All 3 players intact. And we do need to see the instant replay. Delete getting 1 player down on the knees, where 2 players were already down. Blue wall was the cover, where Delete takes down 1 player, and he was retaliated so well. I mean, post-pistol round was totally owned by Aiku Reckoning, which is something out of the box, and it was all about firepower. If we talk about weaponaries, Team Total Gaming had a better hand there. If we talk about the positioning and the survival, Team Total Gaming were better there. But Aiku Reckoning's Roneth, not only did he win this round, but also made sure to save all 3 of his teammates. So the Pistons that they bought in the previous round are going to continue. And Azora, what do you think about this sort of play coming in from the side of Aiku Reckoning? I mean, we did underestimate a little.
See, when you see fire, you have to bring in water. And that's what Aiku Reckoning is bringing. Total Gaming being fire out here. The first round, it just got over in an instant. And then later on, the capitalization. Mafia thought that he's going to do one thing better, but it's so on. Just coming down to the rescue of the team, instantly eliminating that 1 player. Total Gaming, I don't think so they can go ahead and at least embark the journey of a comeback, as Aiku Reckoning, they are on a different pattern altogether. A couple of players in the room, both of them taken care. By whom? By Sohan.
Double takedown.
Wow. Delete. Last man standing. And it is going to be Sohan's ace, as the entire team, they're banding together to keep this entire case open and shut. Aiku Reckoning, what a lovely start from the likes of Sohan. He leveled up that MP5 and then later on just went berserk. Max 7, MP5, every single thing being utilized. These are those weapons of destruction which Aiku Reckoning is choosing. Total Gaming, I don't know what kind of response they can bring right about now. Mafia finally equipping that level 2 helmet alongside the vest. This is good for them. And on the other end, Aiku Reckoning. So far, the confidence is looking really good. What do you think, Tanya?
Well, Aiku Reckoning, it's something out of the syllabus, and this makes things even more interesting. 2 rounds already, and saving the pistol rounds was something that worked wonders. And it's fight on the rooftops. Vota holding himself where grenades will be introduced to deliver no harm. Vota with the SMG and Shanky just underneath him. Look at Sohan trying to get the information, and 3 players. Well, Sohan has already got the information of Delete and Shanky. He's using the glue walls to bring in the better cover, realizing there's no Skylar. The glue walls are standing for so long, which looks a little different to me, and Ignis being activated.
Oh, the burn is real. Shanky. Should have thought about banning Ignis first, rather than going in for Skylar. Skylar would have been an actual ally for them. Total Gaming, I believe they are onto something really good. Every single thing down to a standstill. Players are rotating from the likes of Aiku Reckoning. And I can still see that one player Delete inside the compound being so sneaky. And I believe he's going to break the silence. He's going to break the back of Aiku Reckoning. They need to enter inside the compound first. Shanky close by, trying to provide the support, and those shots have been fired, but in just thin air. Oh! Loot procured. That's nice. Shanky, what's it gonna look like? Ronit right in front, shots fired. Wota, the silence breaker, one player already taken care of, and this MP5 is gonna go berserk as it's on level 3. Those shots are gonna be even more lucrative. There comes the final knock. There comes the elimination. And the entire team has been taken care of. Wait, what? Oh, that's the Sholay emote.
He was having his last laugh. 3-1. Now that's massive. That's a good lead coming in from side of IQ Reckoning and Team Total Gaming. Well, I would want to address something over here. Not equipping Skylar, getting Skylar out of the lobby is equal to allowing the other teams to relocate, to reposition, to heal themselves up, and also using the burn dressings on the other side, obviously, to once they are wounded with the character skill of Ignis. Something is not working right for Team Total Gaming. Ignis again being activated. Ninja going way back.
That's what he's been doing. He's staying out of the aggression zone and then later on banding together to provide the support, which is important. Knowing when to back off and knowing when to take those fights. And there comes another type of the Ignis wall, which will for sure give slight bit of damage. But wait a second. It has been evaded successfully. Shanky leading the charge and nobody there to go ahead and destroy those glues wall. So that's a really bad situation out there. Aztec, what can he do? I've seen him go crazy in BR modes, but in Clash Squad, so far he has been isolated.
They were dogged with A12 for no utilities to be used, but here comes the firepower. Sohan will be able to get the first blood on his name, and Delete trying to retaliate. Ronit down on his knees, and Ninja will be the last man standing. For how long will he survive? Still remains the question, and Aztec buying time for himself to revive his teammates and then maybe go ahead, confirm some players. A nice strategy. It is all down to 2 versus 1. The long range player who couldn't provide a better support this time.
Ninja. He has to fight the blue as well. He's trying to rush forward. Level 3 helmet and vest equipped with the dual akimbo pistol. He's rushing forward as Aztec. He is the one to lead the charge. Delete alongside. And there goes Sohan down to, there goes Ninja down to the ground. Second round being stolen from the likes of Total Gaming. Wait. This has been the performance that we all were waiting for. 3 in an instance which was taken by the likes of Aiku Reckoning, and from there on, the way Total Gaming is getting back the firepower is important. And yes, it is so far looking really nice. Let's see how far they can carry forward with this.
Total Gaming entering towards the drop, and let's see if the care package is going to get well delivered to Team Total Gaming, or it's going to be Aiku Reckoning. It's the Hooter right now, and it's a play of patience. Look at Ninja trying to go for the long range fight. Sohan losing his patience, trying to close in. 3-2, either the equalizer or the double up differences of the score lines. And it is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is the very first map of Bermuda, the circle being Rimnam Village. Delete trying to get the positioning, get the information with Mag 7 in his hand. So Delete has got a strategy very straight and fixed. He wants to go ahead with the close range duels. Grenades being cooked by Ronit over here.
Oh, true that. Waro being equipped, but this time he doesn't have the passive ability finally put to use, but unfortunately there's no one at home. They tried to knock those doors, and there was that one opportunity where I would say that the glue wall was looking really nice from the likes of Reckoning, but it was their own team who destroyed it to bits and pieces. Just one shack to separate these two killmongers from each other. Ronit, Shanky, both of them way too close. And I would soon love to see who's going to go in personal with this fight. Aztec cooking a nade, and he's all prepared for this kind of situation where the graffiti blessing is also being utilized. Sohan on the other end did take a slight bit of a damage, and there comes the initiation from the likes of Aztec. Good knock coming in. Sohan taken care of as well. There are some constant to and fro battles being showcased, but it's the manpower advantage which Total Gaming for sure is holding right about now. Wota being the last man standing, and he perishes away as well.
Here comes the firepower being well established by now on the grounds of Bermuda, and this is Clock Tower, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who takes the lead from here. It is going to be, economy supporting both, except for Ninja. I did notice he buys himself an extra set of SMG just in case if he needs to switch. He falls back, switches in, and he moves ahead again. But once the circle shrinks in, those weapons are going to go wasted. But somehow you need to be prepared for the worst. If at all he's the last man standing, at least he can switch the weapons for the close range duels.
The monopoly of this particular spot is to go ahead and capture the house. And they very well know their assignment. Look at the way Ninja has already initiated things. He knows he needs to get the ground control from there on. Works their way up, but it's Mop delete. Both of them banding together. The third man falls as well. Ronit being the last man standing. And in the jiffy, Aiku Reckoning has been dealt with all four players from the likes of Total Gaming alive. This is big.
Oh, this is well played. Round one with better guns. This is exactly what they did in the pistol round, and now finally with better guns they are continuing to deliver such damage. Talking about economy now, IQ Reckoning is shrinking down to the close range weapons. Max 7 hand cannon in hands of Sohan for now, and we do have Shanky trying to pave his way, but look at Ninja being spotted, and 1 HP is everything that he has. One shot, if at all is connected, should be taken down. Blue Wall is a little delayed. Mafia could have given a random shot, and it was a compulsory knock happening there.
Oh, there you go. That's the compulsion. There is the second one. This is not looking good. Last man standing, Wota. Little does he know that the entire team has already put down on their knees. The last laughter. One mistake of putting an emote in the middle of the game, and look at Total Gaming. They were the ones who were in the deficit, and now they have already advanced themselves to so much money in their pocket. $27,899. And they still have a lot of chunk to spend. But on the other end, IQ Reckoning, they are down to their mere bits and crumbs. 2,100 in their pocket right about now. They need to get equipments. They need to get some helmet, vests, as they're the ones to fall so easily at the beginning itself. Delete, he's going to take the far off angle as Mafia, Aztec, and Shanky, they are forming a really nice Dorito in order to take the entire situation under control.
Ladies and gentlemen, just sit tight. It is the match point for Team Total Gaming, and let's see who's going to take down Home Care Package. Is something that they are fighting for, but Aztec will be able to deliver an amazing grenade. He took down one, followed by other. Mafia will take the third as well. Down to Ronit with the cooked grenade. Tossed it to deliver no harm. 1 versus 3, and here comes the first map of Bermuda going in the hands of Team Total Gaming.
Lovely. What an initiation. Total Gaming. At one point, it was looking that they have completely lost it. They have no control whatsoever in the entire game. Whether it be economy, whether it be fight, every single thing was falling off. But all of a sudden, shifting gears, reaching towards the 7th, and then calling in all of those shots. This is the Total Gaming that we saw in BR mode. Alongside, look at them. In the CS mode, they're just dominating on their opponents. 6-3 after the third round. Imagine IQ Reckoning did not get a single round, Tanya, Even though they had money in their pocket, they had some really nice helmets in their pocket alongside vests, but nothing of that accounts to the amount of aggression Total Gaming always brings.
Well, talking about four teams that we have witnessed by far, right now we do see the last laughter coming in from the teams of Total Gaming as well as IQ Reckoning. On the other hand, we did spot some side finishes. That is a major miss. I would like to see some at least. I mean, the way the maps are being ended up pretty quickly as compared to the previous one, who were reaching out to the closing points, maybe for up to 5-5, and then it was one team taking away. It was Car 98, for instance, on the map of Bermuda, taking away the first map on their name. That is not happening against Team Total Gaming, and I do believe IQ Reckoning have to level up with whatever they are performing if they want to go ahead towards the winners bracket. And the next map is the map of Kalahari, and Total Gaming are dominant on this map. So it is more or less about which characters are you going to ban, because glue walls was something that brings in some challenges. And for now, who was the most challenged player right now on the map of Bermuda from Team Total Gaming? Well, he took some challenges strongly and established himself firmly. It has to be Aztec, the bomber of the team.
This dude, wherever he goes, he's just on point. And whenever he leaves any team, right, they will still be thinking what can be done for that following role. Right now, at the corners of Total Gaming, Aztec has provided A1 performance since day one. And that's the beauty of this player. 9 total eliminations with damage of 3,400 over and out. So, yes, way to go, way to get those eliminations and keep the enemies under control. So Aztec has ticked all of those boxes. Let's just go ahead and see how well they can carry forward the momentum in the map of Kalahari as well. But overall, I would really love to see what kind of firepower IQ Reckoning was bringing in as well. If they are able to maintain the similar kind of firepower in the next following one, that's where we can see the third map. Else, 2-0 and it's gonna be game over.
Let's now we did have an eye upon the MVP. Now let's have a look upon the scoreboard. IQ Reckoning started off strong. Sure, talking about the elimination, so Ronet, Ninja as well as Vota delivered whatever best they could provide or produce on the table. But Aztec taking away all the elimination points, and the damage that Aztec and Delete totally delivered was incredibly clean. Sure, the amount of elimination points coming in from Shanky and Delete are also equals. Nonetheless, Mafia also did an amazing work over here. And it's good to have Mafia again bringing in the best of sniper skills, the way he is, he's creating an edge for the other side and creating an angle which benefits him the most. Right now, Team Total Gaming were looking for promising, but now I do believe they have a strong concrete well set to the podium of the winners bracket.
And not only that, Aztec has taken 19 total fights in which he has won 9. Wow. This itself showcases that this person right here is not shy in taking all of those fights. This is the kind of player Total Gaming needs, and that's where they are creating the difference between the entire herd of getting the eliminations the highest in the room. So overall, a really nice composition alongside the chemistry being showcased from the likes of Total Gaming. IQ Reckoning on the other end. The comeback was absolutely amazing. The second round itself, from there on, embarking the journey, they received the quick third in a really nice succession. But later on, they could not understand what Total Gaming was all about. That one time when the entire team was inside the house, they were staying intact, they were staying put. And then later on, the way IQ Reckoning came out, they put the entire team of Total Gaming to sleep. From there on, things changed. It's like they struck some kind of a nerve by doing the emote or by doing something or the other. And Total Gaming, they understood the pattern. They, from there on, started working their way through, and that's how they received the 6th.
talking about Vota, he did pretty good on the rooftops. He hid himself very well, used the glue walls, got a cover, took to Team Total Gaming down. But there's something, as you mentioned, that has definitely struck the nerves, and we'll get to know it a little later. But what we are going to know right away, it's going to be the match summary where Team Total Gaming wins in a clean manner, which is 6-3. No closing in, not allowed to match the force. You are going to be taken down no matter what, in Team Total Gaming owning the map of Bermuda. Next comes Kalahari with different set of challenges. Snipers will be introduced, and we know the snipers coming in from the side of Team Total Gaming just are very good. Talking about IQ Reckoning, I would suggest to not go a little passive. Instead, they need to make sure they go a little aggressive, because Team Total Gaming are going in splits, and if they are able to capitalize 4v2 in a better manner, they can win few rounds early on, at least for pistol and post pistol. I'm very sure this strategy should work.
True that, it for sure should. And here's the thing, right? IQ Reckoning, they need to have the perfect combination of being aggressive alongside being passive aggressive as well. So you should have the kind of control overall in the entire game. As Total Gaming, they always are aggressive. Once they find the window of opportunity, if a player has been knocked from the likes of IQ Reckoning, that's where they understand they have the man count advantage. Now even if they take any fight, they will win it. No doubt whatsoever. There's always going to be that one buddy waiting in the back lines to get the trade, and that's how you stay confident. The confidence is one of the factors where IQ Reckoning needs to bring against such a huge titan. That's how they can defeat them. That's how David beat Goliath. And yeah, overall, I would love to see how well they can compete in the map of Kalahari, as Kalahari is the home turf. It's the owning grounds of Total Gaming. It's a huge task on their shoulder, Tanya. I do not know how IQ Reckoning is going to go ahead and accomplish this impossible feat. If they do, prove me wrong.
Well, I do see a 2-0 happening as well. This time we both stand at the same direction, and there's no second opinion over that. But I would be more than happy to see otherwise, because if they are bringing into the action something that we do not expect, and I do like to see sometimes unexpected stuff which we do not expect at all. So if at all IQ Reckoning is doing in their work way better, with what they have done on the map of Bermuda, we might get to see third mapper, and I believe we both are interested to go ahead and watch the map of next era.
Of course. No, it's the map of Kalahari. I'm in the third, right? As the decider, of course. If it reaches to the decider, I am gonna love it. I wouldn't mind at all. It's gonna be a treat to the eye, but defeating Total Gaming in the map of Kalahari, then IQ Reckoning, they're onto a different journey altogether. And I would love it if they prove me wrong. Moreover, the second game is ready. Soon we're gonna go ahead and see those character selects alongside that those two characters who are gonna be instantly banned. Who's it gonna be this time around? I hope it's not Skylar. I'm hoping it's not him, because the entertainment CEO is one of the best things to go ahead and watch in the map of in the game mode of CS, as you barely get few amount of glue walls, and all of a sudden there's a Skylar coming into the picture and he's just shattering all the glue wall. From there on, what will you do is one of the parts where we all love to witness.
Your thing, and we all at the end of the day, we all want the best of actions and the best of entertainment, and character select brings in the best of entertainment to me. Skylar again being banned, and Cassie, you do not get electrotherapy this time. No heals for you, no matter what. You have to pick up fight at the position you are, and Tatsuya, the dash is going to bring in better. Now 2 character selections will come in from the side of IQ Reckoning. Which are those going to be?
I believe it's going to be, one will be Ignis for sure. Sorry, Oscar. There you go. Zane coming in the second position. Total Gaming. Now you have 2 picks. What's it going to look like? Oh, wait a second. We can see Tatsu and Ignis in the same corner. All right. Alongside Alok, Awakened Edition. So it's going to be more fun to understand what will happen right here, right about now. Final pick coming in from Total Gaming, and it has to be Chrono, as the defensive walls are always going to help in such a tight-knit position.
Now, there's one thing for sure. Team Total Gaming wants to go ahead, not have Skylar in the mix. And talking about you ban KC, we have Alok. We do not need electrotherapy. We are going to heal up with the best of the DJ sounds coming in from the side of Alok. Tatsuya's dash and Ignis's fire is a strong combo to utilize right at time when the player is damaged. Tatsuya dashes in. So it's all about synergy between Mafia and Shanky. That is something that should work on the side of Team Total Gaming. Delete for sure using the chrono, and on the other hand A124, imagine A124 being activated and all the skills are put to sleep. I mean, that could also bring in the table turner, Sentino. You can reposition, you can clone, you can fake clone, and then comes Oscar and Zayn in the mix. Oscar dashing in, Zayn delivering a lot of damage to the glue walls and to the opponents.
You know what the best part is? Sentino being equipped by a sniper. So imagine you're taking a fight, you're far off, you're away from the entire team, and you're using Sentino to reposition, band together with the team. My god, this is some big brain gameplay coming from Ico Reckoning, and I'm loving the kind of enthusiasm they bring in the map of Kalahari. So over and out, I would say all the very best. Ico Reckoning on the other end, Total Gaming, of course, they're set with a kind of rush gameplay. Chrono being a rusher, well, that just showcases that it's going to be a double-edged sword. Delete can do a lot of damage, he can dish it out, and close quarter battles are going to be seen a lot more frequently. But before all of that, Tanya, you know, there's going to be a round where you just get $500. From that, you either buy a dual akimbo pistol or whatever you get, you keep that and use it alongside. Well, it's either you're spending onto a weapon or you're spending onto either a vest or a helmet. So you understand the versatility. It's about preferences, it's about priority. So let's just see what the priority is going to be for the players and how well they can perform in this map.
Talking about performance, Total Gaming has already left a strong mark, and I do believe that right now the Wounded Lions are nothing but Team Iku Soul, and Wounded Lions roar loudly, and I really want to see that sort of an action coming in on the map of Kalahari. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Clash Squad mode on for TEZ FFMIC Max India Cup 2025, and on the grounds of Shrines, 8 players racing up against each other.
Whew. Look at those shots coming in. Mafia already having the height advantage, and the others are slowly coming forward. This should have been a quick succession. Mafia successfully runs away from harm's way, but the others, what on earth is going on? I believe there might be some kind of an issue, as I can see a player delete. He's already showcasing that. Wait a second, what's happened here? I don't think so. There was a right situation out here. Might be some kind of a issue which soon can be fixed. But that was a very quick round coming in for the hands of Ico Reckoning, as these teams, this current team, they're gonna get good amount of money, they will spend it all, get some good weapons, and on the other end, let's see what Total Gaming can bring on board.
Mafia going in with the rifle, and on the other side we do have better economy, due to which they've got the better weapons as well. Ignis ready to be used, but he's waiting for the players to close in the circle of the confinement where the grenades are going to be cooked, and to deliver no damage at all. Sohan trying to go in. Oh, we do spot a Rocky pet over here, and he wants to make sure that what sort of a flank was it? Mafia was not ready for that, and Ignis will also come into the action. Sohan took more than what he could chew, and he was taken down.
Lovely nade. That was a really nice retaliation, but unfortunately at the cost of his own life. Ronit right now outside the circle, taking that damage. He has been taken care of. It's a 3v2 situation where the weaponry advantage is for sure there for the likes of Ico Reckoning, but it is going to be the firepower that Mafia brings on board. Ninja being the last man standing, he's still struggling to take all of those shots from the woodpecker. He's trying to slowly peck that wood, but I don't think so it's going to be possible, as Total Gaming, they are back into the action, and 3 players, they're going to take those weapons for the next following round.
He dabbed once he got the ace. After bot god, it's Mafia who aced it right now, I believe. And talking about the instant replay, well, it was interesting. It's the ground of Mammoth, where one It wasn't an ace, my bad, but it was a good play and a good round of celebration over here with Dab. And Mammoth is somewhere, wow, God's Reign lost it, but let's see who wins it over here. IQ Reckoning versus Total Gaming,
Whoa.
1 versus 1.
Whoa.
What in Mafia will take him down in the blink of an eye and will take no time in confirming that elimination.
Trigger discipline on point. Total Gaming. They want to go ahead and get the height advantage, and look at the way they've already spread those wings onto the entire carcass of the mammoth. Close quarters, Sohan, what were you thinking? A box? Really? That will keep you safe from the hands of Total Gaming? Not at all. Ronith being so low, still taking the fight as there's no support being provided from the likes of IQ Reckoning, and that's what is stinging them like a bee. And on the other end, Total Gaming, they're floating like a butterfly. And there's no one to clip their wings.
It was a very good play from Team Total Gaming. Now they are all charged, all set, and they want to make sure they aggress, and they do not deliver any sort of time to decide or to create a strategy for IQ Reckoning. Team Total Gaming ready with weapons in their hand. It is Aztec versus one, and it's tough to see. Aztec and Shanky has not even had a single elimination points on their name, and Ninja and Ronit on the other side. Clash Squad brings in an entirely different sort of challenges for each and every player.
Oh, the maze. It's lovely that we call it the maze, as whoever enters forgets where to exit from. But in the game of Free Fire Max, you can jump up and around, you can find your way through as the opponents are right in front. And looking at the way Aztec was all prepared, dolled up, thinking that this nade is going to be the demise of some opponent, has already been shattered. As IQ Reckoning, they're falling back. They want to give the space, they're giving the room for Total Gaming to at least make some kind of an error, but there is no room for error. 3 players stuck together, Ronit, and acting individually, trying to get the information. And Sohan, he has already aggressed way too forward. There comes a shot that Mafia was waiting for so long, and Vota, instantly he's going for the heal.
He needs to heal up, he needs to prep up, and now it's a lot of patience that has been tested. Team Total Gaming are going to go aggressive, so Hunt ready for it, P90 in his hand, and if at all it connects well, he might be able to get some knocks on his name. Ronit has already cooked the grenade, Ignis will be used, so Sohan's position was compromised,
lovely.
The damage was delivered, Blue Wall will be decimated, Sohan spotted, delivered a lot of damage, but the lead will be taken down by Sohan. That is the U-turn to this particular play.
Oh, that's right. And look at the way the damage has already piled up. Couple of players knocked Mafia. He's under the radar. He's taking all of those shots. And he's also dishing it out on the opponents. Couple of knocks from both the corners. Ronit way too low on HP. And he needs to heal instantly. Sohan, Ninja, both of them can do something better for the entire team. They need the momentum. And that's the kind of play that they're going ahead and showcasing. Delete, still trying to call in for some attention and some support, which will not be provided so soon. And Shanky on the other end, he's just rushing forward on the throats of the opponent. But it's not going to be enough, as Ninja and Sohan, both of them have taken the heavy lifting on their shoulders, and they bring the second on board.
Well, over here, the superhero was Soham. So I would like to address his position was compromised. Lot of character skills were used upon him, and he still stood strong there, managed to pick up fight, get an early knock on the other side, and he managed to survive until the end. IQ Reckoning did a tremendous job on the grounds of Maze, but the question is, will they be able to continue on the grounds of Bayfront as well? 4 versus 4, scattered pattern from the side of Team Total Gaming. It's all the fight of the care package. Smokes will be introduced and the players are rushing in. It is 1v3. Aztec will be the man to watch out for. Grenades being cooked, but not yet tossed.
Oh, true that. There you go. That was a mishap. A big one indeed. Finally, Sohan taking all of the advantageous position. The care package completely stolen, and from here on, if he has some character abilities, it's all thanks to that cyber airdrop. There comes the Ignis wall, trying to decimate whoever is there in between. And those shots are looking crystal clear. Ninja having the height advantage. In Total Gaming, they're on a back foot right now. They're not aggressing as they used to do. 3 players stick together from the likes of IQ Reckoning. And let's just see how well they can go ahead and shape it to perfection.
Either on Ninja. He has got some solo plans on the flank. Ignis being used by Mafia right now, shattering the glue walls. You don't have Skylar for sure, but you have Ignis to work around. But Aztec is going to use Mag 7 again. Soham will be able to get one knock on his name, and now immediate retaliation. And Team Total Gaming with the mix of Mag 7 as well as Parafill. They win this round. It was play of patience, and Ninja not uniting with the team when the team needed him most was something that they were punished for.
Oh, that was a big blunder. IQ Reckoning. They acted individually, not as a single wing, but individually, thinking that they could take those fights better than their own players. And that's where the mistake rose up in that corner. Total Gaming, lovely capitalization, and now they have some really good money. Moreover, those weapons have been upgraded as well. Chunk of change, all spent. Aztec, aggressive. Sohan moving forward, trying to get the information, but his HP, it is slowly depleting as the shots are looking so concrete. Shanky, what a lovely way to shut one down. Sohan, he was quick on the heel, but his information was long given.
One player down, 4 versus 3. 7 eliminations on name of Mafia, but Shanky is the player who is being taken down by Roneth. Roneth wouldn't delay the confirmation, and it's a fight of equals. 3 versus 3. Low on HP, no super medkit to be equipped by anyone. Was it so expensive to even buy it from the start? I do see normal medkits being used over here. And Aztec trying to get one knock. Vota and Roneth will be taken down. Ignis will also be activated right on time. Mafia using the glue walls as a cover. And our DJ Arlo is also activated to heal up the teammates while they're taking up some fight. And Aztec will be able to shut down Ninja. Ninja, the player who always stands to survive until the end, and not being able to deliver the support or the final blows those are necessary to the wounded players. I mean, something is not functioning for Team IQ Reckoning. Is it the synergy? Is it the comms? Because somehow the positioning acquired by Team IQ IQ Reckoning is way superior than Team Total Gaming, but then they miss out the parts.
It's a weapon difference for sure. MP5 level 3, the fire rate just increases, it skyrockets, and that's how the capitalization has been showcased on the likes of Total Gaming. Right now, again, contesting the care package. There comes a cyber airdrop, and it's already been looted up. Sohan very close. Vota around the corner. Shanky trying to dish out some damage. He's the only person trying to take this battle. And if he goes in solo, I believe he's going to be taken down from a couple of players, and that's what happens. Vota takes on Shanky, completely eliminates him as well. But there is no retaliation. Retaliation comes through, but there's another knock, all thanks to Ninja. This is the manpower advantage that IQ Reckoning needed since game 1, and now finally they have understood what needs to be done against TG. Mafia, last man standing, shots fired, lovely shot, and Vota has already paid up for his sins. Instantly, can he get the revival? I don't think so. Nade tossed just to get the confirmation. Oh, it's just a smoke grenade. And Sohan, he's trying to follow the tracks where the opponent has already gone forward. Mafia, way too close. Can he take a 1v4 battle and win it? Not at all.
Not at all. Over here comes Reckoning's 4-3 scoreline, finally taking closer, inching closer towards the scoreline of Team Total Gaming. The council hall was owned by IQ Reckoning, but a good battle delivered. Mafia tried to get one knock. It was reduced to 1v3, but then it does take a lot of efforts to go 1v4 with snipers in his hand. The mistakes that Ninja made, it was exactly Mafia replicated it. Information is already acquired by Ninja. To no harm, to no damage, to no short connections.
That's all right. As Total Gaming still making their way. Mafia, what a way to escape. But wait a second. Mafia instantly retaliates, takes down Sohan. Sohan has been revived. HP not yet come back to the factor where we all could witness Delete on the other end. He's trying to break any and every glue wall which is around him to get the space to rotate around and get at least a knock or two. Look at the way they're just banding together, getting the height advantage. That's the kind of chaos that they want to create in the minds of the opponents. And they are so far looking concrete in that.
4 versus 4. Circle of Refinery. Home ground for Team Total Gaming. Reckoning retaliating it pretty well. Toss the grenade. Toss the flash freeze. Nothing is working. Aztec is going to heal up. And shotgun in his hand. It's a 2v2. It's going to be Wota rushing his way. And Team Total Gaming realizing the threat is real. Use the time turner. Healing themselves up. And so I'm trying to move away from any fights. Use the glue wall. He has got Woodpecker and a shotgun. So he has to make sure whatever he does it right. Again, place the glue wall. He couldn't revive his teammate. He bought a lot of time. And Delete shuts both of them down.
Oh! What a lovely way to go ahead and bury the hatchet. Total Gaming. They're emoting, saying Tata bye-bye from the map of Kalahari. Haiku Reckoning, that was a lovely initiation, but later on, they started dwindling with the man count that they had. Once they started things, it was looking really good. They had good weapons as well. Level 3 Scar. And now all Scar they have is from the previous round. Total Gaming, 5 rounds straight up. And now comes the final warning bell, which I believe Haiku Reckoning, if they do not capitalize from here on, then I believe this ship has already sunk down.
Well, the ship is broke. The ship has sunk. Let's see if there's any comeback story to be written from the side of Haiku Reckoning, because Team Total Gaming are on one mission, and that is mission termination and qualifying towards the upper bracket or the winner bracket. Whoa!
Damn!
Delete connecting the shots and grenades being tossed by Aztec to create a little bit of extra space over here.
That's just done for. One player already long gone. Haiku Reckoning still backtracking onto what needs to be done. And I know for a fact that yes, Haiku Reckoning, they have been really good when it comes to the cyber airdrops. They have been receiving it day in, day out, but they haven't utilized those abilities to perfection. Last man standing as Ninja. He is still far away from the action, but look at the emotes coming in. This is the final laughter which I think Total Gaming has already showcased. It's salt to all the wounds that have been created. Haiku Reckoning, last man standing, Ninja not able to connect any of his shot as the others are trying to fist him down to death. And that's what Total Gaming does. My God. My God.
It is a 2-0. Team Total Gaming paved their way towards the upper bracket or the winner's bracket. Shanky, Aztec, Mafia, Delete. They did a tremendous job on the map of Kalahari. Sure, the fist fight, the blows couldn't land exactly where it would have hurt, but they did hurt exactly where the Team Total Gaming was triggered. It was all about the last laughter, and to the man who was down on the knees, they made sure 3 players did the laugh emote there. It was all fun in this game of Free Fire Max and Team Total Gaming, and we do not get to see next era. We both had high intense discussion over it that we might get to see it, but then it is Team Total Gaming. We both predicted it right. It had to be 2-0 somehow.
Had to be. And here's another thing, right? I mean, I do understand it was an emote which came in from the likes of Haiku Reckoning, but then later on you could understand the kind of a nerve that was struck from their end onto Total Gaming. From that very corner, things changed drastically. And even in the map of Kalahari, every single thing fell right. Total Gaming, they took those fights, and at the very end, when you could see the fight coming in Santa Contrita, I understood that's their home ground. That's where they usually land in a BR stage. They get those loots from that very point, and no matter who reaches there, they're always gonna pay for their sins. And that's what Haiku Reckoning did. Straight up 2-0. It's a landslide victory where Total Gaming, they have showcased a dominating performance. So far, they are the victors of some really nice chaos. and Car 98 would be in the second position. So let's just go ahead and understand what kind of chaos this MVP has to showcase in the map of Kalahari.
Well, talking about the match MVP, it has to be Mafia. Sure, he couldn't pull the one before that was required on the grounds of Maze, if I'm not mistaken, but he did take away the spotlight. 7 eliminations, almost 4,000 worth of a damage, and also a clean sweep score of 2-0 from the side of Team Total Gaming. Now that is something that they have started off. Now I don't know what else. The day starts off with 2-1 scoreline, ends up with 2-0.
Yeah, and here's another factor, right? I was expecting some Sentino plays coming in, those repositioning from the end of that one sniper who chose to be very aggressive at the same time, Ninja. He could not do that impossible thing on time, as most of the time the team needed the support. Ninja was not seen. Aiku Reckoning, I do understand that Sentino was been chosen from your end, but not utilizing itself is handicapping the entire team. So that's one of the lessons I believe Ico Reckoning has learned the hard way. And Total Gaming on the other end, no matter what the situation was, no matter they have banned Skylar, they have banned Ignis, it doesn't matter. They just know how to play the other characters to perfection. They just know how to utilize their passive so properly, so efficiently that it will give them the reward. So overall, a lovely play coming in. I can see those numbers of assists from the likes of Mafia and Aztec being on sky high, and the amount of eliminations as well. This is the kind of competition both of them showcased, and the others to follow up are Delete alongside Shanky.
Well, the player to watch out for was definitely Mafia, but I would like to talk about the play style from Vota, which was incredibly clean. Roneth couldn't deliver as much as he was supposed to. Ninja's long range didn't help out the team as well, due to which they are down towards lower brackets. And talking about the overall match summary, it was 6-3 in both the maps of Bermuda and Kalahari. It's a scoreline of 2-0, so we are not heading towards next era. It is best of 3. The teams to secure 2 points qualifies towards the upper bracket. And right now we have 2 teams who have already made their way, one of which is Car 98 Army, and second right now, which is Team Total Gaming. Having said that, Aiku Reckoning as well as 1+ God's Reign still stands a chance to continue towards the grand finals, but it is going to take a longer route, which is towards the lower brackets of the entire roadmap that we explain in the start of the day.
True that, and I hope that it's not going to be so tough for them to go ahead and make their way. Aiku Reckoning, they have been showcasing such good games when it comes to BR mode. But in CS, I believe there's one factor that they need to start understanding, that is the firepower alongside the split at which they're taking a fight. It needs to be on point. If you have a buddy system, might as well go ahead and implement it, because it's super important. Those trades, it needs to be showcased. If you do not take a trade, then you're going to be the one who's at the losing front of it, as you're the one who's handicapped. It's a 3v4, so might as well go ahead and equalize those numbers. But guys, we're going to take a small little break. We're going to see on the other side. Do not go anywhere. Get your energy drinks, get your snacks. We'll be waiting for you.
I think when Total Gaming stepped into the play, all of us thought the result would be a 2-0, and that's what they did. But next game is not going to be theirs. Welcome back to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is going to be Arka, and we will be unraveling what's going to be happening in the next game. Now, this is another crucial game with a big wig. It's none other than Jonty Gaming playing against Vasista Esports. Now that is a very crucial game. We've seen how instinctively Vasista Esports are really good. Now when it comes to Clash Squad, things do tend to change a little bit. Let's see if that's going to work out. Let's go into the matchup that we are going to be seeing. It's going to be match number 3, as we have already witnessed the first 2. In the first one, we ended up seeing that okay, maybe OnePlus God's Reign would have had an opportunity maybe to push it even further and get themselves the booyah and close the series, but however Card98 didn't want that happening, pushed it till the last, and from there on closed it in their favor. The next one was a 2-0 with Total Gaming, maybe initial rounds in the game but not the series in total, because the name is already Total Gaming. Now when you move towards this match 3, it is Jonty Gaming versus Vasista Esports. Jonty Gaming, we've seen how very reliable they've been so far, and they always would have wanted to get a booyah here as well, close this best of 3 series. But Vasista Esports on the other end, maybe a slow start, but after that they'll gear up, Arka.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one best thing about Jonty is they've got experience, right? In comparison to Vasista right now. So I do believe that the things are going to get interesting from the first game itself. But yes, 3 different maps, the same set is going to be played. I know the teams would have been watching in the backlines, trying to understand that which among these maps is going to be their, primary concentrations. Because as soon as they get the first pointer on the board, then it's going to be a bit of an easy run for the whole team.
Now, we've been speaking about this. 3 maps, Bermuda, Nextera, Kalahari. In which order they'll be played, it's dependent on your matchup. It's not going to be the same. Now, we are going to be starting off in Bermuda. So I think when we talk about the classics, you will be familiar with the terrain. You will be familiar with the compounds. And I think that's where it is crucial for teams to kind of tend to work around and knowing their positions to play. But also the next set is going to be none other than the character select. And the first one right out of the gate, Vasista Esports do not want bombs coming across. They ban Steffi, and on the other end, Koda, to make sure positions and movement are going to be stalled.
Oh yes, Ignis. It's starting to become the new default character for all these players out there because they understand the importance of the flame at the very end, right? Whereas on the other side, Oscar, as always, is going to be one of the primary, character for those frontline assaulters who would want to dash in and pick up those frags as quickly as possible. On the other side, it's going to be countered with Tatsuya, and then comes an A124. I believe that A124 is going to be one other character which can nullify and make sure that it's all about the frontal battle.
Yeah, I think a really wise choice of A124 coming through. But on the other end, making sure viability and cover is denied with Cassie as well as Skylar. I think 2 huge picks coming through with Zayn also going towards the likes of Jonty Gaming. I think I prefer now the later picks coming in from Jonty, and maybe I think the upper hand right as now in this Bermuda and character select goes towards the likes of Jonty Gaming, with the last one coming towards Iris. I am a little skeptical right now. I do like Tatsuya and A124 in the middle. I'm not too sure completely on Ignis and as well as Iris, because on the other end there's movement, there is speed, there is wall breakdown. So Jonty, they've decided that we are not going to let the likes of Vasista Esports hide in cover when we have an open battle in the lands of Bermuda.
Absolutely. Now again, Jonty is more on the aggressive front, whereas Vasista is on the defensive front. Because Iris, yes, a long-range sniper is going to watch out for you, make sure that you have information, whereas Tatsuya will be the only primary person to go forward. But the game changer could be A124, where he might deny the abilities being used by Oscar or Skylar at the front line. So in case he can restrict those early moments, I do believe that things can become even Steven.
Hands down, I think that is the main criteria I was also looking forward to. The others look fine for me in terms of pick, whereas Jonty, everything aggressive as you said, but A124, if used wisely and at the right time, we've seen so much happening in the helter-skelter of a situation. Even the previous game where Mafia and Aztec together for Total Gaming, once they knew all the players from their opponents were around them, they were able to back them and get those eliminations. If that is the similar approach that they do with the A124, knowing that the opponents are around them, Arka, I think it could be an easier approach here for Vasista Esports, but I still predict, I want to understand your thoughts. I predict it's going to be a slower start for the likes of Vasista Esports, which we kind of tended to see from the likes of God's Reign, but they did close on the second. However, it was not their best of 3 to win.
I mean, I think that, this is the small mistakes which have been done. When you're facing against somebody like Total Gaming and you're being decimated, if you don't play to your advantages, things are not going to go your way. Similarly, Vasista, they have to work on their, frontline assaulting. Their strength is picking up fights, and if they don't have characters to support that, I think they're gonna be suffering in this game itself. But I do believe it's time for us to witness and see whether that's gonna be the case, because right now we can see that Jonty is going in for a 1v3 split, whereas Vasista, they're gonna stick together like a pack of wolves.
Starts off with Ignis to send it across to the likes of players of Jonty. If they're pushing up, a little bit of a burn damage. Vasista Esports holding their line for now, playing for information, but Jonty, you can see how aggressive they want to be, but so far they've not gotten any info, and they have abilities, and I think now they'll start dumping even the bombs across, making it trouble for Vasista Esports for the position they're hiding. Finally, they're able to spot one. Ginotra tagging with his buddy, already KC being used. They're running in, making sure the healing comes through when the fight breaks out, and Swaroop and Yuno have to go for a 1v2 situation. Ginotra spots the players. They were not ready for the fight and quickly take a jump across the containers. Trying for the jump shot. Ginotra, big damage on him. Ignis again going across. And finally, Vasista Esports. Now they're using nades. Jonty's Kunal answers back and gets Swaroop down. Jarvis going in with a side. That's big! He almost was about to take another person down, and Patlu saves the day. It's up to Vincent, the last man standing. Maybe the aggression was a little too lot, Arka.
Absolutely, but Vasista, their defensive gameplay seems to be, working out for them. But whereas on the other side, Vincent is trying to do his best. He's got to, do a 1v4 out here. That's not going to be the case, and that's a cakewalk for the side of Vasista, starting things off with a single pointer. But this is how it was. Jarvis, and I wonder why he went in with a melee. I understand that, it does the maximum damage in a close range battle, but the follow-up is obviously not going to be that great. Now heading towards round 2, we've got Vasista. They're going to be looking more promising, obviously, because they had some good numbers when it comes to the money. Whereas on the other side, dual revolvers. You think Jonty will be able to restrict Vasista from doing major damage?
Could be. This round is very crucial now in terms of your economy. What weapons do you buy? Revolvers in Vasista Esports now trying to go aggressive. Kunal's been spotted. That's information for Jonty Gaming as they're trying to move in from the other side of the flank. But Patlu is making sure that he's not going to allow them to get closer. Nade glue wall them, but they're still pushing because Patlu is the only one, and Vasista Esports now they have to make a push on the right side. If they don't, then Swaroop will be overwhelmed. And as soon as they understood that is happening, they tried to get back to their teammates. All 4-man together, and they want to fight together against the likes of Jonty.
For Naparan. And let's see how this will turn out. Yuno coming in from the other side. It seems like he's starting things off on a very bright note. Vincent again is going to be left hanging at the distance, and immediately the attention is now going to change. Swaroop and they need to be careful. It's a 1v2 situation, but Vincent, he's got a gun in his hand.
Swaroop for the Ignis burning down. Getting closer, Vincent across that edge of the wall. Now Swaroop had to quickly react with the Uzi. Tried to spray and gun him down, but his health is depleting. And Vincent, he tried his best. It is going to be Swaroop, and Vasista Esports secure a second. What a quick play coming in from his end, knowing that he'll be able to have an advantage on that fire rate. Jumps across, making sure Vincent, he would have trouble right across the edge of that wall and makes it work. Wonderfully played from Vasista Esports, where I thought they would have a little bit of a difficult start. It seems like they are smoothly sailing across the likes on Jonty Gaming, and so far none of the airdrops even been contested, and finally it's going to start things off here in round 3.
Round 3, Jonty. It seems like now they need to redeem themselves. They need a point. Yono gets closer. He's going to be, hurt a little bit. I don't think so. That's going to bother him much. He's got time to heal himself. Jarvis and Ginotra, they're going to be the frontline assaulters from the side of Jonty Gaming. But for now, I don't know how well they're going to take this out. Vasista have got the most of the topography inside the circle. They're not going to wait for a long time. Whereas on the other side, it's been a group fight taking place. Jarvis comes in. They've got it. They've got it all sorted as one player gets taken on. Coming down, and then there's a big trade coming in from the other side. Even before I could complete my sentence, Jonty Gaming, they have achieved one victory. They're going to cherish on.
This is what we kind of predicted from the get-go of things. I think once they were aggressive to start things off, Arka, they slowed themselves down, knowing that, hey, there's no information that Vasista Esports are giving us. How would we take up a battle? And I think Vasista Esports played that out smartly in the first 2 rounds. But after that, Jonty, now having their economy, the weapons that they would have wanted, going across with the rifles, SMGs, and praying through those bullets, it's working out. That was a quick round coming in from Jonty. Having secured the airdrop also. Or do they again go for it? Seems like Kunal is already heading and Vasista Esports are not even thinking about the airdrop. That position is right now being contested from 2 players of Jonty Gaming, while the whole of Vasista Esports are thinking of push. Ginotra closer to it. Already the Ignis being used. 2 of the players running into the compound have been spotted, but Jonty puts up a glue wall trying to delay that aggression.
Cyber drop is being taken. Jonty, they've got a bit of an advantage yet again. Now again, they're going to be restricted. I think there's been a small mistake done by Ginotra. He's going to be taken down, but will he be revived in time? That's not going to be the case because Yono is not going to give them another chance. Patlu and Tiger, even though their health is kind of low at this point of time, they need to be careful. Vincent, very low on HP, but he's at the distance as well. He needs to showcase some good talent out here. All of a sudden, we can see it's even Steven, but Yuno says otherwise. He comes in closer. He puts another man down, building up that pressure. Now we'll have to wait and watch whether Kunal will be able to pull off a 1v2.
He's brought this down. The opportunity is open. Players are separated, but they have a high and low setup. Blue wall being pushed, but now Yuno's also in the same level, and Swaroop did not even give away his possession. What a bait and switch that was, and Vasista Esports secure a 3rd round. They get to 6, they close this game, and that is going to be a big one in a best of 3 to start things off with a win, and Jonty will be under pressure. A team who we know of both aggression as well as their play in terms of controlling. But so far, I think Vasista Esports have broken this apart multiple times, causing trouble.
It all comes down to this position, right, Jonty? They have to redeem themselves yet again. Whereas Vasista on the other side, they performed under pressure, and that's going to give them a little bit of buffer. Gets in closer, starts things off perfectly. Whereas on the other side, Jarvis, I still wonder why they're not rushing in. They've got that dual setup, right? One of the players can actually dash in with the Tatsuya as well as the Chrono. Still, they're not doing so, but Jarvis, he's got to be tagged yet again, but not much of damage being dealt. Whereas Vasista, they're going to stick together to the very center.
Jarvis, knowing that Yuno's close by, AC healing being provided. He does have an Oscar for a dash, but Swaroop has also gotten closer. This Max 7 is going to be deadly against that P90, and Yuno goes down. Jarvis and Ginotra together back those 2 players who were so close by, and Tiger gets spotted by the VSS of Vincent. One last person, and that's Patlu. Can he do anything? As of now, Jonty Gaming having surrounded, and there's nothing that Patlu could do. Kunal starts spraying, and now Patlu is surrounded in all directions, and that is going to be Jonty Gaming getting closer to an equalizer.
A punch for a punch, a fire to fire. This is what Jonty Gaming is right now showing to us. They're not giving up no matter what situation they are in right now. And this time around, they've got enough crates as well. They're going to be happy to come in, and look at that. A level 3 chip has been used for the MG as well as the Scarrel. So Jarvis is going to be the frontline assaulter. We can see one sniper in the name of Vincent, but he's not done that much of a damage so far. So let's see how that's going to work out for Vasista. For the first time, they're going to be going for a 1v3 split.
This factory place is going to have a lot of cover. They play inside it, outside. Outside is going to give them an advantage of a long range fight, and that's what Vincent is trying for with this AWM. Tower is getting closer. The Trogan, can he find an opportunity? Is close by. He knows that. But Jonty Gaming, we've known as soon as they give time for the likes of Vasista Esports, it's always been Vasista Esports winning. And I think Jonty Gaming have to make sure that they pressurize the likes of these players. And they did not do. Patlu finds an easy one with the AC-80. And with that, it's going to be an easy tag and bag for him. And again, Jonty Gaming start off with a deficit of a 3v4.
A 3v4, which they are capable of turning it into their favor. Right now, coming out in the open is not going to be one of those ways. Jarvis puts up that chrono shield at the right time. Whereas the retaliation, that's going to be much more important. Ginotra is going to be damaged a little bit. So is Jarvis. Now Vasista is going to be coming in from the other side. Trying to build pressure. Trying to have the center of the circle in their favor. Patlu is going to be taken down. Making things even Steven. But the pressure is still on the side of Jonty Gaming. How are they going to tackle this? As Vincent will have to connect the first bullet to give that opening.
Speaking about the inside factory compound control, and Vasista Esports have completely taken over it and they have the major chunk of the circle. Jonty Gaming, they have to make a move right now. And there's a glue wall. Riptide Rhythm being used. They want to get closer. The zone's closing in. Shots being fired from above, below, everywhere. Vincent covering, and what an opening for him. He downs the player of Vasista Esports, and now they've left with the last two players standing. Can he find an opportunity? Jarvis secures. It's down to the last man, and Jonty Gaming, they secure this fight. What a brilliant push coming in, finding an opening on that knock at that bridge, and from there on, pushing their strength to secure this third and an equalizer.
That's why I said, Vincent, if he does give that opening, then things become so much more easier for the side of Jonty. And for the first time ever in this game, I would believe that fear has been struck in the hearts of Vasista. And they'll have to be careful as to how they're going to be attacking this urban warfare. Yes, these are the places where you want to have a bird eye view, get to the top of the building. But Tiger is going to be the eyes for the team for now. He's also going to be switching his position to be the sniper. Whereas on the other side, Jonty, they're going to stick to their primary game plan. One is going to be flanking around. Kunal is going to be a solo player running as a Freeman. Whereas the two of them are going to stick together to take this fight.
Close by. This has to be a close range battle, but the weapons upgraded from the likes of Jonty Gaming, giving them the confidence to keep firing, and you can hear those bullets being zoomed across from the likes of Jonty Gaming.
Yep.
It's striking fear for the likes of Vasista Esports, and now for all of a sudden seems like the gameplay has completely changed, where Vasista Esports looked controlled. They knew how to set the players off Jonty to crumble up and maybe look forward to that round. But right as now, it's Jonty Gaming who've gotten into the minds of Vasista Esports, and now they're trying to figure out what should we do to make this approach work. And Kunal makes a jump. Vasista Esports know there is a player nearby. But look, can he spot him across the roof? Tiger trying his best, but Kunal, this man is insane. He picks up and gets that elimination as well without giving Vasista Esports even an opportunity to recover. Now Patlu trying to throw across nades, but Kunal not at all backing off, and this is going to be a problem because now they're left with very little space to move forward.
Absolutely a 2v4 situation this time around. Kunal has to have the primary location, and with that, he's going to be ending it for the side of Vasista. What a gameplay coming in from their side. They're picking another point for themselves. And, from the very beginning, Kunal's position has been the primary advantage for the side of Jonty Gaming. And I wonder why he was not taken down. Even though the information was relayed, he's got that Groza as well, which has been deadly against the side of Vasista.
Let's hope Vasista Esports have a different approach this time. I think the initial long-range battle that Vasista Esports want to take is not happening. Whereas Jonty Gaming, they're figuring an approach where they're able to get closer to the likes of Vasista Esports, and there's nothing that Vasista Esports can do against it. Now Swaroop pushing Kunal. He's the man who broke the game previously for the likes of Vasista Esports after getting an equalizer. Now they've taken a lead. Jonty Gaming waiting for Vasista Esports to make a move because now they know Vasista Esports are on a 2-round deficit. Meaning that if they don't manage to close it here, it is going to be Jonty that will close this matchup at Bermuda. In Vasista Esports, now they've slowed things down. It seems like now they've understood that we have a little bit of a neutral position. They have the edge of the circle towards the top. We have towards the bottom. Let's wait for the zone to shrink and then maybe we'll make a move. And I think so far of all the previous games that we've witnessed, Arka, this has been the game of mind games from both the ends.
Yeah, as tactical as they could be. Vasista on the other side, from the beginning has been that frontline assaulter to pick up that frags. Suddenly, when they understood that he has to be restricted and they successfully do it, that is when Vasista have started to crumble. 2 airdrops being taken by the side of Jonty, whereas Vasista has picked up 1 for themselves. Now it all comes down to the frontal battle, right? Swaroop comes in closer. He gets the information. Immediately a dash comes in from But still, look at how Jonty is playing this around, playing mind games, making sure that Vasista is going to stick to the walls, and it's going to be a very different affair they'll have to undergo.
Vincent gets Patlu down. That's problem for Vasista Esports. But thankfully, they were not ahead into the open grounds here in Mass Electric. Ginotra still puts another player down, and it's looking like problem as Jarvis starts bagging them. And that is a 5th point coming in for Jonty Gaming. 5 rounds secured of the 11 that we have, and heading over to the 8th, Jonty Gaming can close this Bermuda right now.
Absolutely. And I do believe that Jonty are looking forward for it. They would want to replicate what Total Gaming have done in the previous game. They want to end this as quickly as possible, whereas Vasista on the other side, now they've got some good crates. Now they can, buy really good weapons. And for the first time, I feel that Jonty Gaming might be under the radar this time around. Because, he's starting to pick up some confidence.
Be a big problem here. Swaroop spots the player. Getting closer to that airdrop. Contention coming towards the airdrop, and Swaroop and Vasista Esports, they're the ones to pick it up. But what a riptide rhythm coming in from Ginotra. Foils all the plans of Vasista Esports. Swaroop's down, but a quick exchange on Ginotra. That should give them some space. As Jarvis is also down. Those are big ones coming through. Kunal with his Groza firing all that he has. Finds a knock, make it a second as he finds another player. It's all down to Tiger in this 1v2. 2 players in 2 different directions. What does Tiger do with a VSS and no throwables at all?
Oh, VSS, it can still do a lot of damage. Whereas Kunal on the other side is going to stay as silent as possible because he knows that he gets an advantage. YGL in hand. He knows when to lure out that enemy who's in covers. Whereas on the other side, Vincent, he's been that primary objective. He's going to stay as silent as possible and he's going to land that final bullet if required. Because Kunal right now with the P90 gets in closer. Tiger makes that mistake, comes out behind the glue wall, won't be able to connect those shots, and Durovic is going to be having a demise. And Jonty Gaming, they're going to be happy to walk away with the first game in their favor.
And an ace to end it coming in from Kunal. What a play coming in. This best of 3 first round goes in favor of Jonty Gaming. Bermuda gets secured. Game 1 in their favor. There are 2 more, and it looks like if this continues, and this is what I feared, Arka. Hands down, but I did not predict it would kind of cascade in this fashion, with Jonty Gaming having the initial defeats and then the success. And Vasista Esports, I predicted this would be the approach from their end, where they would find the initial defeats and then the success coming across. But I think Jonty Gaming, as soon as they understood this is Clash Squad, not Battle Royale, which we are a lot more familiar with, they took some time to understand their opponents, and once they knew their approach, they knew they were the silent killers. They knew they would take their own time making it across, and what Jonty did was just make up a stronghold for themselves, forcing the likes of Vasista Esports that you do not have any more space in any of the positions. Even in the Sentosa, you saw there was nothing that they could do till the end of it, and one last player and 2 players in 2 different directions. What an end coming in from Jonty Gaming to win this game 1.
I mean, details, the devil lies in the details. So I do believe that it all comes down to that A1 to a 4, right? They understood that if both our frontline assaulters are going to stick together, both Tatsuya as well as Oscar, if both of them are unable to move and use their abilities, then what's the use? So that is where Jonty is like, you know what, now we're just going to spread around. We're going to make sure that we spread our wings coming in from different directions. Let's pick up the pace. We know that the opponents are going to be surrounded, and they were caught off guard. I mean, a very, very good execution coming in from the side of Jonty. But again, Vasista, I told us in the beginning of, in the start of this game itself, that they need to play to their advantages. They've got a very strong firepower-oriented team. and they need to play to those characters which each of these players are masters of.
I think hands down agreed. I think in terms of that character ability, we kind of have this discussion, right? When there is this permutation combination situation, and especially when you do not have an opportunity, just like in Battle Royale, right? One unique active skill applies to everybody, yes, but you can have repetitive skills coming through. But here in the class squad, that cannot be replicated. If a team picks up a character skill, meaning you're denied of it, and that causes problem, and I think that's where Vasista were kind of outskilled in couple of the picks. But I think Vincent, along with him Kunal, you will see with all the players stats comes through, with him having 9, even Kunal had the same, but the highest damage coming in from the likes of Vincent at 5,740, and we saw him very long back with the sniper action that he was able to bring in, was one of the reasons that Vasista Esports were losing their players very early on, and then Kunal or anybody else from their team were able to back the other players.
Now, the most important part for Jonty Gaming was also trying to save Vincent and trying to keep him survive for the last moments, because they know Vincent is capable of pulling off a 1v1 with a sniper. And even when the roles started to switch, they understood that Vincent, things are not working out when you're in the backlines. You do one thing, you come forward and give us the opening, then we're going to take the rest of the things in our own hands. And Vincent was able to perform there as well. And I believe Vasista will also have to execute something like that. Bring in their primary sniper to give that opening when required.
Let's quickly talk about the scoreboard. As you can see, Swaroop is going to be the highest in terms of elimination for the likes of Vasista Esports, and I think from the very start of things, along with him it was then came in Patlu with 5 of his own, and I think Patlu tried his best to keep that ship stable for the likes of Vasista Esports, but we, yes, hands down did miss out on Tiger. I think there were only very couple of instances where we ended up seeing Tiger, and you can see the assist, yes, being there, but it was not the elimination that he was able to grab. But when you look at Jonty Gaming, the picture is completely different, right? There are 2 players who are sitting at 10 and 9 eliminations, but it doesn't seem like the other players were left out. They were using their character skills, their abilities to help the team function and find a lot more value. And it was Ginotra's Riptide Rhythm over there with Skylar being used at that airdrop, which Vasista Esports, because of unfortunate continuous losses, they couldn't keep their weapons to the ongoing rounds, and Jonty Gaming just took advantage of it from there on. And I think that is where the second round, and when there is a mid-round situation where you're around the 3s, around I think the 6th round, if you're unable to keep the weapons and start upgrading it, it becomes a problem, and the team, whoever starts picking up the victories from there on, they'll run away with it. And Jonty Gaming, that's what they did. And you can see Vincent with 5,000 we already spoke about in the MVP, but Kunal is not far away with 4,000 damage on his own as well.
Absolutely. Now, one more thing which we have to also point out is how Vasista was completely dependent on as well as Swaroop in the front lining. I know that Jarvis at times was able to shine out, but there was also one more thing which Jonty Gaming absolutely read well. That is, Vasista tend to come to the center of the circle, and once they come to the center, they try to hold that position for a long time, and that is where the Riptide Rhythm was used perfectly by Jonty Gaming, and they were reading the game very quickly. Once they understood that Vasista was not in the center anymore, they adapted to it. They came in from 2 different directions to, lock them up at a certain position. So I do believe that Vasista will have to pick that up properly, read the game, and then try to, come up with a counter strategy immediately.
Also, one more thing that Vasista Esports needs to kind of figure out is their own strategy is become a lot more familiar or used multiple times. It's always a 3-1 split that we are ending up seeing. The 3 players go to the right hand side, and the 1 player goes to the left hand side, who's kind of the lookout. And that kind of creates a problem because Jonty Gaming, they're not doing that. As I said, they're trying to hold off a front line. They're trying to establish a stronghold. They're not letting you pierce from the left hand side. They're not letting you pierce from the right hand side, not even from the center. They have a complete defense barrier, and if there is an opportunity that you push up, everybody instantly moves in that direction and fortifies themselves, causing Vasista Esports to now kind of falter. But hey, that was game number 1. We still have 2 more games in this best of 3 action. There's still an opportunity of a comeback, which could work in your favor. A sweep could be done from the likes, but this is also not an elimination right here, Arka. If the oppression is being felt here in the class squad stage, this first best of 3 could be taken as a loss, and you can still move further to the grand finals. But that, I think, Steadfall is going to be even more tougher, because the next time you're going to play a best of 3, you have a knife slinging right about your head, and which is going to be a loss, and then it's an elimination knife. Done.
I mean, it also comes down to how much pressure you're going to put on your opponents from the get-go. And I think Jonty Gaming have already wounded Vasista very badly over here. And they have to take advantage of it as well. So let's see how they're going to be performing in the upcoming map. It's going to be the map of Next Era. You know, sometimes, even though we speak more about this Clash Squad, we also have to look back the stats of BR to see how these teams have played in the map of Next Era in those close range battles. And I somewhere feel that, you know, Vasista is going to have a bit of an upper hand when it comes to Next Era. But by the look of things, I do believe that Jonty Gaming might be able to, thrust themselves more and able to achieve another game in their favor.
Fingers crossed. Let's see if that's going to be possible as we jump to the character select. Tatsuya is going to be the ban skill, and on the other end, Vasista Esports previously as well, they were banning none other than Steffi. So the bans remain same, and the starting pick also are looking similar. Oscar, right out of the gate, being the first pick. Now, Vasista Esports, they have an opportunity of grabbing two, and they go for Zion this time. With them is going to be Ignis. I think this is a wise call coming through. They have a lot of shield, a tank ability with Zion's character coming through, along with that speed as well. But Jonty Gaming, they again go back to Casey as well as Skylar, and which has been so far proving in their advantage.
Now it all comes down to what they're going to choose as their final character. Trust me, because on the other side you can see a very different combination, a very different approach. Yes, Koda is going to be getting at that information. Iris is going to be, the sniper you would want to use. But for now, Alok being awakened on the other side, what do you feel? The support player being an Alok, you think that's going to support Skylar? Because I can understand that Casey is being busy healing Oscar.
I think it is a wise choice, but hey, as you rightfully said, they already have a healer. Now bringing again Alok in the mix, it is something to think about, and I think that wrench goes to the likes of Vasista Esports. They have the ball in their own court, because on their end we again see that kind of criteria which Jonty were fulfilling of aggression in our character select in game number 1. Here in game number 2, Vasista Esports have that aggression in their name, with Iris for information if they're hiding behind cover, Koda to make sure that they have the movement speed as well as cover being detected. So information again, Ignis will be used whenever there is a lot of players behind those glue walls or hiding behind the walls to make sure they have that burning damage coming through. And then Zion, who as you can see have the rusher ability as well, the rusher role, meaning he's going to be the one who's going to be rushing right into a fight, trying to look forward to an opening if possible. And aggression written in this banner in the character select from the likes of Vasista Esports, but this time the tank ability, the survivability from Jonty Gaming. And when we depicted the picture of Jonty Gaming, Arka, they already look like a fort. So again, going for a lot more of this support, lot more of healing, tells me that it's going to be again a tough time for the likes of Vasista Esports to bring another victory here in game 2. It seems to be a tad bit tougher.
Absolutely, because right now, since they've got their equation set, Jonty Gaming will look forward to be bit more aggressive. Again and again, I've been telling this, that Vasista is more of the aggressive team. Their success so far in this tournament is because they've been as aggressive as possible. Let it be Tatsuya, let it be Oscar. Most of their frontline assaulters have been absolutely unstoppable with those characters. And I still don't know why those active skills are not being used. Nevertheless, we'll be heading into the next game, and hopefully not the final one for the side of Vasista, because Jonty Gaming are looking much more promising as things kick out. Look at how closely both these teams are going to be running with one another.
Next there are the players of action, and this time Vasista Esports' abilities in terms of the characters they've picked is of aggression, and Swaroop right out of the gate goes through with the help of Ignis, tries his best, backs off. As more number of players of Jonty have surrounded him, Yuno is only able to bag one before Ginothra is able to trade it out. Yuno trying to find another with the pistol, trying to bag and send a player down, but it is going to be Jarvis and Ginothra together cleaning up the whole squad, and that's going to be a victory for Jonty Gaming to start things off. The healing is the problem. Last time we saw a little bit of healing also on the likes of Vasista Esports, but this time they've left it all for Jonty Gaming, and Jonty Gaming, they're going to get this advantage, reap the benefits in their name, and it is going to be a tough call for Vasista Esports if they're able to change anything.
Absolutely, Vasista. Seems like that A124 is going to be missing out yet again. because Jonty this time around, when they were sticking together, the only thing which Vasista had to stop them was that A124. And this time around, since they don't have it, look at how closely Jonty Gaming is going to be working that 2v2 situation. Yes, sometime around we're able to see that Vincent will be trying to do his best. Coming in as a group is not going to work out against them, because the crossfire being held has been phenomenal. Tiger from the other side is trying to complete this equation, but I don't think so it's going to be easy, because Ginotra is going to be revved, and now it's again a 2v4 situation.
Problem position of Tiger is revealed. The initial approach was good. Vincent on a 1v1 and he seals the deal as Kunal bags out one for himself. That's a brilliant play coming through. And Jonty Gaming, they've been so efficient. And as you said, that A124 missing. Now they have no chance of stalling the likes of Jonty Gaming in their abilities. They have healing whenever they want. They have cover whenever they want. And they make sure that their players are not going to get eliminated. Maybe not okay. The approach from Vasista Esports, they have to make sure to find a way to break these bonds between the players of Jonty Gaming. If they don't, it's a goner. And Vincent starts off with a damage and he's looking forward to a knock. That was a big damage. Unfortunately, it was not a knock, but he'll be happy that Vasista Esports are wounded right as now, where Swaroop is looking forward to grabbing the airdrop.
Look at how it's been changing every single time. Jonty Gaming this time again reads it properly. Comes in from a different angle. Jarvis has got to take that advantage. Comes in to put down a player and immediately goes in for the confirmation as well. Patlu on the other side also gets taken down. It all comes down to Tiger, who needs to perform out here, but he's also going to be sniffed out as Kunal gets in from one angle. Comes in from the other side. It's going to be Vincent putting the in for this team, and that is going to be Vasista losing their third round straight.
Look at the starting of this. Jarvis with a max 7, maximizing his bullets and eliminations with the possibility. And with that, after that, everything was done for. There was nothing much that Vasista Esports could have done from there on. And Jonty Gaming, they're at a lead of 3-0. This is looking tougher as we go across one after another. Now, this round number 4 at Decca Square, and Vasista Esports have a little bit of a higher ground advantage as they're going to make their move towards the likes of Vasista Esports. And Kunal might actually take that opportunity, maybe even Vincent. It looks like the whole team is actually taking that approach, making sure Ginotra, who's on the lead of it, are not allowing the players to get closer. But right now, initial damage being done with the throwables, Ignis being used as they've come up on the roof, and now Ginotra and Jarvis are cornered. But they're making sure that position is not going to be a problem for them, rather going to be a benefit.
Oh,
and there it is, Kunal with the opening on Tiger with Jest and Uzi. Swaroop trying to bring this around, but Kunal as well as Jarvis, they're getting it in their favor, and Vincent opening up that glue wall, spots the players of Vasista Esports. Kunal making a push, Swaroop now in trouble along with, the last two survivors.
Oh, look at how quickly Jonty is able to reset. Jonty Gaming doing everything right. Even the textbook basics. Ginotra on the other side wants to come in from the backline, support Kunal out here as he puts down another player and following up with another one. There's another victory coming in. Sam, I think it's good for us to say that in this game as well, it's got to be Jonty walking away with the win as well as walking away with the complete round as well.
A dominating one. There is nothing that the likes of Vasista Esports are even able to put forth against the likes of Jonty Gaming. There is no answers. This question book was already filled by the likes of Jonty Gaming, and there's done. Grav Labs may be one of the last few, the penultimate options here for Vasista Esports to answer back if possible. If they don't answer now, it's done for. Trying to take a higher ground. And higher ground is something that maybe Vasista Esports are trying to find an opening on, but so far, Jonty Gaming, they're the ones who always find an advantage in that opening of a sniper action, and Kunal always the man getting closer to his opponent, and there it is, as Vincent finds one, make it 2, as Kunal gets one for himself. Patlu, the last man standing, and Jarvis making a push for him, and that's going to be round number 5, as Jonty Gaming are sweeping the floor against Vasista Esports.
Jonty, it seems like they're not even having a competition out here. I don't know how come Vasista is not able to crack this properly. They've got just one elimination so far as a team. I just wonder how that can happen in 5 rounds to be completed. I do believe that Vasista will now have to do a wake-up call. They can still do a comeback from here. All they have to do is stick together, go in as a pack of wolves, and then pick up one player at a time. And let me remind you, Vincent, he's been that deadly combination in this complete equation. Jarvis on the other side is also giving that initial. So let's see this time around whether Jonty Gaming will be able to seal the deal.
I think it seems to be a flawless if they execute it here in round 6. Not even a single round lost. Jonty Gaming slowly surrounding the players, getting closer. A player gets spotted. Tiger is in trouble as Kunal right behind enemy lines, and there is the opening. What a 1-2 bag coming in from his end, and now Vasista Esports, they're separated from the likes of Tiger. They're trying to use throwables, getting closer right now, but Jarvis is having help coming in from Ginotra. Finally gets put down to rest, but Kunal, he's not stopping, and Patlu again the last man, and make it round number 6, and a booyah coming in for Jonty Gaming. A dominating one, a commanding one, a flawless one coming in from their end, an unstoppable one.
For some reason, I'm not shocked. Lucifer, trust me, I'm not shocked. I believe that Jonty Gaming, they come in with a bit of experience and they've taken advantage of the situation. Vasista on the other side, all they have done is kneeled in front of Jonty Gaming, especially when it comes to the map of Nextera. At every look and corner where I felt like Vasista might have a bit of an higher chance, all they've done is done big mistakes. And look at how Jonty have come in. They have not come in as a pack of wolves. They have come in as 4 individuals from 4 different directions, and they have struck at one single point. And sadly, all 4 players of Vasista were always standing in that very point.
Yeah, and always their opening has always been that one player who's away from the team and the other are moving in another direction. As soon as he falters, Vasista Esports are now like, it's come back, guys, retreat, we cannot make a move right now. We have to make sure that we have more sense of what's happening. But by the time they decide to retreat, the game's done for, the round's done for, and the map's done for, and now the series is done for. This best of 3 ended in a 2-0, and that was within a blink of an eye, Arka. That was so fast. I think Vasista Esports, now that they've understood of how Class Squad is going to kind of tend to, and especially in that character select, I think big mistakes were done. At least in round number 1, we kind of speculated it was an even Steven situation. You stressed on that A124 ability. We were talking about that multiple times, and especially now not even picking that. And hey, Jonty Gaming, they also did not pick it. However, they got Alok, they got Casey. That is double whammy. You cannot take them down. At all times, they'll be getting their players back and forth. And imagine, none of the rounds, I think, if I'm not wrong, for 100% sure, all the 4 players survived and all the 4 players won every round.
I mean, touche to that. But again, I would like to say that Jonty Gaming, they just stuck to the basics. They're like, we're going to play for the meta. What gun is going to be used in the close range? We're going to take advantage of it. We're going to be playing our primary characters, and we're going to be walking away with the win. And Ginotra, with that 4 LM, he's going to be very happy with the 1,552 damage, for the only reason being that his team has walked away with the win.
And hey, when we kind of see the highest number of eliminations, and so far we ended up seeing the highest coming in from Car 98, or I think 10 we ended up seeing from OnePlus God's Reign, and then Car 98, one player at 12 eliminations. But here we ended up seeing the previous game at 9 and 10 eliminations again from Jonty Gaming, but this time I think it was scattered across evenly across their players here in Nextera, and that's why match MVP has 4 eliminations, but the way he played along with his teammates at the damage of 1,500 tells us that Jonty Gaming, compared to Bermuda, it got way easier for them here on Nextera. We kind of speak about in Battle Royale, right, Arka, that Nextera and Solara, these newer maps, are kind of tougher for the teams who are still trying to gain experience. But Jonty Gaming, right out of the gate on Nextera, said, hey, whoever is in front of us, you're not going to even have a single chance, because there is only 1 elimination in its entirety on the likes of Vasista Esports in the 6 rounds that we had.
What happened to Zion? What happened to Coda? What kind of a combination did you walk into? And this is going to be the few questions which Vasista is going to be questioning themselves for a long time. But on the other side, Jonty Gaming, a very, very dominated performance. In the first game, we saw that Vincent was the person who was doing the talking with Gunotro, trying to give him a kind of backup. Whereas when it comes to the second game, Jarvis and Kunal, they picked up the pace and they were like, you know what, I think now we've got that momentum. Why don't you give me that opportunity, and I'm going to strike when the iron is hot. And that is what Jonty Gaming have done. As I said, one elimination against what? I can see almost 25 to 26 eliminations coming in from the side of Jonty Gaming. Shows that Vasista did not have any chance whatsoever in this format of the game.
Yeah, this class squad, I think, was a wake-up call for Vasista Esports, which I kind of presumed would be from the start in the previous game. I'm still thinking what happened from Vasista Esports grabbing that initial victory to fumbling in such a bad manner. And I think it is just Jonty Gaming giving them that space in the early game in Bermuda, and from then closing that shutter, closing the gate, completely lifting that bridge up and not even giving them access here in Nextera. But hey, I think tougher games prepare you for the next oncoming matches, especially under pressure. Now, Vasista Esports, their next game up in this Swiss bracket is going to be an elimination game. We spoke about this. That's what is going to be very tough to handle. Now that is a pressure that everybody would want to kind of sway away from it, but it's not going to be an easier one. And Vasista Esports, after having such an onslaught of a fight against Jonty Gaming, and I'm pretty sure when we see them again in next week to fight for that top 4 spots, out of which 2 will already be filled by the end of today and 2 will be availed in the next week when we start things off on week 4. Vasista Esports might be prepared by that time, because that's a long wait for them and also a lot of preparation time, Arka.
Absolutely. Now, Jonty Gaming on the other side, since they've shown a domination like this, I would love to see them go head on against Total Gaming, because I feel that is where, you know, the big bulls are going to lock horns. Otherwise, I don't think so anybody else is in the lobby who can restrict Jonty Gaming's aggression, which is looking very, very promising right now. But for now, Vasista Esports, as they go into the lower bracket, they're going to be watching all the other games also very closely, because they want to understand their next opponent. They would want to read them, not underestimate them, try to come in with a counter strategy of the right kind of active skills as well. But you know, sometimes just sticking to the basics can also do the job.
Yeah, hands down, I think you have to give it. Jonty Gaming did that from the right of the get-go. There was not even a single instance where we kind of said, hey, this is something unique, this is something out of the box. They knew what kind of abilities would do what kind of job, kept that players in that position. Now, for example, the simplest of it, right? The airdrop. We initially saw them, they get their airdrops, they kept their weapons to the ongoing next rounds, and they were upgrading it. They had everything in their advantage. They didn't have to fight for it again. What did they do? They decided we're going to step back, wait for the players of Vasista Esports to get to that airdrop. And for sure, whenever there is an airdrop, they put down glue walls to secure it, and there's a riptide rhythm to break that all open, and 2 to 3 players
and the
are
best
out
part
and
is,
surprised,
it was a
wondering,
crossfire being set up. You know, before the riptide rhythm comes, they're like, you know what, are you guys in place? Yes. Are the crosshairs locked? Yes. Okay, now I'm just going to open the scope for you guys. I mean, open the area for you guys. All you're going to do is fire. The riptide rhythm comes in, the glue wall is gone, and they're like wondering, where are we getting shot from? And before they could realize it, they're done for it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tactical approach coming in from the likes of Jonty Gaming. Yeah. But that tells us their preparedness, and then we also talk about the big bulls of the lobby, right? I think Jonty Gaming proved that rightfully so, why they are ones to be feared of. Yeah. But it's not yet done. We still have bigger bulls with horns coming through to fight against, and it's going to be Godlike versus NG Pros. That is a match that you shouldn't miss right after this break. After seeing why Jonty Gaming are one of the toughest in the lobby, now we are ready to witness the next best that is going to be happening. The last of our initial Swiss stage bracket, that is going to be Godlike versus NG Pros. Welcome back to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. With me is going to be Arka. And Arka, what do you think? Where do we head? At least in the likes of Jonty and Vasista, we had an idea of where it would kind of swing to. But with Godlike as well as NG Pros, it is a big matchup.
I mean, I'll tell you where I stand right now, okay? My heart says probably it's got to be Godlike. But my brain says, man, what are you looking at? Look at the amount of eliminations they had in the previous round, in the BR round. I think it's got to be NG Pro. So I don't know whom to go with. Initially, as soon as I see the first 3 rounds, probably that is where I can place my predictions. But for now, let's look at the matchup and see how things will turn out, because these 2 big names have got the best of the players out there who have already proven themselves that they're really good when it comes to the frontal battles.
This is the David versus Goliath matchup. This is the whatever. I think another beast that was coming to my mind. I kind of forgot. What is that? No. What is that movie? I forgot. Okay, whenever it comes to my mind again, if you kind of get a glimpse of it, Arka, please let us know, enlighten us. But right now, it is going to be those beasts. And on one end, we already have the logo of NG Pros with the beast, and Godlike, their name itself tells us of the aura that they have. Let's see if that works out for them or not as we start things off in the map order of Kalahari being our first game. In the previous best of 3 Arka, we never got a chance to even step into Kalahari. It was not a 3-gamer. Here, we might have a chance with Godlike and NG Pros.
Now, Kalahari, look at the success rate of both these teams. Which among these teams have got the maximum, booyahs? I do believe that it's going to somewhere lean towards the Godlike side, and Non-Stop Pros are going to be more of on the aggressive front. They've got maximum eliminations when it comes to this map. So no matter where they're going to be placed, both of these teams, it'll all come down to the strategies and the adaptation in the game as they read the game and come up with counter strategies as well. But character select, this is where things will be. Chrono is going to be banned straight away for Godlike, whereas on the other side, it's going to be Casey for the side of Non-Stop Gaming.
Meaning they've denied that one spot of healing. No chains or links that will be used.
Yeah.
Godlike start things off with a Santino. And that is a good and a wise decision, having a doppelganger for yourself in your own control. But NG Pros, they go for double dashes with Oscar and Tatsuya. That is big. That is fast. And I want to see how that works against A124 and Clue.
Now, the last time when we saw Tatsuya and an Oscar being used, it was not countered properly. Probably Santino will be the answer, put a doppelganger, go forward, loot, a drop and immediately switch places and then try to counter strategize accordingly. A124, I believe that probably Godlike are on the right things, but suddenly when I see Clue as well as Zion, this is where my doubt starts to occur.
Yeah, no, I think Godlike are playing it smart in terms of aggression and information. And once they have information with Clue, I think A124 is going to ruin the games of NG Pros. But NG Pros have the advantage of switching the gear on and off. They can aggress whenever they want. With the help of Tatsuya and Oscar, they can change the style of the game whenever they want. And I think starting things off on Kalahari is going to be a wise decision. Now, when I kind of went to the BR and how many times that Godlike and NG Pros were able to grab a booyah, it seems like they're on a 1 versus 1 face-off. Both the teams have won Kalahari once in their entire, from both online to league stage that so far that we've witnessed. And NG Pros, they've had the most recent success on Kalahari. But also talking in the tabletop charts, that is NG Pros. You mentioned it as well when we were talking about these 2 giants that, hey, NG Pros have already done it in our week 2 end. They're already sitting at the top of the charts. They should be able to do it again, but I think Godlike somewhere decided in week 1 and week 2 of our league stage that, hey guys, our thoughts should be only to make it in the top, but not be in the top 1 spot. That kind of puts us in the, I would say, firing range. It could put us in trouble, and let's not do that. Let's take it one step at a time. And so far, it's worked for them. But right now, the biggest step is going to be this: the starting matchup of the class squad on Kalahari between Godlike versus NG Pros. Who takes it with the characters they've selected?
I mean, I suddenly realized, Sam, one thing. Just in case a clue, the opponents get to know that the clue is being used and they keep in the prone position every time they're moving around. I believe that, the counter strategy is already there. But for now, let's look at how NG Pros are going to pull this off. As it's not going to be an easy game for them. Godlike on the other side, they're maintaining distance. That shows that they need to be careful. Look at how Non-Stop Gaming are coming in from the other side. A 1v3 split. And the solo player is going to be grabbing all the attention and making sure he stays away from the circle as the rest three are going to start their assault.
Enclosure going in for an opening, and that's Eco putting down Struggle, putting Anubhav down, and NG Pros are in trouble. One player so up close. Can he find an opening for himself? Cropsy, he does land a blow on Eco, but now he's surrounded by the entirety of Godlike. Yogi puts him down, and Mannu a little too late into the action, and Godlike, they easily close that left flank in their favor and secure round number 1 at Council Hall.
The info which we were speaking about, Clue giving away all the positions and then Godlike suddenly re-strategizing. A perfect gameplay coming in from their side. But now NG Pros, now they'll have to stick to the ground. They have to prone as they come in to avoid that detection. And will they be able to do so? Because once they don't have the center of the circle in their favor, that is where they will be forced to move around. As on the other side, Godlike yet again going for a deeper flank. This is going to be the Mammoth region. Yes, a bit of a high ground is always advantageous as you're going to have the bird eye view. NG Pros, look at them, suddenly coming into the center and immediately proning to make sure that Godlike don't have any kind of a clue where they stand.
Yeah, that's a big play that they have to make. That is something that they have to incline to. If they decide to stand up, move around, they will have all the information and Godlike will pounce just like they did previously. But Godlike, they're also not making a little bit of an overconfident move anywhere. They're taking their time, taking space one after another, making sure NG Pros, they're the ones on the deficit as we start things off on round 2. They are the ones who have to make a move, and they spot a player, but that was a mannequin. That was Santino's shapeshifter. And with that information that all of them are on the bones of the mammoth, now Godlike right underneath it, how do they play this? The circle is also right at the edges or the bones of the mammoth, and Godlike are also holding that. And now NG Pro, so far they've not managed to make a peek or get info on the land of Godlike where they're standing on. But now it's an opportunity. As the zone is closing in, they have to make a move and it could cause trouble. And Godlike, they've decided we are not going to make any moves, and they were waiting. Nancy, he finds the opening and Struggle. He's trying to isolate Yogi. He's trying to spot Eco, but he doesn't know he's been spotted, and his Struggle will be put to rest as Nancy finds the others. And what a big win again at Mammoth.
Godlike, it seems like it's going to be a one-sided game yet again. Look at the precision as they understood that this is the player we're going to be marking and making sure we're going to target. That is where the rest of the players are going to be, just falling down like a dominoes. Where a Struggle on the other side, the divided attention, which he shouldn't have had. Concentrating the firepower against a solo player would have been so much better. But look at how deeply now Godlike have wounded the side of NGs, because now they're looking underconfident. They don't know what to do next. Now they will want to prioritize the center of the circle. And Godlike, how are they going to counter-strategize this? We have to wait and watch.
I think Godlike have already made a wide decision in their character ability. NG Pros, the main deficit that I see, and something that we've been constantly talking about, is that clue, and on the other end there is no information. They have double dashes, and so far, Arka, we've not even seen single of that dashes being used. Then Struggle making a run for it. Even 2-4 was used prior to it, and they grab an easy one, and Nancy is the man again to open things up. And we know how deadly Nancy is. Yogi pushing on the other end, and NG Pros for a second now are surrounded by the players of Godlike. Nancy is hearing the footstep. Cropsy's position's been called on, and now it's going to be trouble. Anubhav trying to push him across, but Cropsy doesn't know what he needs to do to run away.
Ooh.
Tries goes for a dash, but that dash puts him down. Anubhav, however, puts Yogi down, but before he could grab that elimination, Anubhav gets a confirmation, but he also gets put down. And all his 4 quads on the ground, and it's down to Mannu. Again, the last man standing, similar to round number 1.
Marco needs to be careful. Manu comes in closer with that AC-80. He will not do much, as Marco will be landing that down. The final nail in the coffin, making sure that the third round goes in their favor. And Godlike, what I'm loving the most about them is how Nancy has been that pivotal person in this lobby. With that A124, he goes in closer because he knows the frontline assaulter is either going to be Tatsuya or an Oscar user. He gets in closer, he makes sure that he nullifies his ability and then takes him down, making things so much weaker against the opponents. And then all of a sudden, Godlike look unstoppable.
Information is the name of the game, and this is something that we've been talking around. I think even the current circuit of workforce is also about data, right? I think right now that major missing of data for NG Pros is making an impact, and there it is, an opening blow and struggle. A little bit of a glimpse that was caught, and Eco doing the damage and now pushing. Marco's already found Anubhav. Struggle is going to struggle to get out of from the claws of Godlike and NG Pros. They might have the logo, but right now it's going to be Godlike proving themselves as the monsters of this lobby, taking players down right, left and center. And Manu again, of all the rounds that we've seen, he is the last man standing, last one to go down, and Godlike secure the fourth.
Eco getting 3 frags in that, 3 eliminations. He was looking unstoppable from the get-go as soon as he put Struggle down. From there, he said that you guys just give me information, I'll take care of the rest. He gets in over here, puts another player down, and even before we could end our sentences, Godlike had ended that round. 4 rounds already in the name, 2 more to go, and it seems like Godlike are here to make a statement. You guys would have thought about Total Gaming. You guys could have predicted that Jonty Gaming, but let me tell you guys, Godlike are here to dominate.
NG Pros, they are struggling. And this is not a great sight to see, especially for their fans, but Godlike, they'll be rejoicing.
Oh, no.
And Marco again, big damage. Manu, he could have been the first one to falter. Nancy, a throwable being used from his end. Not much damage, thankful to the Steffi that they have. But Steffi has been used, they've been cornered. They are now holding the cyber airdrop. That's a big upgrade that they will be using. But what a shot from Manu. But unfortunately, it's not a knock. That Om was able to take big HP chunk but not land a blow. But Manu now might be in trouble, but the push coming in from Cropsy is going to be crucial. They have to find an opening, but it's going to be Anubhav to go down. Eco on the exchange. Cropsy, he is trying to hold the fort line, hold the lines for now. Running away. Marco's put down. It's looking like this could be the first round. Yogi is the last man standing. He's trying to buy some space as Cropsy is also trying to lift his players up out from the ground. And now Yogi on a 1v1, and he does it! Yogi, he seals this. There is not a single round written for the likes of NG Pros, and the captain steps and puts it down, seals the 5th round.
Oh my goodness, that close range battle was so phenomenal. I wasn't expecting Corpse to go down so quickly. He's got that shotgun. I really thought that it was already reloaded. He was waiting for a pre-fire, but ultimately the crosshair placement coming in from the opponents was so phenomenal. I do believe that Godlike would want to end this right here, right now.
This is a point to close this game on Kalahari. Climbing up, Cropsy, Anubhav and Manu. Godlike are going on the flank on the opposite end. And they're climbing the ship at the other corner. Now Struggle, he's the one in between trying to read that information. What a position coming in from Yogi along with Marco. They find an opening, but a counter knock. That was a brilliant one coming in from Manu. He was looking forward to it, finally gets it with the AC-80, but Struggle, what a push coming in from his end of the Trogan. Bags 2 in his name and instantly trying to back off, but Marco, he's still trying his best. That was a nice use of that shapeshifter at the end second before he was about to get knocked, but Nancy, he is still fighting for it. He's gotten closer on the Santa Catarina ship while 2 players are pushing against him, and he gets one down. Eco from the backlines helps, and they equalize.
Absolutely, Eco needs to be careful now. He's not only going to go in for the revival, but also wait things out. He's not got any kind of active skills available. It all comes down to a 1v1 battle, and Eco is going to be singing the songs of death. Struggle versus Eco. Which among these players are going to be ending this? Godlike says, you know what? We have come in to leave a mark, and we leave a big one as we walk away with all 6 initial points. And the next game, we're going to be welcoming them with open arms.
Yeah, man, I hands down, I never thought a fight against Godlike and NG Pros and we would see a flawless victory. Jonty and Vasista Esports, we kind of spoke about it. There was a couple of mistakes being done and therefore that happened. But here, in an opening game against the Giants, against a table topper, hey, I'm at a loss of words of what NG Pros were unable to do. This is not something that I thought that NG Pros would be kind of fumbling on. Not a game that they would be taking a loss as. Imagine, Arka, you have such a big opportunity. You have an opportunity to take down the best team so far in all the weeks that we've seen, and they did it. In the week 2 end, NG Pros were able to tabletop, push Godlike to the likes at the 5th position. But here in the opening matchup of the Clash Squad, they did not. And they messed up big time. I think this is going to be a hit to their own confidence and gameplay if they don't bring their game back up in the next one. And that's going to be a seal the deal situation for Godlike now that they've closed already map 1.
I mean, who are the wounded lions in the lobby? Obviously, it's Godlike. And what can you expect from a wounded lion? Yeah, they're going to pounce upon you. You need to be prepared for it. And since they did not get the top spot when it comes to week 2, they're taking revenge. And who are they taking? Against the top team of the lobby. Here, they're making a statement. We are still here. Probably we just let you guys breathe because our priority was not to be in the top. Our priority was just to make sure we're in the top 8 and we enter the Clash Squad mode. It was an easy one for them. Whereas on the other side, I would love to see how NG Pros are going to counter this. Yet again, we speak about 2 teams back-to-back, Sam. One is going to be Vasista and then the other one is going to be NG Pros. Both of them should have stuck to the basics. Both of them should have understood that our firepower relies on our active skills being used more in the BR mode.
And honestly, as you rightfully say, right, these are those 2 teams that we kind of incline towards on aggression. After them, we kind of see Total Gaming in the mix. And Total Gaming, I think, are a well-rounded both in aggression as well as when they want to defend. And that's the reason in the top fraggers list or in the tabletoppers list, we do not always see them. But they're always close by. But when we see the likes of NG Pros, they only play on aggression. And this is something that they should have counted on. Especially aggression, it only is relied on data. And you need that information. And I think teams are somewhere making mistakes in their character select. They need to have at least minimum one ability which gives them information. I don't know if that's going to be a coda, if that's going to be a clue, if that's anything that's across, even an iris to an extent if somebody's hiding behind a glue wall. But information is necessary. If you don't, it is going to be trouble. Healing is missing, it's still fine. But let's talk about the match MVP, the man who made it all work. And this is going to be I think a household name. Nancy, 7 eliminations, 2,637 damage coming in from his end. He's been doing it from the day 1 of FFMIC 2025, Arka.
I mean, this man is writing his own history. And he's starting to believe in himself. And if he continues to do so, I don't think so. Any of these, any of the players out there will be able to match up to his charisma, which is carrying right now 2,637 damage, where Godlike might be able to replicate what Jonty Gaming did previously. Probably this guy would be the flag bearer for that.
Fingers crossed. But along with him, let's also talk about his teammates who are doing a fantastic job. And in that, even Eco makes a mark. And he was one of the reasons that the last round was that 6th confirmed in their favor, did not give away one to the opponents. But along with him, you need to give kudos to the players who gave big assists, Arka. Look at Yogi and Marco. 12 each. 12 each. That is a meaning of 24 assists coming in from the players of Godlike Esports, with their teammates bagging a total of around 30 eliminations.
Yep.
Huge.
Absolutely. Whereas on the other side, it was just 2 points coming in and one from Anubhav and Struggle. It seems like, they were not having such a great day. Even though Corbs and Manu, they were trying to do their best. They were the final survivors in the circle. They were doing those damages to make sure that the trade game goes in their favor. It seems like they'll have to stick together in the next map in case they'll have to pull off an exceptional game against the side of Godlike. But again, a 2 elimination against a 30-pointer, I don't think so. NG Pros are prepared for Godlike in any way right now. But hopefully the Clash Squad is going to get much more interesting with the upcoming map, because now we're going to be stepping away from the normality and Nextera is going to be played. Let me remind you, Nextera has been one of the favorite maps for the side of Godlike.
And that is something that they will try to close on. Again, another 6-0 if possible, and NG Pros might have big trouble on it. So far, I think this name of the game itself tells it all, and whichever team is not kind of playing in that format is having trouble. Previously, Vasista Esports, they had trouble. And when we saw the likes of TG versus Reckoning, it was Reckoning having trouble. So when you look at this as well, if you don't play the class squad as a squad, even in your character abilities, it has to be somewhere, Arka, I feel like there should be a little bit of at least cohesiveness that needs to be seen within the abilities, which would help each other to kind of bounce off and find advantage on. NG Pros in their previous character select, there was nothing like that. And that is one of the reasons, yes, maybe I did incline on data a lot. Yes, data is very much necessary in terms of information. But even if you do not have that, if there's an opportunity that you could maybe work with your teammate with the respective character skill, it could have worked really, really well. And NG Pros, with aggression written in their name, with Tatsuya and Oscar that they made their bet on, I kind of did not work in their favor. However, as you said, Nextera is the next game that we are switching on to, and Godlike, they've been seen on this familiar ground. They've been taken upon on a fight. Can NG Pros put a stop to them? That is the question as we jump on Nextera. For NG Pros, they have to put a stop, push it to the third. If they don't, it is going to be a 2-0 and a very dominating one, even from the previous one that Jonty Gaming just now did.
Absolutely. Now, you were speaking about the Tatsuya as well as the Oscar Dash, but let's not forget that they were not expecting an A124 coming in from the opponent side. And the way they've used that character is also phenomenal. Nancy, he went in as a solo player from one side and he made sure that the opponents do not use their ability at a given point of time. And not only that, even at points where, you know, the NG Pros did not use their ability, waited for that final moment so that, you know, they can activate it at the right time. It seems like they were already wounded even before they could come up with a strategy like that. So obviously it all comes down to how NG Pros are going to re-strategize. But again, for that, they'll have to read the minds of Godlike. They'll have to be in their shoes, try to understand that in the map of Nextera, how well they're going to be coming up with the characters. But I somewhere feel it's going to be a switcheroo, and then Godlike is going to teach them a lesson, telling that now we'll show you what we have to do when you've got an Oscar and a Tatsuya.
Let's see as we jump in to the next map in the map order is Nextera. We've been speaking about it a lot so far. And yes, this map has so far, in even the previous matches that we did witness, we kind of saw whichever team kind of dominated would run away on Nextera. And if that happens here without one of these two teams slowing the opponent down, it should be a runaway. And looking at how the previous map played, it should be Godlike running away with this. Let's jump into the character select, which will give us an idea if there is a switcheroo, if the mistakes are going to be corrected from the likes of NG Pros. They have the second select and the second ban. The first ban going in is going to be Oscar, and NG Pros deny Casey, making sure there's no healing still.
What did I say? Tatsuya immediately picked up by the side of Godlike. They know that in the map of Nextera, it's all about getting head on against the opponents. NG Pros, I'm waiting for them to reveal. Now again, you know, all the characters are going to be switched on the other side. Ignis, Zan, are you prepared for what's going to happen over here?
Again, another A124 coming through, and this time they pick up a Steffi. They say, last time we had cornered you, but you used the Steffi ability and were able to dodge it all. But this time, that's not going to happen. Previously, we did see a Chrono ban coming through. This time, it did not happen. And along with the Chrono, they picked themselves the Santino, which was being played from Marco previously. And this time, Godlike go for an Orion, a ball of no damage, a ball which cannot be tethered with. And Orion is going to be a very interesting ability to play with. And after what Yogi did, him playing that Orion again, he's looking forward to a lot more clutches in case things don't go his way. But I think this time, a little at least on survivability has been worked on. Along with Santino, a little information is also there, Arka.
Yeah, absolutely. But will that information help them out in any way? That's my big question, because Crimson Energy coming in, making sure that immune for damage, but also the primary thing is he's going to be absorbing the HP of the opponents, right? So there's nothing like an A124 coming in from the opponents to stop him from doing so. If Yogi is able to do that initial damage using that Orion, or probably use it in the later stages after Nancy or Marco goes in up front to do the initial damage, I am waiting to see how this is going to turn out, because Steffi as well as A124 as a rusher, I've not seen this combination in a long time now.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting one. Even from the side of Godlike, this time we do not have a lot of information to play around. Previously, they had the clue, making sure nobody would kind of play or run around on their foot. If they're crouched or prone, their information will not be revealed. But if they are running around, clue will give their information, and that's going to be an easy one to pick off. This time, Godlike have not gone for that. And especially with Tatsuya that you did mention about them running for it instantly, tells us that they want to go for that aggression. And on top of that, make sure they use that A124 as well again. And if that A124 comes into play, the Santino that we spoke about of how NG Pros on Godlike, how they were able to survive because of that Santino, will be put to rest with that A124, and A124 is going to ruin the game completely for NG Pros of whatever they're going to be preparing. But I still feel like in this, compared to the previous character select, this is a tad bit better for NG Pros, and they might have a chance to equalize the score in the best of 3.
I mean, yeah, considering that Godlike have not gone in for a different kind of a combination, yes, they're looking promising. But what if Godlike comes in as a two-man squad? Because a 2v2 split where you have AC80 and Tatsuya coming in from one side, and from the other side you have KC as well as, you know, the other character. So I somewhere feel that Godlike, they know what they're going to do. But ultimately, it's time for us to jump into this game to see whether Godlike are going to be stomping upon NG Pros to make sure that they pick up as many rounds as possible initially to make sure they put an end for this. A struggle goes in quickly. Eco on the other side gets in closer as well. Information has got to be relied. Corpse going head on against Yogi. Can he do the initial damage? It seems like he can, as he puts one man down. An immediate trade comes in from the other side.
Nancy, he's putting players down right, left and center. Marco, he's been put down, and now Nancy has to quickly wrap things up. It's going to be difficult. A 1v2, he brings it down to a 1v1. Now it's up to Struggle to see if he's an opportunity. But Nancy quickly going in for a revive. Anubhav is watching all this happen. Struggle gets closer as that information was released. And Struggle instantly puts Yogi down without giving him a chance to recover on HP. And now Nancy doing the deed, making sure that Struggle does not get closer. But Struggle across the windows, trying to spot Nancy out. And finally again, information. And he tried to do his best. He thought it could be a fake. Waited for a second, but Nancy revived, instantly turned around, and with the pistol was able to grab. And Nancy, this player, this MVP, he is looking unstoppable at the start of next era as well.
Absolutely, a 1v4, a phenomenal one, and I just love the way he used the information out there. He left his opponents to breathe so that they give him information and tell that, you know what, he's gone in for a revival, because he primarily knew that the opponent's already damaged. His HP was full. He can take advantage in a close battle as he'll be stepping through the window. So I do believe that Godlike, they have some kind of a rhythm already set up. But this time around, Nancy with that AC80, there's going to be a solo player coming in from one side, whereas Yogi goes to head in forward. Oh my god, with that pre-fire, and then immediately using the Orion to suck off as much HP as possible. It seems like Yogi knows exactly what he's doing. On the other side, the backup comes in. Anubhav also gets taken down. Yogi on the other side is searching for this last man breathing out as they go in for a revival. Manu needs to be careful, but Manu on the other side pulls off the unbelievable as Godlike gets eliminated.
Just above those machines, a little bit of a glimpse, a little bit of pixel was spotted on Yogi's head, and that was what Manu used to counter. Get that round number 1, and of all the fights that NG Pros had, this is the first one that they'll be grabbing in the best of 3 in the second map. Now that is a little bit of confidence coming back for the likes of NG Pros, and from here on they should be able to try and capitalize. And round number 2 is always crucial in terms of balancing your economy, and winning that round gives you a lot of confidence. Max 7 on Struggle, Manu with the P90, Ignis being used from his end, will try to do burn damage. His teammates have, however, surrounded the players of Godlike. Godlike do not have much information to go around with. Nancy, he's up close. Anubhav with a flank position. He drops one player, but a quick trader.
Absolutely, but Nancy is still not stopping immediately. A revival does come in, and that's why Godlike have been phenomenal. And it seems like the reset is not going to be possible this time around as Struggle comes in with that Centino, changes position, makes sure that he plays with the opponent's mind, puts down another player. Yogi, he's going to go in for the revival, but that's not going to be the case for the side of NGs as Godlike out of nowhere comes up with such kind of an equation, which is still hard for us also to be sitting here and wondering from where did NG Pros lose this game.
They were the ones who turned the tide around in their favor. Yogi was there, Eco, and then they were trying to figure out what they could do better, and all of a sudden, NG Pros in two different directions start getting knocked and then eliminated out of the round. That was a big blunder, if you ask me, from the likes of NG Pros, and that was very well orchestrated from the likes of Godlike. Map win already for Godlike, and if they get another map win here in next era, it's done for NG Pros. Struggle spotted out in the open, big damage. Eco, that information's been relayed to him, and before he could use it, he actually does. That was good utilization of throwables, and that's done for Struggle. He tried to go out, tried to look forward to a flank, and is already put to rest now. He knows the other players are pushing, and Yogi is already here to provide him a backup.
Absolutely. Whereas on the other side, Godlike, they've got the man advantage, and look at how slowly and steadily they're choking NG Pros from different directions. As we were speaking about the 2v2 split done phenomenally coming in this time around. Eco and Yogi, they're going to be waiting for the right time to, pounce upon the side of NG Pros as they all three players stick together and going in for a push. They need to be careful as the pre-fire might work out for the side of Godlike.
It did. Yogi finds the first, Nancy finds the next, and Eco finds the last. One after another. That was a cascading effect, a chain reaction, and Godlike Esports have round number 3. Round 5 now at Deca Square. And this was a mistake. I think once your information is relayed to an opponent, it's time to chase position quickly. If you don't change that position, it's easy as grub. They grab it and they're gonna run away. And now NG Pros, after getting that one round, them instantly losing the next was not a sight that any of us even thought of. As we are going into Deca Square, round number 5 is there. NG Pros making a comeback here, trying to equalize the scores, because right now they're at a 2-round deficit.
Ooh, Godlike suddenly going in for a 1v3 split, which I was not expecting. Eco, Nancy and Yogi, all three of them in a certain rhythm. And look at how first they initially want to damage the side of NG Pros before them do something different. Centino being used, Manu is trying to do his best to get in closer. Godlike suddenly out of nowhere immediately regroups, and look at them, how they read the game. They get information and immediately they come in with a different strategy altogether.
He knows a player is close by. Struggle, what a low health. This Mark 3 doing so much damage. And Eco together, and this is a deadly duo from a long time that we've been seeing. Holding the catwalk for now. Struggle, who's already low. Thankfully, he has a big cover. Nancy, a big throwable. The Steffi that was there on the end of NG Pros now missing. And the throwables are doing effective damage. Manu spotted out in the open, and another throwable to confirm. Nancy looking forward to more. Eco spotted that. He's going to try and put the shapeshifter down. Yogi in the meantime puts Struggle down using that shapeshifter brilliantly. Now 2 players left, the last 2 against the lot of 4, and Nancy a jumping shot on Anubhav, and he is the one to even put Manu down. That is an end as Godlike Esports find their 4th point, and they're looking unstoppable.
Absolutely. Whereas, what's more important right now is to understand how Godlike is able to pull this off. Because NG Pros, it looked like after the first round, they're going to be sticking together. They're going to be making sure they rely on trade game. Whereas Godlike on the other side, as soon as they lure their enemies into a compound, what they do is set up a crossfire. They come in from different directions and they try to, attack them and put them down.
One more round for Godlike to get to series point. They're waiting for an opportunity here at Grav Labs. NG Pros, they've taken an advantage with these throwables, which have been doing big damage so far. Something that NG Pros have always struggled with to delay or push forward. Yogi going aggressive, spotting that shapeshifter again, and Struggle this time. What an opening that was, but Nancy quickly trades it off. But that was a big surprise that he just pulled off.
Godlike for the first time seems to be wounded. A man advantage for the side of NG Pros. Will they be able to pull it off? Gods is just going to be adding advantage for this and making sure that Godlike is going to be left out with one last man standing. Marco from a distance. He'll have to pull off a 1v4. It seems like he connects one beautifully. Gets the confirmation as well immediately. And make sure that now he has to rely on information. It's the blue coming in from the other side. A double-edged sword, to be frank. Whereas on the other side, he sees, he's got information, he's got that pixel. Can he connect his shot? He's trying to do his best. One player tries to jump in the open, will be damaged heavily. Has struggled. He's going to be grabbing all the attention. And Marco, if he pulls a 1v3 over here, I believe that he's going to be the best sniper in the country right now.
We already saw an ace to start things off. Can it be another one? An arm against his VSS. Two players on the high setup, and Marco, he lands the blow. Can he find another one? His health not supporting him. His HP down to 36. The zone's closing. They quickly revive the player. A jump coming across him. And finally he gets put to rest. That was so close. That was well fought from Marco, but you have to give it to NG Pros as well. I think it all started with that Santino play coming in. And if that did not happen, maybe Godlike would have already had an opportunity. As soon as that Santino play was made, instantly the other players of NG Pros decided to jump upon and made sure that both Yogi and Iko did not have an opportunity to reciprocate, to answer back. And eventually when Nancy wanted to help out, he was also put down in the ground. And that is round number 2, denying Godlike Esports their point number 5.
So eventually, now we are able to understand that NG Pros are going to stick together no matter what. Oh, Marco on the other side gives that opening, but Godlike, they put blue walls to restrict themselves, and due to which Nancy's got to get taken down immediately, even though the push comes in from Iko. If he lands against Gods, and that is the only position from where they can get advantage, and immediately they put down Iko, whereas on the other side, all comes down to Ryan, Yogi singing the songs of death. He'll be putting down another player. He's going to be NG Pros immediately going in for a reset. But on the other side, things are not looking so good for the side of NG Pros as well. It's a 2v3 situation. Again, and Orion is going to be used to suck away as much HP as possible. Whereas Marco, he gets in closer. Can this sniper pull off something different out here? No, it's going to be the answer. As Manu says, I stand tall with 7 frags already.
Those are big frags coming in from Manu, and I think from the previous games that we've been seeing Manu being the last man surviving, nothing that he could do. This time he's bagging a lot of eliminations in his favor. He's standing tall, making it all work, and this is why we keep talking about when you have weapons, you keep them making it move into the next round, you upgrade them, and it is going to do the damage that you were intending to. It will find you the rounds that you wanted to, and finally, now it seems like NG Pros might just be back in action. Is that going to be enough? They're just 1 round away from equalizing the score. This time, Godlike, they're not playing the aggression card just like NG Pros did. Rather, letting the likes of NG Pros get closer. But what a shot. Cropsy, he starts off the help of struggle, quickly making use of a jump and getting closer to Godlike. And whenever NG Pros have gotten closer, they always find these knocks, find these eliminations. 2 are down, they're looking for more. And it looks like Godlike might be struggling big time. Down to the last 2 players, it's down to a 2v2 situation. Iko quickly reviving his player. Anubhav putting down Nancy over there, making it troubles land. It is still a 2v2 as this fight continues.
Godlike, they've got 3 men standing, and all of a sudden they've understand to build pressure against the side of NG Pros. Anubhav, he's got to be healing. He needs to restrict Godlike from getting out of that building. And if he does so, that is when the advantage might land into the hands of NG Pros. Anubhav trying to run away. The location is got to be revealed, and the throwable is going to be doing a bit of damage. Manu on the other side is trying to grab away as much attention as possible, but that's not going to help in any way. As Anubhav gets taken down, it all comes down to Manu, who's pulled off a 1v2 so far. Nancy needs to be careful. Oh my goodness. At the end moment, he goes in for a revival. Marco still standing. Will it be a good one? No! But Manu, he pulls off a 1v4. An exceptional one. And he's got to be so happy with what he has performed so far.
Back to back. This man's done it in 2 consecutive rounds. Manu, he equalizes the score for NG Pros. And Godlike, they knew the players were in 2 different directions, but they took their own time. They knew they had to heal, they had to revive their teammates, but they decided to first self-heal themselves. And by that time, Manu jumped down using that arm to perfection. What a play coming in from the likes of NG Pros to stage a comeback. Do they secure a 5th point here on Nextera? So far, they've done the unthinkable. They've successfully found rounds one after another. But they have to continue. It is not going to be an easy one. Now, Godlike, they've understood. They're trying to create some distance, but their economy is not that great. They're still trying to make it work. Nancy gets spotted. Nancy, that's information relayed. But right now you can see NG Pros keeping their distance, and this is the strategy that they have now continued with Arka. Find an opening, then force the fight against the likes of Godlike, where they do not have an opportunity to stabilize.
Godlike, 3 snipers. Yogi and Marco, both of them using that arm. And then you have Eco with the VSS. And I still wonder, like, what would they do when it comes to a close range battle? NG Pros on the other side, initially they've been dealing a lot of initial damage, and due to which it's become an advantage for them. Anubhav on the other side with a little bit low on HP. He's going to be trying to fall back, but eventually he's going to fall down as Corpse on the other side. He's going to be healing, making sure that he gives that opening required.
Oh.
Manu on the other side starts things off, and immediately Manu puts another man down. Can he, pull it off yet again? Puts another one down. Manu, it's a 1v2 battle. Can he pull it off? Yes, he can, with a bit of a support coming in from the other side that struggled us phenomenally. Manu says, you know what, a 1v3 or a 1v4, bring it on, and I've got everything up my sleeves.
Arka, in the last 3 rounds, Manu alone has gotten 7 to 8 eliminations in his name. In 3 rounds,
to target him.
He is going big. Somebody has to put a stop to him and his AWM. He does not have 1, he has 2. And he's making both of them work. A double arm play coming in from his end, and he's looking unstoppable. Farmtopia back to back. NG Pros have secured, and now we are moving back to Deca Square. This is where NG Pro started staging their comeback, and Godlike started faltering. And this time, what do Godlike do different? Look at Manu again in an offset of a position. No players from the like of Godlike would have an idea about this. Eco should be the first point of target. Marco slowly grabs and jumps up on the center building. Struggle. He gets put down. That's a big opening coming in from Marco. Anubhav quickly running up, trying to get closer, but the throwable doing the damage. Can they revive? Struggle over there. Yes, Chrono being used. Glue wall being put up. A lot being utilized. Going prone. And finally, that is a lot of resources, Arka, to just revive one single player.
Absolutely, and look at how they're going to be pressurizing the side of NG Pros. And they know that if they let them breathe at this corner, if they bring back that player, then things can be a little bit different. And Yogi gets in closer. He's got to be jumping up. He's got that shotgun, but he'll have to land this initial shot. But Struggle on the other side doesn't let that happen. And this could be the beginning of the end. Eco gets in closer. He's already put down a player. Marco on the other side is starting to do the same thing which Manu has done so far. All 4 of them standing. Manu, can he pull off another 1v4?
He's landed a blow. He's landed a second one. He's doing it once again. It's down to Eco. Can he do it back to back? 4 rounds on a stretch. Manu, if he secures this is an insane comeback that he just stages. He knows where Eco is, and Eco knows where the defeat lies. He doesn't want to succumb to this. He wants to help his player out. He's trying his best, but there's no opportunity of return. And Manu makes sure this is going to be a 1v1, no other contest, and Eco finally steps out. Manu switches the weapon to an M590, and Godlike get their 5th. If it was an arm, maybe the story would have been different, but what a play coming in from Manu. Godlike, however, do not let NG Pros close next era.
NG Pros, Manu, it seems like now they've understood how to deal with this guy. Make sure that he waits for the opponents. With lack of patience, what he'll try to do is he'll try to switch. And that is where Godlike comes in, uses their experience yet again, showing us why they're one of the most experienced teams in the lobby. Look at that, Eco misses a shot. And so does his teammate, but Struggle, he's been hit hard. NG Pros, they need to be careful how they're going to be countering this is going to be important, because the last round, this is going to be showing us whether we'll be stepping into a decider.
We step into a decider. Manu, this man, in the last 4 rounds, has picked up 13 eliminations in total. 4 rounds, 13 eliminations. He's still looking forward to an opportunity. Struggle, the man who always landed the opening blow. A 1v1 denied right now. Last round, Manu, his position was denied in a battle, and therefore, Godlike were able to maybe scum the players of NG Pros. But this time, what's the play? Yogi got spotted, had to use the Orion to back off. Manu still a little further away, and Yogi is keeping his sights on Manu. That's big damage, and Manu, he will be held in position. Nancy opens up That's Cropsy down, and Yogi chasing Mannu on a 1v1 as Anubhav also goes down. It seems like Godlike are trying to control things as Nancy is putting players one after another down. If Mannu goes, this could be the end for NG Pros, and yes it is. And finally Godlike get themselves a booyah. They close it in this series in a 2-0. It was getting closer for a backup. It was getting closer for a comeback. It might have been a sweep, but Godlike deny in the last 2 rounds, and the last one at Mudside.
I just love the way Godlike played that final game. It all comes down to a mindset, right? And the mindset was clear. We are not going to stop until we play the final round. And in the final round as well, as soon as they understood there's been one lurking snake, one slithering snake who have been sniping us from a distance, try to catch him off guard. And Iko says, you know what? Leave that job to me. I'm going to restrict this guy. You guys concentrate on the rest of the 3. And they were able to do it phenomenally. Manu, in front of him lies a big smoke. And he has no information. And when you blind a sniper, there's no way he can take shots against you.
That was very crucial. I think if that situation was not controlled, Manu would have again found some kind of an opening, or Struggle would have worked with him as a proper duo and maybe found an opportunity, because so far that's what's been happening, right? Struggle does the initial damage, or Struggle finds that opening blow, and from there on Godlike start crumbling one after another, and by the time Godlike are trying to kind of retreat or trying to get themselves back up on their feet, Manu starts firing bullets, and eventually Manu gets those eliminations. But this time Yogi, I think, played really smart. He said, you guys go ahead, you play inside the compounds, keep pushing, spot the players of NG Pros. My responsibility is going to be spotting Manu, making sure he is not going to get closer to his teammates. He is not going to provide cover fire to them, and that's what he did, and finally rushed towards Yogi, as you rightfully said, using that smoke, rushed towards Manu, used that smoke and denied anything that Manu could have done. And even though Struggle tried his best over there, after Nancy finding those opening knocks, we could see Struggle back on it, trying to get the counter knock, but the number of Godlike players surviving worked in their favor. And I think back again we should go to the cards. This time it is going to be Marco being their MVP, the support, and I think in majority of those next era rounds where Godlike was still on their feet was because of Marco. He was also the man who was finding those first knocks, Arka, which eventually gave Godlike a little bit of a breather. Imagine if the earlier 3-4 rounds did not come in the name of Godlike, this could have been a map of next era in favor of NG Pros.
Absolutely. Now, one other thing which I love about Godlike at this point of time is how they recompose themselves after every round. They know that things are not going in their favor. They come up with a new strategy. And even though they were missing few shots, that did not hinder their performance in getting in closer. And one other primary thing, I'm just going to speak as we look at the scoreboard, because I know that Godlike will be happy with the performance in the map 1, but map 2 was kind of a wake-up call for them. Even though they pulled off that win, they'll have to be careful with how they're going to be stepping forward in this class squad mode.
Oh, that was a big game, Urka. That was a heated up game. We kind of spoke about the big giants here in FFMIC 2025, and rightfully so. I think Next Era proved to be one of the finest in action. And Manu, look at him, 16 eliminations. Oh, that was a brain wreck of a game coming in for Godlike. It was this man alone who was completely breaking apart the likes of Godlike. 1v4, 1v3s, 1v everything. He was doing it all, but I think you have to give it to the resilience of Nancy, Iko, Yogi and Marco, who made this possible. Look at that, 17 assists coming in from Marco. This is why one of the major reasons, along with him having 5,300 damage and helping his teammates find those eliminations, Marco became the MVP. While on the other end, Manu, I think single-handedly, when there was an opportunity to step up, he decided to take up that mantle, and he arose as a phoenix that nobody ever is going to witness once more.
Absolutely. Now, Nancy, we have to speak about this devil, because there were times when his team was down and he was always there to support them out. There was a round where all of us were shocked as to how Godlike pulled this off, where NG Pros were completely assaulted, and major role was played by Iko and Nancy at that point of time. And I do believe that, concentrating themselves in becoming better is going to be the primary objective. But 2-0 yet again, with one game coming so close in the map of Next Era, and one of the primary reasons, Lucifer, is going to be the usage of Orion. Orion, everybody feels that you can use it as a front line, but you can also use it cleverly as to get information about your opponents to their locations. You get in closer to the opponents if they're behind a glow wall, switch on Orion, and once you start to see that you've been connected to more than one player, that is when you rely information. There's more than one over here, probably re-strategize.
Yeah, hands down, I think Orion was used to its best, as you rightfully said. Teams have to understand, especially that Godlike in their picks that they had of character select, they did not incline a lot to information this time compared to the previous when they had the clue. NG Pros here did have Santino, but I think there were a couple of mistakes while they were using that Santino in the early rounds. But after that, once they had an idea of how to play Santino against Godlike, because Godlike were not always ready for a surprise, and that's how that Santino was used to perfection on that shapeshifter. You saw at Grav Labs, that opening was brilliant. While everybody was trying to shoot it down, quickly jumps in, changing that shapeshifter, that mannequin to the actual player and finding that elimination, finding that knockout. From there on, Godlike started fumbling, and that's where I think NG Pros got a hold of the reign, where they understood, hey guys, I think the only way, and you even mentioned there in between, if you rush in together, play together as a team, stick together as a four-man squad,
exactly,
we should be able to take down Godlike, and that worked. And as soon as Godlike were able to separate Manu from the four-man squad, everything started breaking apart. That's where the opportunity came back. But hey, this means that Godlike, they make their move in the Swiss stage to the upper fights, where they have now a chance to make it into the grand finals. However, NG Pros, they're not out yet. They will make their move to the losers bracket, where they'll fight again, but they have a chance again in the next week to make it into the grand finals.
Absolutely. Now, the best part is you've got Total Gaming, you've got Jonty Gaming, and now you've got Godlike. The big names out there who consider themselves to be the best in the country are all landing up in the upper bracket, making things so much more interesting. So far, guys, as we can see, Total Gaming versus Car 98, as well as Godlike versus Jonty Gaming is where the upper bracket is going to look like. When it comes to the lower bracket, you've got God's Reign versus NG Pros. We all know how that is going to turn out, but Vasista are still going to be waiting. Yes, they have Reckoning as of now in front of them, and they'll want to eliminate as most of them as quickly as possible to head into the next round.
As you can see, the Swiss stage, right, as you know, now NG Pros have their opponents written. That's going to be 1 plus God's Reign. 1 plus God's Reign. They were able to get one map under control against Car 98, but that's not going to be enough against NG Pros. And NG Pros, after a defeat against Godlike, as you rightfully said, now they are the wounded beasts. They will not be happy. They would want to fight again with Godlike to see if they're going to have a chance to get that Champions Trophy of Clash Squad. It is not going to be an easy one, but we can see how the top 8 teams are putting up their best performance. I think it all started with Total Gaming kind of setting up us for a 2-0. From there on, Jonty Gaming showing us what domination means, and then from there on, Godlike showing us dominance plus resilience of how team play works. And with that, we finally have our upper bracket, or the Swiss stage, top 4 teams who will play in the next 2 games that we have, are match number 5 and match number 6. Total Gaming versus Car 98. Again, likely favorites and fan favorites. Total Gaming should be the ones advancing to the final stage of September 27th of the Clash Squad. In between Godlike and Jonty Gaming, it is going to be a close-cut battle, but again, I think Godlike have an upper hand just now after how they fought off with NG Pros.
Absolutely. Now, the most important part is how things are going to pan out for these upper bracket teams, because now they want that golden ticket. They want to head up right away into the grand finals, and they'll be looking forward for it. But the lower bracket is going to be a different tale altogether. Not only will they, fight for survival, but they'll also fight to live another day. And probably it becomes easier for us as we step in more into this tournament to make you people understand how the further part of this tournament is going to turn out. For that, you'll have to also call in your confused friends, because right now we're going to be heading into a short break. We're going to be seeing you guys on the other side.
After an exciting and thrilling fight between NG Pros and Godlike, we are back bringing you the next stage of the Swiss bracket, the 1-0 bracket, where right now it's going to be Total Gaming and Card 98. Welcome back to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk now is going to be Crips. After that exciting game, I'm not too sure how good or great we are going to be expecting Total Gaming and Card 98, because it is going to be a bonkers of a game, Crips, if you consider.
It has been an amazing journey so far. I mean, all the teams that we witnessed in this class squad mode have been going absolutely berserk, because all the things that we've seen so far have set such different expectations for us going into the last two games of the day. I mean, we've seen the 8 teams in class squad mode so far, but now in the last 2 games of the day we are going to be seeing only the winners of the teams that we have seen so far. And honestly, everybody has won with different margins. I mean, there was a time when I was very surprised by Jonty Gaming winning 6-0 against Vasista Esports in Next Era, and then at the same time I thought, okay, cool, these 2 teams have a bit of a disparity between them, maybe they would have a little tough time. But I really thought Godlike versus NG Pros would be tough. The first map was a complete landslide, but the second map was actually tough. It was just like I expected. So that lived up to my expectations. But going into the next few games, it's just going to be the winners upon winners. And the first team that will take on each other today are going to be Total Gaming and Car 98 Army.
Now, this is an exciting game. Yes, everybody's going to root for Total Gaming because they are the fan favorites. They are the ones who started that 2-0 spree, and they've been working. It's been fun for them. I think it's working out really, really well for them. If this continues, I think Total Gaming should be our first participants in that upper bracket. It should be the first finalists as well, heading towards the 27th September finals of Class Squad. Let's see if that's going to be the case, because right as now, if Card 98 Army, they did make an opportunity shutting down 1+ God's Reign. As we jump to the map order, it's map order of Bermuda starting and then going to its Next Era and Kalahari.
Yep. Bermuda gonna be the first game over here. Next Era is gonna come up next, and then Kalahari. The thing is, Car 98 have already struggled against 1+ God's Reign on Bermuda with 6-5, and they lost against 1+ God's Reign on Next Era. Speaking of which, Total Gaming did not even play Next Era, so that's gonna be a big surprise for all of us. Let's take a look at what characters these guys will be selecting as we hop into the game.
Character select is going to be crucial. We've been talking about this, that teams so far have had troubles in terms of figuring out the best character to oppose the opponents, but so far I think one team has always had the upper hand. Ignis is the first character that Car 98 banned. I'm not too sure of how that much of a trouble it could have been for themselves, but on the other end, Oscar is a wise decision, making sure nobody's going to run up to them. But Tatsuya, that's the first character being picked, and on the other end I really like Zayn and Cassie being picked. Those are crucial ones, and Total Gaming now inclining towards healing from the start, and then Car 98 making sure that healing as well as Zayn's play is going to be shut down with A124 and Chrono.
I'm actually not surprised that Car 98 Army have banned Ignis more than anything else, because it was really just becoming a thorn in their side when they were facing their previous opponents, giving them information, giving away their position, and just stealing away all their HP at the start. And for the last Pierce the Resistance, they've picked up Clue to be their primary info gathering character. Meanwhile, on the Total Gaming side, they've prioritized healing quite a lot. Alok Awaken gives you health, Cassie again based on health, Zayn gives you a bunch of armor points, and the only offensive character that they've picked up is Skylar with the Reptidron to blow up the glue walls. Very clearly, Total Gaming are planning to stick together and focus more on surviving more than dishing out damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is trouble. I don't think Car 98 now has an opportunity in case they miss out on that A124. I think their Hail Grail or Hail Mary is going to be A124. If that works out, Crips, that is going to be that one instance where Car 98 can completely switch this game in their favor. Otherwise, it is going to be Total Gaming sweeping this up, because Skylar, Alok Awaken, Zion, all of that helps them know what works in terms of stabilizing them. themselves, as well as making sure that they have reliability and dependency in surviving any fight. With Alok awake, and Casey, as already you spoke about, Zion with the shield coming through, and Skylar to break things apart in case somebody or multiple players are hiding together in a cluster behind a glue wall. He's going to break that, and we saw that coming in from the likes of Jonty Gaming. If it happens here again, then Car 98 Army, they're going to succumb to a 2-0 defeat, and Total Gaming know how to do it.
I think it's all gonna be about baiting out each other's utility, right? Like, imagine if you guys are just sneaking up on each other, you haven't exchanged any bullets yet, and then Car 98 Army pop their A124 ability, make sure the Total Gaming can't heal up at all, and then jump in to fight them. Because the best part about having Alok Awaken and both Cassie in your lineup is that you can have AoE heals. Once you activate the ability, everybody around you will start healing. So you can pick up a fight, take a brief pause by putting up a blue wall for a couple of seconds, and then continue healing without having to actually, use the medkits and tie yourselves up in the process of doing so and wasting time while doing so. So you can continue fighting without actually having to wait behind that glue wall and stay hidden. But with the A124 active, you will no longer be able to do that, and that kind of defeats the entire win condition of Total Gaming. So yeah, I think the plan for Car 98 Army is very, very clear over here. Close in using that chrono shield and then pop that A124 in their face before you hop in for the elimination. But let's see if these guys can do it or not, because we are going to be hopping into the game first, ladies and gentlemen. Bermuda coming up on your screens right now. It's Car 98 and Total Gaming take each other head on.
Car 98 Army, this is an opportunity to get themselves in the finals, make it to the top 4, but it's not going to be an easy one if they want to do so. It's going to be a tough turmoil. They have information on Clue and they have to use it right. Getting closer. Taking a step one after another. Bot God finds an opening on Delete. That's a big one. Car 98 find another. A player just walks in and that's an opportunity. But Aztec with a shorty trying to see if there's an opportunity. But Bot God! He destroys
that was not a nade.
With just nades.
That was not a nade, that was a tactical nuke. What on earth was that? You lured all the players of Total Gaming into the house, and you saw how these guys were both using the same house as cover. As soon as that Clue ability was popped, they all realized that these guys are inside. Let's just jump in as a unit, take them out all at once. And my goodness, Total Gaming fell for that bait. Hook, line, and sinker.
Total Gaming. That was not something that they, I'm pretty sure, were prepared or thought of, even in that starting pistol round. We generally see a lot of shots being fired. But apparently it did not happen. Total Gaming, except for Aztec, nobody else was able to do anything. There's a drop out in the open. Car 98 waiting for Total Gaming.
Total Gaming have spread out a bit. As you can see, Sid has already taken the high ground. He's got eyes on Aztec. Both these players are going to be running Vanguard for their team, as people from far away just bringing down some cover fire upon the people who are closing in the distance. The cyber airdrop is going to be quite important. None of the teams managed to capture it in the first round. Makes sense because Car 98 were just focused on bombarding the hell out of Total Gaming. But for now, you can see that both Soul and one member of Total Gaming, I believe it's going to be Shanky, who are creeping in closer towards that cyber airdrop more and more. Bot God once again has a bunch of grenades to line themselves up, but Aztec finds Sid, pursues him down the stairs and gets that knock. From afar, Bot God tries to get the better of him, and that dual akimbo pistol will get the better of Aztec, so it's a 3v3 now. But Karthik using the dash to close in the distance against Delete. He can't stop Bot God from getting knocked. Delete will find him, and Mafia's very low on health. But Shanky will come in for the rescue. Total Gaming equalize the score.
It's very crucial in the second round that you have to play it smart, and they did. Aztec, he was the one, he was the death from above. And he started things off, and from there on, Delete, Mafia, everybody started rushing in. But that's just round 2 which was done. It's round 3 right as now. And Car 98, while they were maybe happy in the opening that they got with a nade, with a big explosion, as you said, a nuclear wipeout. But that's not going to continue. Now they're going to have a lot more durability, and that's something that we kind of seconded the likes of Total Gaming in terms of their character abilities. In the first round, it did not work out. Riptide Rhythm did not play out as they would have wanted. The airdrop will still be secured, and there's nothing that the likes of TG could do about it. Car 98, they have to be worried. Delete right behind enemy lines, and Botcod, he might not have the idea.
The healing bonds have already been baited out from Total Gaming. And now Shanky and Aztec both jump in together as a unit. Shanky does get 2, but Karthik will trade him out. Can Sid and Botgod bring it up? Sid desperately trying to get angles, but Total Gaming are just simply not offering him anything. And then Delete comes from above, raining down hellfire and destruction. Great flanks from Total Gaming. This time they were the ones who baited out Car 98 army into the center and surrounded them from every direction. And the best part is, after they wiped out Car 98 army, they secured the cyber airdrop as well, enabling them to buy more abilities as secondary.
I'm surprised having Clue and still they are clueless as of now. Especially from that round 2 onwards. Delete was right behind Botcod, and Botcod was the one who opened things off for Car 98 army, and now it seems like they're unable to make a move. Let's see if at the tower round maybe they could make a move. A little bit of a mid-range and long-range action will suffice here, but they have to be smart. Total Gaming, they want a close-range fight. They never give to a mid-range. They get so close that the enemies are pressed in terms of fire and delete. So close to Botcod again. Used forced chrono. He's trying to survive, but Total Gaming have complete control of the compound while his teammates are separated in floors above.
Lovely use of the glue wall over there, making sure that the crossfire will be broken, and Total Gaming just charge above, getting all the knocks. They even managed to get Delete back up on his feet, turning it into a 2v4 instantly. Botcod and Sid's P90s won't really be able to do much, but hey, as a consolation, at least Car 98 will be able to touch that cyber airdrop. Will Shanky close in the distance? Yes, he uses the glue wall gun to move up close and personal into Sid's face before he sprays his guts with that shotgun. Great stuff from Total Gaming, and they're playing as a unit.
Yeah. This is something that we've been talking about even when Urka was in desk. We've been talking. I think you have to stick to the basics here. You shouldn't try something new out of the box, something outrageous. And I think as long as you stick together as a squad, you stand tall against the opponents in terms of how much ever bullets that they're firing, you should be able to withstand it all. And especially with the abilities like Total Gaming have, you have to stick together. And so far they've been doing it. But Car 98, they have good abilities, especially with information that they could play around. But for some reason, before they could use all of it to advantage, Total Gaming are just rushing, and before they could use that even 2-4, it's not even coming into play. And now again they've spotted the player. Steffi not being there, the throwables doing the damage on either end. Karthik spotted, but he's also spotting the players of the opponents. Airdrop again secured from Total Gaming. And time again, if you keep allowing this, it's going to be better utils, better weapons, and finally they will also level their weapons up, and the mark of that weapon is going to be on you to find eliminations.
Total Gaming are still using some of the weapons from the first round. The only thing they've done is just purchase 2 ASKs, and that's the only upgrade. The Cassie healing bonds helping them out a lot. Mafia finds a headshot onto Sid, and Sid was trying to flank, so there's no way that they can go in for the res. Shanky closing in the distance against Karthik. Karthik is gonna sandwich in between his opponents, using the glue wall to somehow maneuver. His footwork is actually amazing, but Aztec is better. 180 turns around, and Mafia with that double. He is just farming all these eliminations.
There's nothing. I can see nothing coming in from the likes of Car 98 to break the bonds between Total Gaming. Whether it be the KC bonds or it could be their squad bond. There's nothing they're able to unravel this mystery.
There isn't much of a mystery left anymore, man. You don't have to be a Sherlock to figure out that Car 98 will definitely lose if they keep up this playstyle. And that's why they're going for something different. It's a 3-1 split. Sid stays back near the hoarding. The others take control of the big hangar. Total Gaming using the blue containers to close in the distance. Do they realize that Sid is kind of close over here? They use the glue wall gun to go all the way around this warehouse and come in from the north entrance. They realize that the enemies has used their clue ability, so all their positions are compromised, which is why Total Gaming do not mind spreading out all this much, because even with this information, Kar98 will not be able to step out of this compound in order to break the crossfires that Total Gaming have already established. Oh, but they have a solution. They can use the Chrono Shield to climb up these staircases, and Delete now gives up the call, saying that there's 3 people rushing me down. I need backup stat. Shanky comes in to save him. But these both are not moving across that glue wall. They know for a fact that you've got Mafia from far away, who's gonna be providing cover to Delete and Aztec up close. Shanky still tries to go in from top. Aztec finds the knock onto Soul, and Mafia finally kills down the exposed bot god. That's exactly what they were afraid of. That's exactly what they were trying to avoid, but they can't avoid Aztec and Mafia at the same time. You have to face one or the other. You have to choose between the lesser of the evils. And right now, Sid is smack dab in the middle of the layer of the embodiment of evil. Aztec with that jump shot smears this mark all over his forehead. And Total Gaming are extremely close to match point.
I don't know what to say so far, except for that first round. There has not even been a little glimmer for the likes of Kar98. They've been just put down one after another. Is there even the slightest of hope left here in Factory? Should be the last round of how so far Total Gaming have continuously played, and if this continues, Kar98 seems like I don't even have a hope or a chance for them even in the next map, which is Nextera. And we've been talking about it. Experience matters in Total Gaming, using their fullest in potential to convert. Soul going for a flank. It's a spread approach coming in from the likes of Total Gaming this time. They want to pressurize the players individually, but Total Gaming so far, that's not worked out. They might have spread across, but they're making sure their angles diagonally is coinciding with each other, so they have information. Airdrop secured with the help of Chrono. Shanky trying to get closer. Nade being tossed across. Bot got in trouble. Soul is already knocked. Aztec is going to be the trade, but Shanky makes sure that does not work. Instantly, Alok being used. This is the healing that we spoke about. There's nothing that anybody else could do. Sid, the last man standing to defend this last round. He picks up an elimination, but the eliminations don't count. It is the rounds that count, and you need to make a move. He's now trying to revive his teammate. He successfully brings Soul up, but the players are already here. They're on this scaffolding, on the platform, and Total Gaming secured the booyah.
That was a very fast win as Total Gaming speed run towards the victory. What a performance from them, never needing to change up their strategy, always just sticking together and making sure the trades go in their favor. And Kar98 Army, they tried so hard to establish high ground advantage on that last round in Factory, but it was all in vain. You can't do much when you've got an Alok Awakened ability active, Cassie Healing Bond ability active, 2 people like that just rushing in your face. Even if you deal them damage, both of them will just pump you down with their shotguns and then instantly start healing back up the moment they stop taking damage. All they need to do is stay inside your own Chrono Shield. And if yours is not available, they'll just buy one of their own because they have it available now due to the double cyber airdrop. And that's amazing for them. So Total Gaming makes short work of Kar98 Army. But then again, that was kind of expected. Kar98 Army did struggle a bit in their previous Bermuda encounter against OnePlus God's Reign as well. So this isn't that much of a surprise. Similarly, Total Gaming were able to win 6-3 against IQ Reckoning in Bermuda. So the stats always indicated that these guys were better on Bermuda. But going into Nextera, we don't know what Total Gaming can do on this map. We haven't seen them play in the previous game.
However, we have seen the likes of Kar98. Now, it is going to be maybe a little bit of a hint that we could take a chance on, but against the likes of Total Gaming, it's a tough bet, right? It's even very tough to pull the lines and figure out, hey, Kar98 have an advantage here, Kar98 could do something here, because I feel like even in the character select and the abilities that Kar98 had, we were happy about it. It did have opportunities which could give them an opportunity to close on Bermuda, but they didn't. And hey, if that stat worked out over there, and the Total Gaming in an overall statistic, if you look in their play that they did in the week 2, they have the highest number of eliminations. So I think that kind of inclines to what Clash Squad plays out. If they're able to eliminate players out, it's done for. And so far, Total Gaming, except for that one round that they lost, they have been the ones on the eliminating spectrum. They are the hunters, and their opponents have been hunted every time.
Exactly, Mafia himself becoming the hunter incarnate, and you saw some very cool moves from Mafia all throughout this match, because in the rounds of I believe Hanger and the other one was towards Mars Electric, Mafia was slightly away from his team, but every other time he was with his team. He was making sure that he gets the trades while he stays close to Shanky and Delete. I believe even in Observatory he was at like a middle-ish distance. It was only in Hangar that he was really just far away, and Mars Electric. Every other time Mafia is right there to trade his friends out. And even if he's far away, he will make sure that he baits his opponent out into the open in an angle where Aztec will be able to fight his opponents, where Mafia can provide him some cover. So they are just really aware about the positioning that they are fighting at, and never really overextending in a spot where Mafia can not cover them. And that's exactly why he's the MVP. He might not have the highest damage in the entire game. I'm pretty sure Shanky and Delete also did similar amounts of damage. Those guys were also moving in and doing quite a lot. But Mafia certainly has the most eliminations because he was just trading his teammates out really well. Yep, and the numbers indicate the same thing. Aztec has actually more damage than Mafia, but Mafia, with the superior trading, he is just too good.
I think a lot plays here in terms of the assists as well. As you can see, Shanky with 10, and I think most of the times we were seeing him finding those knocks coming through. Mafia also 9 on him, but I think one player alone on Car 98 was Sid. I think he was the major in terms of that support play as much as he could. And Botcott, those 3 eliminations that we see is from round 1. That tells us, Crips, that Car 98, except for that round 1 damage that they did, there is no deed that we can see from their end. Soul has no elimination, no assist, whereas Total Gaming, even on their least elimination, have 4.
Exactly. I mean, the lowest person in that team to dish out some damage was Delete, and that was because Delete was obviously the first person to dive in along with Aztec. Him and Aztec, sometimes even Shanky, were just moving in up close with the shotgun. So that kind of means that Delete will be the first person to fall, if at all anyone from Total Gaming suffers any losses in that round. But yeah, you're right. Botcott got that triple in the first round, and then after that he did nothing. I mean, Sid also managed to get that one elimination towards the end in Factory, if I'm not wrong, and that was also pretty insignificant because as soon as he got that finished, he raised Soul up again, and then they both just got eliminated within a matter of seconds. Total Gaming coming out as the clear and obvious winners in this battle.
All we can do right as now is just hope things work better for the likes of Car 98. If they don't, I think it's already looking tough, right? Total Gaming, clearly a team who just defeated the likes of IQ Reckoning. We kind of, even when we were talking about them, Reckoning are a team, again, a lot of aggressive potential coming through. Total Gaming, out of all the top 8 teams that I end up seeing, are one of those balanced, aggressive teams. They can switch that gear whenever they want. And Total Gaming so far have been doing that. Compared to the other teams, they are the ones on the aggressive end. Car 98, I also banked them to be the aggressive ones, and that is the reason they again got that round 1 in Bermuda. But if they don't do it in the upcoming next era, it's going to be trouble for them.
Yeah, and Car 98 played to their strengths, right? I mean, when they found out that all the Total Gaming members are present in there, they lured them inside the house and bombarded them. And that's what happens when you have a very information-heavy setup. So they need to play to their strengths. That being said, though, even if you play to their strengths, even if you damage Total Gaming a lot, they're kind of focusing on the heals a lot. So I believe Car 98 Army will have to also pay a lot more attention to the skills that they pick up for the next round and next era, you know. Definitely the toss will be quite important because I believe when they pick up their characters, A124 will be picked alongside a movement character almost every single time. So you need to use that A124 really well, which is why you saw most of the members of Total Gaming pre-activate their Cassie healing bonds before they even step out of that frozen area, before they even step into battle, so that the A124 can't really stop that, and the healing bond will stay active for like a good 30-40 something seconds, which is more than enough to obliterate your enemies.
Now, one thing that Total Gaming always did, and as you rightfully said, as soon as they activated the Cassie, they had their plan of action. They used to go through it all, right? They wouldn't at 50% decide to make a move back. That's the best part of it. Whereas on the likes of Car 98 or any team so far in Class Squad that we've witnessed who have been losing, they always had that off switch in midway that they were turning it off. They're like, hey, it's not working. Let's find something new. Every other team who found success, they went through with their plan. Whether it was a success or a loss, even the matchup of Godlike versus NG Pros, Godlike still went forward even if there were rounds that they were losing. They were trying their best and finally they were able to close it. But when we go towards this matchup, again, Total Gaming likely should be closing it. They might have not played Nextera previously, but now they'll be playing, especially against Car 98 who did not make a victory. They lost to 1+ God's Reign. Bermuda was that victory that they should have picked up. They didn't. And now with the first ban coming through, it's going to be Ignis. I don't think Total Gaming, it matters much to them. Oscar is the ban, making sure the dashes are not there. But Car 98 having even the first pick as well, gets speed in their favor. That's Tatsuya. But Total Gaming, again, durability in action with Casey and Zion.
Yeah, durability again in the hands of Total Gaming. What do Car 98 pick now? They've already got Tatsuya. Oh, they stole that Skylar away from Total Gaming. They took the Chrono last time, which isn't really a surprise. They weren't able to use it really well. But that Skylar in the hands of Total Gaming was a bit of a menace. So now that they've stolen that away from the Total Gaming arsenal, I want to see how Total Gaming adapt. And Total Gaming steal with the A124. They also pick up Steffi. Keep in mind, the only time Car 98 won a single round was when they got blown up by that tactical nuke. And now that they've got the Steffi active, I think these guys will be better off because that's the only thing that can apparently harm them. My god, I thought Car 98 Army were going for the hard counter, but Total Gaming, I think they've come out on top in terms of mental warfare over here.
Yeah, I think as of now, this clearly again inclines towards Total Gaming. Now, hey, maybe Car 98 Army picked up a couple of characters in their favor with Skylar going their way. They might have brought a Santino out. I know that could maybe work out as a fake, or maybe just like how NG Pros were able to stage a half sort of a comeback against Godlike. It could work, and Botcod could be the person doing it. But with the abilities such as Steffi, even 2-4s, Casey's as well as Zion, it's already going to be tough. Durability, we already were talking about with Casey as well as Zion. Now, Steffi alongside of it, none of the throwables are going to make its way through. And even 2-4, as soon as they're going to get closer, they're going to press it and you're going to be done for. Whether you have a Santino, Skylar, or even a Chrono, or you have a Tatsuya you're thinking to run away with, none of them will come into play if their rushes are together with Mafia, and that is going to be a big problem. And Crips, I think with Nextera at play, Car 98, who have not seen success in today's matchup of Clash Squad itself, it should be a 2-0 again. Total Gaming, this is not in terms of them being the fan favorite. This is just that stats that we have been inclining day in and day out so far.
Yeah, that Santino will really have to become the hero of the match if they want to get some sort of an advantage. I mean, we've seen some incredible Santino plays from NG Pros, but those almost brought Godlike down to their knees. Will this give Car 98 the same power as well? Because let's be honest, it's kind of a deja vu, right? I mean, NG Pros did not pick up that Santino in their first game and they lost 6-0. And then when they finally picked it up, they almost beat Godlike 6-5. Similar scoreline over here, 6-1 without the Santino for them. Will they be able to bring down Total Gaming? Now, the onus of this game, the responsibility of it really just rests upon Botgod's shoulders.
Nextera. Is that the next game? And the last game is something that we are looking at. Total Gaming would want it to be the last game because they want a clean shop, they want a clean ship, they want their entry ticket to the LAN finals, and they will try to do it. They will secure it here and maybe tomorrow in the Battle Royale. Let's start things off. It is Nextera and it is at mud site. Let's see if this is going to be the opening for Total Gaming this time as they're going to secure round number 1. Or is it Car 98 again picking up the first round? This time they don't have a Steffi, unlikely. And Total Gaming, they have it for themselves.
Yep, Total Gaming though, having already broken down that corridor, they're trying to get themselves a different angle. Shanky lands a headshot onto Soul and Delete takes care of Gothic. That's amazing. 2 big knocks for Total Gaming right off the bat. Bot God on top. He's seeing all his teammates get peppered down, and he tries to get the angle onto Shanky. He's trying to go from behind him, but Shanky is wiser. He knows how to juke Bot God and corner Sid into that tiny place. But wait, I thought he knew where Sid was. He did not. He still turns around and manages to get the knock on him. How did Sid fumble that one? That's ridiculous. Sheesh.
This durability. You can see a player is getting pushed from his own chrono. That is how Total Gaming are oppressing. They're pushing so fast and further. This is insane coming in from the likes of Total Gaming. This time they say we are not going to give them an opportunity of even a single round. Grav Labs it is. Car 98 already feeling the heat of Total Gaming, and they don't know what to do to best them. Chrono again being used. Shots being fired. Initial shots connected. Almost a knock being found from Delete. Botgod using his Santino in the other direction to make a getaway. That's his safety hook. But before that activates, he gets knocked. That shapeshifter is nullified. Sid, however, trying to bring that action back in his favor. And he's found a knock on Mafia. But opponents are all across the board. And it's going to be tough for him and his teammates. They cannot be provided cover fire with.
They finally finish off Mafia, so no more revivals for him. But Delete with that double knock onto Soul and Karthik both leave Sid in a corner. He had the vantage point. He was able to take down Mafia from this spot, but the cost of it was too high. He paid the price with the blood of his teammates. And now, even if he ducks down, he can't really fully save himself. That head glitch not working out for him. Delete putting immense amounts of pressure on him, while Shanky closes in the distance, tosses up a grenade. That grenade will kind of miss, but the jump shot is more than enough. Shanky, he's got some butterfeet over there, smoothly dancing in the air like a figure skater. And also, while he's as elegant as a figure skater, he stings hard. Kind of taking a page out of Muhammad Ali's book, you know, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Shanky's really just emanating that aura from him.
And this thing is very hard right now. It's winding up deeper and deeper, and they don't seem to be pulling that off. And if this continues, Car 98 will be going down in the Swiss bracket. That's a big jump across, using the zipway, securing the airdrop for now, Car 98, but Aztec and his teammates have surrounded the likes. But Botgod has found an opening. Karthik finds a second. Delete is down. Aztec as well as Shanky trying to bring this across. Delete is down. Shank is also down. It's all up to Aztec right now to revive his teammates, get this action back on cards, or it's going to be done for. Players are chasing him. Botgod spots him. He was the man to open the frag. Sid right now above. Botgod from below. Finally. And eventually it is going to be Botgod, and Car 98 at Zipway will find their first as they try to slowly pull that sting out now.
Amazing stuff. Now we go into Rustown. And unlike the previous encounter in Zipway, this time Car 98 can't rush towards the center. They basically went in, tried to secure that cyber airdrop. They didn't really fully get it, even though they tried to use the chrono shield on it. They never managed to get it, but in the process of doing so, they baited Total Gaming into the center yet again. It's what worked for them in Sentosa as well in the previous map. You bait Total Gaming into the center, and then you blow them up together. This time Total Gaming splitting up 2-2 on the high ground. Delete and Shanky coming in from the western side. Soul and Karthik ready to intercept them head on. Delete finds that 1v1 against Botgod. This is an isolated duel, no trading available for him, but Soul from below, he will be able to provide some cover while he takes some attention away from Mafia, and that puts Karthik in a bit of a spot. He still leads the charge against Aztec and Shanky, using that Parafel to pepper them down, but he doesn't want to take that dive downstairs yet. Shanky takes the dive and he pays the price for it.
Shanky was with Delete. I understand he couldn't cover Delete over there and he had to make his way back, but a run so far? And now Aztec's down because Mafia was nowhere close, and eventually Karthik finds him, and that's a second round victory coming for Car 98 Army. And what a play that they did. You have to give it to them. There was a surge on that higher ground where we thought Total Gaming, with the help of Delete and Shanky, should be able to find an opportunity. And you could clearly see Delete was targeting Botcod over there. He knew one of the strongholds of Car 98 army is going to be Botcod. If you put him down, then you can slowly make that cookie crumble. But it did not work out. It was the other way around. And now with an equalizer, it seems like Car 98 army maybe have found a little bit of an opportunity to see if there's a comeback that they can stage, and they're going all in for it.
Mafia doesn't even have any armor or helmet. That's going to be quite difficult. Basically a glass cannon. He invested all his money into that VSK. Let's see if it pays off. For now, Karthik trying to secure that cyber airdrop, but Soul will spray Aztec down. That Max 7 pumping his guts full of lead. And the glue wall prevents Mafia from getting that trade. That was a misplaced glue wall. Soul gets the first doom. Sid trying to fall back. Shanky damages him just a tiny bit, but Mafia finally finds the angle and Botcod is down. Delete finds Sid, but that's a trade-off, and Delete himself gets knocked. Karthik now diving down to the low ground, hoping to find Shanky off guard. He knows he's dealt plenty of damage, but wait a second. Mafia from above can still damage Karthik. Using the rebreather to heal up, and the smoke grenade will actually give him some time to get the res onto Sid. But here comes the invasion from Shanky. He can't find him. He's lost in that smoke. And now he has to fall back. That's a missed opportunity.
He was right across their cheeks, firing those Max 7 bullets. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a single knock. If he did, I'm pretty sure he would have looked forward to the elimination. Mafia and Shanky in a 2 versus 4. Right across the museum. Holding off. Not a lot of util. Not any util to go by. And you already mentioned about Mafia. Not even a helmet or a vest. And there's the opening. Mafia's down, and finally Shanky will be put to rest. And Car 98 army, after the lead they took on Bermuda, they finally take it here in Nexterra as they take 1 round of an advantage from the equalizer, pushing it to 3.
What a performance from Car 98. What a resurgence. And look at their money. They've got so much now. Woodpecker and P90 on Botcod. Almost everybody has invested into heavy weaponry. Sid going for the M82B. Meanwhile, you've got Mafia on his trusty double VSK. That's a hefty investment. Once again, only opting for level 2 armor. While you've got people on Car 98, almost everybody on level 3. It's going to be a tough nut to crack. Soul and Karthik sticking together towards the base of this tower. Meanwhile, Botcod has spotted Delete closing in the distance. Relays that information to his teammates, and they all just fall back. They're trying not to engage Total Gaming right away. Probably waiting for the first person to reveal himself, as Soul now goes on a bit of an expedition trying to find an off angle.
Total Gaming, they've understood Crips here that they've made mistakes. It should have been them closing rounds off, but they've given opportunity for Car 98, and they're playing the economy game to a big advantage. Better weapons, better utils, better throw abilities. And if that continues, their kit of artillery is going to keep expanding, and Total Gaming are going to be in a deficit. Safe zone closing in. Total Gaming have to make a move. Car 98, they're biting their chances. They know they have an advantage on the weaponry. They want to keep that ongoing. Shanky tries to get closer to the drop. Instantly gets stalled. Shanky with the M590. Aztec close by. Soul with the chrono. Gets spotted backing off, but he's backed off to Karthik. And they both have weapon, and Botcod again trying to throw his nades. Player spotted across the edge of the glue wall. A little bit of a damage, and Car 98 Sid gets knocked down because of the play zone. That's a big blunder, and Delete is capitalizing as he puts Botcod down. And now Car 98 are crumbling because of their own mistakes, starting off with the play zone, ending with Total Gaming securing the round.
And that's what happens when you focus too much on just offense. You forget about where you're standing. You forget about the movement of the safe zone. And Total Gaming, when they secured that inside of the tower in the center, I mean, I hate to use the word gatekeeping in Clash Squad mode, but that's similar to what happened over here. I never thought I would use that word in a Clash Squad game. Gatekeeping, really? That's exclusively reserved for the BR section of this tournament. But Car 98 shoot themselves in the foot, and Total Gaming, they lap up on the back of their mistakes. This time, once again, they're huddling up. Only Aztec is somewhat far away from his teammates. That's kind of weird because that's generally Mafia's job.
I think that's all because of that A124 that Mafia has. He has to play together with his teammates. Total Gaming now close by in Deca Square. Spotted the player on the outside. Soul acting as the bait and switch. While Total Gaming, they're not falling for it. They're waiting to see if Car 98 make the same mistake that they just did.
Oh my god, Soul almost got taken down, but he uses the chrono right in time, making the lead run out of bullets. And when he finally jumps out of that chrono shield, Soul pumps his guts full of lead with that Max 7. Mafia also quite low, hoping to find the angle, but Karthik gets the better of him. That M590 doing wonders. Aztec drops down from the window, hoping to find another way back up, but it's just not happening. Mafia has been finished off as well. The barrage of nades that Aztec is using simply won't help. Even though the opponents don't have Steffi, there's too many angles and there's a glue wall in his face. Sid is just not having any of it. Not today, my friend. You're going to have to find another way around. Shanky does find Soul and Sid does start to take a little bit of damage from the zone. They have to rush in faster. But God finds Shanky climbing up on the roof and Shanky finds Soul. He lands another shot. That's a double from Total Gaming. They just brought it down from a 2v4 to a 2v2 and now it's actually clutchable. Aztec knows where Sid is. He can't move out, but the head glitch. It's insane. The movement is better. Now they're both together and they pump their guts again. 2v4 clutch from Total Gaming. How on earth have Car 98 Army fumbled this?
What a play coming in. They waited, anticipated the zone to shift, and that is where Car 98, without blocking the vision, they just ran across, and that was an advantage coming in. Shanky opening things off and Aztec closing it out. And that is going to be a big problem if Car 98, in a map that they're almost looking like they're controlling themselves from defeat, making mistakes one after another. Once they went down to the play zone, and now also this come just because the play zone decided to make a move. Farmtopia. 2 big major rounds of a loss coming in for Car 98. Can they at least stabilize themselves here? It is looking tougher. I think this is going to be a hit on their own confidence, Crips. If this continues to happen, Total Gaming are 1 round away from getting themselves not just to map point but also series point. And Car 98, they are the ones who are giving rounds away for free for Total Gaming to pick it off.
Yep. Look at the spread from Total Gaming. You got Shanky at the bottom. Aztec finally steps onto the gondola. He will take the journey across. Meanwhile, you've got Mafia in the control room providing him some cover. Oh, the Steffi activates a bit too late. Aztec has already taken damage and there's one player towards his right-hand side. He doesn't realize this. Oh, never mind. Sid just stepped down. Aztec is kind of safe. Delete finds that shot onto Karthik. Brilliant. Gets the confirmation as well. Bot got forced to take damage from the zone in order to dodge that nade. It's either the zone damage or the nade damage, and Sid now has to abandon that tiny corner and get towards the center. Aztec and Mafia both have angles on him. The crossfire, it's adjusted so quickly between the members of Total Gaming. It's ridiculous. And then Shanky goes up close and personal. Deletes Soul. Bot God left to his own devices. It's all falling apart near him. Zone is ticking, Shanky's clicking, and Total Gaming get that win. Wow, that was some surgical precision. They basically cornered Car 98 into that area where the zone is pressurizing them so much. And now they're just 1 round away from victory. Can Deca Square be the place where they crown themselves champion and push Car 98 Army down into the lower bracket?
It looks to be, because this is where the nightmare of losing rounds started, even after staging such a strong comeback. Car 98, mistakes being done. I think after understanding that they had to play together as a squad, when your natural instincts starts chiming in, right, you start to make your mistakes. That's what is happening right now for Car 98. It seems like they're trying to play as individuals, whereas Total Gaming, they function really fine like that. Whereas Car 98, they need to make this work as a squad, because information is going to be crucial for them. Using that Santino as well. So far, we've never seen that Santino being used for the team. Rather, it's been used for oneself. And Total Gaming, you can clearly see of how commanding positions that they take. 2 players split. It's a 2-2 approach coming in from the likes of Car 98. They do not have any vision yet from the likes of Total Gaming, but they're under pressure for now because Total Gaming are at match point. If they win this, it is done. Total Gaming, they make their way into the finals on September 27. They will be the first team in the top 4. Whereas Car 98, they will have to fight another long brawl to get to that top 4, which is going to be in the next week.
And Car 98 Army didn't work so hard to win against OnePlus God's Raid, only to squander that advantage against Total Gaming. Both these teams have had respectable positions in the Battle Royale section of this game, but in the Class Squad mode, Total Gaming seemed to be a notch above. Not geographically for the time being, because Car 98 are literally above them. But Total Gaming don't seem to have any problems giving away the height advantage. They are more than comfortable playing directly below Car 98 and forcing them to drop down. There's a moment of vulnerability the moment your feet touch the ground, and that's exactly what they're looking for. That's exactly what Soul falls victim to. Delete ready to just welcome him with open arms and open shotgun battles. Karthik surprises him. As Aztec was loading up the nade, he gets the knock. Shanky climbs up on top of his fallen teammate and then on top of the glue wall to surprise his opponent. He would not have expected that elevation. Total Gaming take the win in a matter of seconds. And with just a sleight of hands, Total Gaming get the double booyah. And they've won this game against Car 98 Army.
Hey, Car 98, I think there was a point here in Deca Square that we were talking about in the map of Next Era that, hey, Car 98 might just close this and could be pushing us to the third one, to the extreme, which Total Gaming so far have not seen. They started off with the 2-0, they would want another 2-0, and rightfully so they did. But hey, I think Car 98 eventually played really smart, used those abilities to perfection, waited for Total Gaming to kind of make those mistakes, make sure that their abilities do not work out. Otherwise, if those A124 started making their marks, it for sure would have been a problem for the likes of Car 98 Army. But eventually, when we just thought, now they have that complete hint, that storyline, the approach of what Total Gaming want to do, that one mistake of one player going down to the play zone, and it was Botcod. We rightfully said, right? Botcod is that crucial MVP player for the likes of Car 98 Army. If he goes down, then Car 98 start unwavering around the map. They figure out, well, what should we do? What's our next move? Now Botcod is not there. Who covers our left flank? Do we watch back? Do we watch front? All of this ends up becoming their own mind playing games, and eventually from there onwards they started faltering, and from there on Total Gaming just pulled up their socks and decided, hey, we have found a way. Now it's time to breach it and cross into the finish line, and rightfully they did so. Congratulations Total Gaming. They are our first finalist, making it to the top 4.
Total Gaming having won 2 of the best of 3s today, they have definitely secured a safe passage for themselves towards the upper echelons of this Clash Squad mode. But let's take a look at the MVP from Total Gaming. I think it's gonna be a big tie between either Mafia or Aztec. Mafia already was the MVP in the previous game. Oh! This time it's Shanky with 8 eliminations to his name. 3,000 damage. Well, would you look at that? That's a nice, lovely round number. Because this guy, while he was rushing with the shotguns in the previous map as well, he was simply not able to pump out this much damage. He got stuck at somewhere around 1,600 to 1,800 damage in the previous map of Bermuda, if I'm not wrong. This time, he just goes above and beyond with 3,218 damage. That is a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, and I think it was his play at Deca Square which helped the likes of Total Gaming to stage a comeback. Shanky and Aztec played together,
that was a 2v4.
Secured that. Yep, that was a big win, much needed for the likes of Total Gaming. Otherwise, I think if they lost that first round of Deca Square, it could have been Car 98 running away. They were already at 3, they would have gotten a 4. That is confidence for them, and from there on they would have ran across to a 5 and 6. It was just 3 rounds away, and Car 98 looked probable for that. But hey, fan favorites, a team that everybody wanted to win, and finally they are also the first team to make it to the finals. That tells you about Total Gaming. But I think here Total Gaming made a couple of mistakes, and still they were able to climb up their own mistakes, refine it, and make sure it works out in the overall best of 3. As you can see in the scoreboard, eliminations for Shanky at 8, Aztec at 5, Delete at 6, and Mafia at 4. But Aztec again coming out with a major share of assists. Previously we ended up seeing Mafia. This time it's going to be him at 10 assists.
Yep, I mean Shanky, Aztec and the lead, all 3 of them were basically rushing into the front lines quite a lot. instead of seeing those 2-2 splits which did not work for them in certain areas of Nextera like the Zipway, they went for those 3-1 splits where Mafia would be able to provide them cover fire from very far away, and this time Mafia has like 3,500 damage, way more than anyone else. That being said though, the damage numbers are more consistent across the Kar98 army players. It's a massive step up with not a single player being below 2,000 damage, which is amazing. Unfortunately, not nearly enough.
Yeah, this is what, right? This is the main reason why I was like completely impressed by Kar98. Their damage looking so good. They should have been closing Nextera as well. They looked most likely. But that just minute mistake, I can still kind of see that play zone knock. I was like, wait, one after another from there on, you could literally see like everybody. It's just that your, I would say, pyramid of cards, you make one small move, whether it be at the top of it or at the bottom of it, everything crumbles. And that's what happened. They just faltered and flattened their pyramid. And from there on, there was nothing much that we could talk about Kar98. I still want to give them credit, but there's nothing that I can do except wait for them in their next matchup in the Swiss bracket, where they have their one and final attempt to stage a top 4 fight.
Exactly. Now Kar98 army, while they still have a chance to make it to the finals, there is a chance that they could be eliminated. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Swiss format, and the Swiss people, they do one thing really well: simplify the formats into one single point. You either get 2 wins and get to the finals, or you lose 2 games and you're eliminated. It is as simple as that. And right now for Kar98, they are at 1 win and 1 loss. They are smack dab in purgatory. I'm not saying purgatory the map, I mean the purgatory that is biblically between heaven and hell. You either make it to the finals or you're gonna go down in your next battle. Whether that happens or not, we will have to wait until the next weekend to see that. But for now, we have one more game in store for you, ladies and gentlemen, and that is also going to be a battle between 2 winners. In order to witness that, you need to stick around, and we will see you after this short break. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup. My name is Cribs. Joining me for the last game of the day is gonna be Azoda, and you guys are watching the Swiss stage of the Clash Squad mode tournament. This is a separate little thing that we are doing, which has its own prize pool of 20 lakh rupees, which is, included in the overall 1 crore prize pool of the entire tournament. And only the top 8 teams have made it over here. So far, some of those top 8 teams are already in a little bit of danger. And as we head into the last game of the day, it's going to be Godlike and Jonty Gaming facing each other. Both of them looking for their second win and a direct spot into that grand final.
See, most of the time, Crips, as I would say, the games have been very lucrative for them to go ahead and qualify towards this specific section. Now, looking forward, Godlike, the ones who have won against their opponents, Arch Nemesis 2-0, similar thing was accomplished by Jonty Gaming as well. So, this is a huge battle of two titans. So, let's just go ahead and see how well they can go ahead and perform. It's either going to head towards the third map, or it might be that one golden opportunity where 2-0 will be imminent.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have managed to win a 6-0 game against their opponents. Jonty Gaming just 6-0'd Vasista Esports in Nextera. Meanwhile, Godlike did the same thing to NG Pros in Kalahari. So both those maps, Nextera and Kalahari, are going to be extremely important. The only time when both of these teams had a normal-ish game was in Bermuda, which means the very first game itself in this particular map order is guaranteed to be a banger.
Ooh, I'm just waiting for that. Moreover, the map order itself is showcasing something which is very, very lucrative, that it comes with the momentum and every single thing heading towards the final map being Kalahari as a decider. I believe things might not head towards that direction, as either one of them are going to just go ahead and showcase the domination. We're talking about the banned characters right here. It's going to be A124 alongside Zayn. So that's a really good ban. I do understand the extra bit of points which you get on your shield. It is very vital, but at the end, why is it required when you're just going to go 1v1?
I mean, sometimes that can be the difference between two-shotting your opponents and requiring that third shot, especially in the early rounds when your shot can only has like 2 bullets at a time. It can be quite devastating. Now, these guys, Jonty Gaming, have picked up a good mix of Tatsuya and Cassie. Generally, when we've seen teams do this, they either go for both the movement characters or both the healing characters, but Jonty Gaming have gone for a decent mix of it. Godlike Esports pick up Oscar, so they also have movement, and they've now got 2 abilities which bust up glue walls. They've got the Oscar's Dash and the Skylar's Riptide Rhythm.
Exactly, and all of this just showcases that Jonty Gaming is looking for the end game. They're going to stay together, they're going to stick together. Alongside Alok Awaken, of course, has been a really nice addition whenever you talk about the Clash Squad mode. We're talking about a couple of rushers being showcased from the likes of Godlike Esports, but on the other end, Jonty Gaming, we have every single character on board. We have support, we have a sniper, we have a bomber, alongside a rusher as well. Showcases a lot of versatility within the game, within the entire dugout of Jonty Gaming. On the other end, Godlike, we did see a lot of aggression being showcased from their end, and I believe Koda has to do a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to providing the information and alongside the kind of rushes that the entire team are going to implement. Chrono Shield, of course, the time turner will come in the nick of the time, and around that, how many eliminations or how many knocked opponents are going to be around you will be a very nice situation for Godlike Esports.
Yeah, Godlike have a good mix. You've got the offense with Oscar and Skylar. You've got repositions with the Oscar as well. Koda for information and Chrono for defense. So that's a well-rounded lineup. Jonty Gaming do not have any abilities for information, which means they will just have to rely on their game sense. And if at all they find themselves in a difficult situation, they will just have to hope that the Santino mannequins and the Tatsuya dashes can get them out of a dangerous spot if at all they fall into such a situation because of the lack of information.
But not only that, Crips, I'll tell you, there's another factor which I could see in the previous team, that they chose Santino, and alongside they were trying to be the sniper as well. The repositioning needs to be very much on point. Wherever your team needs you to do the heavy lifting, you have to be there, not stay far back and think that you're going to take a couple of shots and it's all going to be nice and dandy. That doesn't work, as things are going to go ahead. The first map being Bermuda, and we all know the kind of chaos we can see right about this corner. Godlike Esports versus Jonty Gaming. Let's see who wins this first round.
Both of these teams just kind of respecting the road and staying out of it. Using the glue wall to climb up. That's a good way to get elevation. Marco and Vincent have done the same. Jonty Gaming, having already activated their Cassie healing bonds, are now just trying to use their third-person perspective to get some sort of information. Jarvis tries to make a play for the airdrop. Will quickly be able to get out of there. Narrowly escaping death. That healing bond coming in clutch as well, along with the Tatsuya dash. And now they've popped their Coda. So they know for a fact that Godlike Esports are all just huddled up around this area. I'm sorry, Godlike have used the Coda, if I'm not wrong. Jonty Gaming don't have any information. So now they know exactly where these players are. And they know that Vincent is far away from his teammates, so Ginotra will be in a bit of danger. What? Jarvis jumps up in Eco's face and slices and dices him. This scythe is doing wonders. And Ginotra with the shotgun once again has done so much. 3 eliminations already secured. Poor Marco really thought that he could cover his teammates from afar, but that is simply not gonna happen.
Not at all. Shots are going to be fired. There you go. Marco Velo on HP, and Kunal is the one to go ahead and do the final bidding. So a good overall first round coming in from the likes of Jonty Gaming. This will build the bank, and they will go ahead and invest in all of those good weapons moving forward. And on the other end, Godlike Esports, they're just going to stay put. They're going to invest. Wait, what? Marco, hello? Alongside Nancy, both of them going all cash loading in. And I know for a fact that they don't have enough dollars in their pocket, but still look at them emptying those pockets. But it's all invested
no armor at all.
Weapons. No armor whatsoever. So yeah, that's a very valid and important thing to go ahead and witness. Bro, Marco, what's going on in his head?
G36 invested by Marco. Let's see if that actually helps him out. Yogi misses a bunch of his shots, but that glue wall actually saves him. Nancy and Yogi, both of them playing side by side. They really need a flank, but it's just not happening. Both the teams just converging around this warehouse. And now, it's just going to be a battle of patience. Who is going to extend out first? Mannequin destroyed. No more Santino escapes available. Kunal tries to go in for the flank. Now, this could actually mean something if he finds an angle.
Yeah, it just means one thing, business. They want to understand where the opponents are rotating from, and there you go. Vincent has all the information. Even though a few shots are going to be taken at him, but it doesn't matter. He's already received a really nice cover where they can easily head forward towards, but a knock is imminent out there. Nancy, Marco, both of them perish. Echo, he thought that he's going to do one thing better, but Yogi being the last man standing. Time turner right in front. I know it's going to be safeguarding for a bit of the time, but most of it is just gone as the HP depletes and the entire team perishes away. Jonty Gaming, my oh my. All that investment in the previous round from the likes of Godlike, it did not give them the fruit that they deserved.
Exactly, I really thought that Jarvis was in a bit of danger because he was taking quite a lot of damage in the open over there. But he turns around and wins the duel against Yogi. That was ridiculous. I did not expect that to happen. And as soon as that happened, all the members of Godlike were kind of in a difficult spot because they were trying to go around that warehouse, hoping to, you know, not go into it where they would basically be fish in a battle. But seems like going outside around it also did not really help. So now, as we head towards Catalustwa, these guys are going to try to take control of the 2 bottom floor houses. Nobody really taking angles on the L-shaped house. Godlike instead have sent Eco way ahead of the L-shaped. And this could actually help him get an angle, and Eco finds the angle. Nobody would have expected him over there. Jarvis did not see Eco at all.
Exactly. And right now, every single thing has come to a standstill. Ginotra is still trying some ways to at least get a man count disadvantage for the likes of Godlike Esports. But I don't think so. That's going to happen real soon. And this is the kind of bond that will always give away your location.
Yep. But then again, Kunal wasn't
there
really
comes the
keeping his
repositioning.
position a secret. Ginotra, on the other hand, was counting on the element of surprise, which will no longer be available to him because even Vincent has been spotted by Eco. So Vincent will use that glue wall gun and a regular glue wall as well, both to just close in the distance and, just get up together with his teammates.
Oh, it's a level 3 MP5? Alright, it's gonna be loaded. All those bullets are gonna get unleashed as soon as possible, and this might be that golden opportunity. Yogi already on the ground, and it is Ginotra doing the heavy lifting. All of that upgrade is gonna help them a lot. The fire rate always increases with the number which is right beside the weapon. And I think for a fact, now Ginotra moving forward can rush down the throat of the opponent. Nancy right in front. He's already taken an opponent, and there comes the second as well. Where is Vincent's support?
Vincent, he was hoping that the glue walls will be able to help him out, but now on top, he's getting pummels from every single direction. He needs to land the jump shot, but Vincent, in the last possible moment, thought he had it. Nancy and Marco, they come through for Godlike Esports and grant them their first round. Yeah, that position from Eco was lovely. Vincent was convinced that Eco will be towards the L-shaped house, but he went ahead of it. And that gave them the first blood. And after that, even though Godlike was kind of trapped, being pressured by the zone, I thought that level 3 MP5 would just pressure them a lot, but surprisingly, it did not.
I believe this is the place where everything starts. When you're in the training ground, you understand how to shoot in the game of Free Fire Max. This is the place. And back to square one. Godlike Esports, they're trying to embark the journey of a comeback. On the other end, Jonty Gaming trying to go ahead and derail the confidence that this team has already gained. But I believe Marco, he just wants to go ahead and keep unletting all of those bullets on the opponent. And it's just helping out to be the best situation for them overall.
Nice.
Yogi, Marco, both of them knocked for now. Vincent being the last man standing. What can he do at this given situation?
Wow, Godlike have been able to res almost every single person. Vincent falling victim to that Skylar Riptide rhythm doesn't get him enough cover. And because Jonty Gaming don't have much to bust open the glue walls, Godlike can get those reses up so quickly.
Yeah. And that's where Jonty Gaming is falling short, Crips. Overall, right now looking at the way the money is just going down, there's still $6,400 to be spared, and that's what Jonty Gaming is doing currently. They need to level up, they need to get those vests, helmets, as well as taking down Godlike in such a good form, specifically when they have good amount of money, is next to impossible. So let's just go ahead and see how well they can go ahead and contest this situation.
Oh, preemptive nades, you better activate that Steffi, if at all you have it. Kunal takes a bunch of damage, down to half HP. You've already sent the mannequin towards the back warehouse, and Kunal once again dodges that very, very narrowly. Yogi pushing in, Eco and Nancy all trying to climb up on that blue container. It's a 3v4. Where's the Godlike fourth member? Nancy tries to find that angle with the dash, but he ends up falling instead. Marco, lovely shot from afar, but it's simply not enough. Eco has to stay inside that chrono shield because the glue wall melter is right across the corner. Eco trying to finish off what he started. Turns it out and lands that headshot onto Kunal. That was brilliant. And he manages to res Yogi as well. Jarvis does get finished off. Back down to a 3v3 Azura. This is getting dicey. But Marco and Eco both find one, leaving it all in the hands of Vincent.
That's one of the mistakes which I believe Jonty Gaming is doing so far. Godlike, what a lovely way to go ahead and suppress the enemies. For the backline, the support was provided. Nancy specifically from far off angle. He was providing the cover. He was providing the support. And at the nick of the time, he started moving forward as well when the team needed the most. Jonty Gaming on the other end, they relied heavily on just showcasing how much brute power they have. And I believe because of that brute power being so much compressed, it just became into a diamond.
Yeah. And you know that diamonds are the hardest to cut. Can't really cut that in half as Godlike Gaming moving in as a duo. Look at Nancy and Yogi. They move forward. Ginotra's ankles were completely shattered. And Marco finds that lovely shot onto Vincent. Vincent thought he might be able to trade his fallen teammates, but Nancy just says no. It's all up to Kunal. That UMP actually helping him get quite a lot of damage. And he finds Yogi as well, but no. Yogi, 6 HP clutch. Stops Kunal's elimination spree right then and there.
Godlike, all they need is slight bit of a boost with confidence, and once they have it, look at Jonty Gaming, they're crumbling down to every single mistake that they make. 6 HP clutch, and that was a 180-degree flick. What on earth
Yeah.
am I seeing? Godlike. Moreover, that's the thing, right? They have all the weapons from the previous round. They don't have to go ahead and invest more. All they have to do is spend $600 to go ahead and upgrade those weapons. That's it.
Yeah. And that means they can now invest in better armor as well. Almost all of them have level 3 armor except for Eco. He's taken a bit of damage on his helmet, but that's completely okay because the big snipers are out. The AWMs, the AC-80s, they are out now and they should be pummeling down the members of Jonty Gaming. Vincent's VSK. Will it be able to find anything? Because so far Vincent doesn't even have an angle. Ginotra and Jarvis are just trying to climb up on that glue wall, hoping to find an elevation, but they're just too scared about Marco sniping them from afar. So Marco, he will be dealt by Kunal. That's a one-on-one isolated. Kunal has big responsibility on his shoulders, but Eco pushes the envelope. Ginotra and Kunal win their individual duels. Eco and Nancy out. It's all up to Yogi. Can Yogi finally clutch it out? Nope.
He can't.
The MVP for Godlike of the Battle Royale stage will fall under the pressure.
That was big. Specifically, this was divide and complete control coming in from the likes of Jonty Gaming. They divided the entire attention by taking down Nancy first, the one who was providing the support so far, and then later on started working their way through the rank. First Nancy, then Marco, then Iko, and alongside Yogi. So that was a spectacle to watch. So let's just go ahead and see how well Godlike Esports can go ahead and keep the lead, or if it is going to remain the same.
Just sticking together as a unit. Godlike try to take the shots at Vincent, who's just trying to climb up, but Jonty Gaming have used up so many glue walls already. I'm starting to get nervous over here. They're trying to go across towards the parking lot. Yogi trying to find angles onto them, hasn't really seen anything yet, and now that they realize what Kunal is up to, they will reconverge upon Kunal's location, and that's an easy shot for Marco. He will land that any day, every day, and twice on a Friday. Nancy also finds another knock, and Jonty Gaming's best laid plans are crumbling right before their eyes.
Oh no. Time turner right in front, the close quarter battle, and look at Echo. He's trying to psych the opponent down, but psych, he's the one who's gonna perish away. Ginotra, as he's unleading all of those bullets, Nancy being the last man standing as Yogi himself is crying for help. What can Nancy do in a 1v2 situation where there's only one window of opportunity? Shots fired, but Nancy, he falls down. As Jonty, they are slowly embarking the journey of an equalizer.
And it all started with a disadvantage. Kunal thought he would be able to get the flank, but Godlike knew about his whereabouts. And yet, they persevere. Tied at 4. We are 2 rounds away from crowning a winner on Bermuda. Keep in mind, both these teams had extremely close games on Bermuda, so this is probably as close as it gets. The next few maps might as well be one-sided. And Godlike finally getting humbled in their economy. Down to level 2 armor. Yogi doesn't even have anything, but Marco, lovely shot with the VSK. And Ginotra's gonna pop that time turner in there. Face get him back up, and instead Vincent finds the angle onto Marco. What a reversal from Jonty Gaming. They've completely flipped the tables.
Una reverse. And Kunal now goes ahead, gets all the lovely loot, cyber airdrop. Alongside, he's gonna get an ability as well, which will be a really nice deciding factor overall in a fight. Jonty Gaming right now having the man count advantage, and look at that, back-to-back knocks coming through. Yogi, Marco, both of them taken care of, and now comes the entire rush. With that team thinking from the likes of Jonty Gaming, now's the time to strike when the iron is hot. Nancy, Echo, what can they do in the nick of the time now?
That's a smart decision from Kunal as well. Jarvis and Kunal both sticking together instead of challenging Nancy alone. Nancy, they saw him climb up the staircase. They don't want to push him just yet because they know that even Eco is upstairs. And right now, the members of Godlike are trapped on that first floor of the double door house. Jonty Gaming are going to siege them in. It's going to be a long drawn out round, Azora.
True. But I believe it's going to be very short-lived as Jonty Gaming thinks about going towards the first floor. Couple of shotguns bumping down, and all the players are going to perish. But I know for a fact that Jonty Gaming, they're smart enough to not take this decision. Look at Echo. He's running forward, trying to get the advantage towards the circle, and Vincent has taken care of Nancy already. Echo being the last man standing. He backtracked a similar spot. What is going on?
Yeah, Echo knows that the moment he steps out of that window, he's
It's
a
a
dead
snooze
man. Yep, that was basically a suicide move. The moment they trapped themselves up on that first floor, all that Jonty Gaming had to do was just wait for the circle to do their bidding.
But here's another fact, right? All this time, Godlike Esports thought that the circle is going to favor them inside the house, but unfortunately, it's always going to be that one situation where the circle will push you out from a comfort zone. And that's what happened in the previous round. Now, focusing down to that one single house which is there in the dead center will be a very vital choice. Either one of them, whoever picks the house, will go ahead and win the round. Is so far what we have seen. So I'm just sticking to the statistics.
3-story black roof house. It's going to be contested by both the teams. Echo already taking the floor above. Plenty of nades being thrown at him, but he's going to dodge and dance around them. Yogi sees Vincent trying to hop in from the window. He's going to block his entry with that glue wall and take control of the upper floor himself. Almost everybody in Godlike is now inside the house except for Marco. Ginotra leads the charge. He rushes in, and it's a battle of shotguns at up close and deadly personal range. Kunal and Ginotra landing their shots. It's just down to Echo. He's trying to jump out the window and climb back up the stairs, but it might just be a bit too late because his teammates have already fallen. And once again, Godlike find themselves in a 2v4 situation.
What have you done, Marco? Far off angle, thinking that he can provide the support. And Echo for now, he has fallen down. Marco, far off, goes ahead and knocks one guy's floor, but the others are still alive. And this buddy system is just gonna keep uprooting for the entire team. And there comes the first booyah from the likes of Jonty Gaming. What a lovely gameplay. And this is the kind of momentum that they already wanted, and they received it. Mistakes were made, Crips, but going ahead and rectifying them was a very key thing that Jonty Gaming accomplished first.
Exactly, Jonty Gaming rectified those mistakes. They made sure they identify exactly what's working for Godlike and what's not working for them. And in the last two rounds, they really showed how quickly they adapt. Because if you take a look at the similarities, the rounds in Clock Tower and in Pochinok were almost identical, with two members of Godlike Esports being trapped inside that house and two of them trapped outside of it. It basically turned into a 2v4 battle in both those different scenarios. But both those scenarios favored Jonty Gaming, and hey, fortune favors the bold. In this case, fortune favors the people who are more well positioned.
And not only that, Crips, I love the way the entire team of Jonty Gaming was sticking together. Since the very beginning, we could see that kind of chemistry being missed from this entire team. And all of a sudden, in the latter half of the game, the chemistry is perfect. They're sticking together. They're taking fights, 4-man squad, not like individually and then just calling it a day. They're calling in the support. None of those shenanigans. And just pure, intelligence that we could see, and intellect all being clustered to a single part. So overall, it was a really good game coming in from their end. But here's the thing, right, Crips? All of the things that we have told so far, how much will it go ahead and accompany this team with the momentum game? As the third map will be played or not is a bigger question now.
Yeah, I do believe that the third map is going to be a big question because, let's be honest, both these teams have their strengths and weaknesses. Jonty Gaming was able to win 6-0 in Nextera. Godlike was able to win 6-0 in Kalahari. I mean, if any of that rings true, if any of that applies to this game, then the third map is almost a certainty.
True, and that's one of the things that I believe most of the teams don't want. They want to end it in a fashion of 2-0. Might as well do that. Come on. It's going to be a less anxiety than going ahead and fighting it out till the third map. Just go ahead, finish it off, call yourself the winners, move in towards the 27th date, and the semi-finals are waiting for you. That's like the clear slot for them. But again, if you fight, if you keep showcasing that you're built different, that's a different kind of mentality altogether.
Correct. Speaking of mentality, I want to get the mentality that Ginotra has right now. Look at those numbers. 10 eliminations, 2,700 damage. And on paper, he's a bomber. But he didn't really need those throwables, to be honest. All he did was trust his little shotgun, make sure that he trusts the teammates that are right next to him, and they just, just merry way their way towards the victory. Hand in hand, walking together, making sure that they get the trades, and Ginotra didn't even really sweat in this game.
It was wham bam and shazam. That's what I can say for the likes of Ginotra. So really good plays coming in from his end, flashy nonetheless. And like you rightly mentioned, shotgun being implemented so good, up close and personal was the way to go. And Godlike, the kind of aggression that they were showcasing since round 1, how they have accomplished the impossible feat of 2-0, now going ahead and seeing how well Jonty Gaming is performing, they will definitely go ahead and rectify all those mistakes that they've made in Bermuda. And moving forward in next era, it's going to be an intense battle where Jonty Gaming needs to be prepared as they're the ones having the ball in their court.
And it kind of rings true over here because you saw how Jonty Gaming was struggling in the BR mode when there's more than one team involved. But whenever Jonty Gaming were getting into off-drop clashes or getting into a standard 4v4 battle, they were actually winning almost every single thing. And that is applicable over here as well. There's no risk of a third party, so Jonty Gaming can focus all their attentions towards destroying their opponent. And that works so well for them. Ginotra might have 10 eliminations, but he is not even close to the highest damage dealer, Vincent, who has 3,600. That is a big number.
Hey, 3,600. You look at Marco. 4,570. This team is all about numbers, but unfortunately they could not clutch it out till the very end. 4-6, and that's how Godlike Esports perish. Yes.
And like Godlike have way more damage than Jonty Gaming. How on earth do they still lose this one? I believe it might have something to do with Jonty Gaming going for extremely bold revivals. We saw in Pochinok how they popped the time turner in their faces and just res their fallen teammate out in the open. They were using the glue wall cocoons to continue getting those reses online in hangar as well. So Jonty Gaming being able to actually pull off revives in the middle of battle makes all the difference in the world. So even though Godlike have more damage than Jonty Gaming, there's one thing that they don't have: more numbers to go around.
Exactly. And that's where Jonty Gaming has already upped that level. 0-1. Jonty Gaming looking very concrete. They might, I'm just putting in a might right there, end up this entire affair of BO3 in a 2-0. But Godlike Esports, so far, they have been very dominating. So I don't think so Jonty Gaming has the slightest possibility of that. But I would say it's like a 80-20 percentage where Jonty might pull it through.
Yeah, but the map sequence kind of favors Jonty Gaming over here. I mean, we both know that Godlike is amazing on Kalahari, Jonty Gaming is amazing on Next Era. They were able to win 6-0 against Vasista Esports, but guess what? Next Era comes up first. So even though Godlike have beat NG Pros in Kalahari, NG Pros, the #1 team in Battle Royale, by the way, even though they beat the Giants, they might not get to play on their favored map at all if Jonty Gaming win Next Era.
Exactly, and here's the thing, right? I do understand that Next Era has been so shaky whenever it comes to the kind of rounds that it brings in. Specifically, when you talk about Grav Labs, you're trying to take a jump, and all of a sudden, there's one person 360 no scoping you in the middle of the air. I mean, come on, you're just gonna be so furious about it, and in the middle of all of that, you'll not even think about giving the information where the opponent is. So yeah, Next Era, I believe, has to be one of the places where we have seen Jonty Gaming performing a lot, and Godlike, it's just going to be how well they can cope up with the entirety of this slot. So yeah, coping mechanism needs to be really good.
Yeah, especially with Next Era having such dynamic environments, it's really gonna test out the adaptability of Godlike, because you've got Farmtopia where the platforms are moving, you've got Zipways where if you rush to the center, you can bait your opponent into making mistakes. You've also got Grav Labs where, like you said, those floating 360 no scopes are possible. So you really need some specialization on a map of Next Era. You need some set piece tactics in every single round if you want to get the win condition active.
And not only that, you need the license to kill. You need the license to get those eliminations. Do not let Jonty Gaming revive their players. That's it. That's the tactic, Godlike. You get a knock, you instantly finish that person. Do not wait for someone to come, put in the time turner, provide those supports, and that's it. That's your way to go. But talking about the character select, we can see Tatsuya and Oscar both being banned.
Okay, I guess none of them are really a big fan of the dashes, so Tatsuya and Oscar both have exit the lobby. So now what's it gonna be? Since there's no movement available at all, are you actually gonna go pick up and focus on survivability more? Because Jonty Gaming, they picked up Zane, something that was banned, I believe, in the previous game. I'm not really sure if it was. Was it banned?
It was.
It was, right? Yeah, so the moment it's available, they pick it up. They clearly favor the armor more. Godlike are still sticking to their good old proven tactics. They pick up Chrono. They didn't get to use it last time, but they had Cassie last time as well, and that's pretty nice for them.
Look at the picks coming through. Steffi, nice. Graffiti Blessing, of course, will be a really nice blessing in disguise.
Oh, Ignis.
Alok awakens, Santino, Ignis. We all know what's gonna happen. Godlike Esports. Oh my god, I just can't wait to go in and witness this particular map where Santino is gonna constantly be a pain for the likes of Jonty Gaming. The repositioning, the switcheroos, all of that with the help of one mannequin, Marco. All right, names locked, characters locked, and right now looking at the bigger picture, I believe Jonty Gaming have the edge, but the element of surprise is for sure there for the likes of Godlike Esports.
I am actually surprised Marco is playing the Santino. I would have assumed that it would be either Nancy or Eco who's playing that Marco, since you're going to be in trouble a lot more. You need that escape card way more than, Marco does. But then again, I guess if Marco is providing cover fire from behind, he might just want to jump into battle quickly enough. So, sure, Santino in his hands kind of makes sense. But keep in mind that even though Yogi has picked up Ignis, this particular game will have the competitive store, which means you can literally purchase the Ignis skill card. It's gonna be available for Jonty Gaming as well.
Oh, yes. So that's going to be fun. In the middle of all of that, you have a trump card, you have an ace up your sleeve, and all of a sudden you're using that ace to go ahead and call in a royal flush. And from there, jackpot, a lot of cash. Oh, that reminds me, the prize pool, of course. That is also a whopping amount, 20 lakh. And from there, if you are the champion, if you're crowned as the champion, you get 10 lakh. And from there on, slowly, the entire prize pool is getting shrunk to mere bits and pieces. So, yes, teams, I hope that they're prepared for this one. As Total Gaming, they've already made their way through towards the semi-finals. They got a clear ticket, the golden ticket, which I believe either of these teams can go ahead and achieve as well. Moving forward, you still have the opportunity. It's a Swiss stage. With those opportunities given, you can still showcase that you are the one team who is to be feared a lot and make your way all the way towards the semi-finals. That's a longer route. This is the shorter one. Let's just see whose life is going to be short-lived or long-lived.
I mean, on paper, the stats obviously indicate that Jonty Gaming are gonna take this one. They probably have this in the bag already. Can Godlike defy the odds? Can they go against the numbers and push themselves to map 3? We will find out soon enough, ladies and gentlemen, as Nextera is already on your screens and the first battle is gonna be in Mudsight.
There's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Godlike Esports, and I'm hoping that all of that pressure will slowly go away. The bond already being established, Echo in the middle, and the others are trying to rush forward. 3 players rushing down the throat of Ginotra, and look at Ginotra, he's running away. All those bullets dodged. He's like Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah, and he's locked in, man. Nancy really can't lay a finger on him. Even Marco tried to help him out, but Marco just swaps out his Santino ability, hoping to get an angle, but lands straight in the crosses of Kunal. And Kunal turns around to get that double elimination. Nancy really just has to hold on his own. He gets the knock onto Ginotra, and that's good enough, but simply not fast enough. As Kunal with that M500 will get his third for the round. 3 eliminations from Kunal. One of them was literally granted to him for free as soon as that Santino was activated. And that puts Jonty Gaming in the lead.
Jonty Gaming, what a lovely element of surprise. And look at the weapons they've already received in their pocket. I'm not liking this one. Godlike Esports, they have to be prepared. I can see some vests being invested. And on the other end, Godlike, they have nothing other than just those pistols from the previous round. Oh, there you go. I spot another weapon. And I'm hoping that this one at least does the kind of damage. It's, I believe, a woodpecker.
Marco just laying down fire, hoping to hit that head glitch angle. Yeah, but Jonty Gaming are just a little too well positioned over there. Comfortable under that tiny ledge, and Vincent gets that first knock. He even confirms it. No more reses available for Godlike. He knows for a fact that Nancy never goes alone. There must be someone else with him, and that's gonna be Eco. Can Eco sneak in and find the angle onto Jonty Gaming? He passes on the information that Jarvis and Ginotra are pushing up on that gondola, and he knows that Vincent is staying back. What do Godlike do with this information? Can they punish the split? Vincent sees Marco. Information relayed to Jarvis. He's right under you, but he's yet to find Yogi. If Yogi goes undiscovered over here, Vincent could be in grave danger. No. He goes right across the conveyor belt. He's about to get into the clutches of Eco now, and Yogi, Eco, they both converge on him. Advantage secured, but Kunal finds Yogi instead. Instant trade comes through. Kunal drops down. He's so low on health. He pops that hollow oak, and now he's once again healthy. Eco trapped. He's tucked in tight. He can't take that fight, and Ginotra will finally secure his finish as well. Jonty Gaming up by 2.
Oh, 3 weapons are going to go forward in the next following round for the likes of Jonty Gaming. They have to invest very low, but on the other end, Godlike Esports, good investments were made in the previous round, and now finally, once they have that money thing rolling in their pocket, they are bringing some really nice weapons as well. MP5. That too leveled up twice. Yogi, this might be one of the best fights that we can see. And let's just see how well Yogi can go ahead and confront the situation. He has no helmet or vest. Okay, all right. All of a sudden, the chances of having a really good fight has gone down to a slim one.
Yep, he's basically a glass cannon over here. Level 2 MP5 using both the Ignis abilities. Tickles Jarvis and Ginotra a little bit, and now he's gonna let it rip.
Oh, good dude.
Exposing his position on the staircase. He tries to go up and get up on the roof. Successfully done that. Oh my god, Kunal doesn't want to take that fight. Just portals out of there.
What's he doing?
Oh.
What's he
but
doing?
Now he's exposed to Yogi. He's somehow staying alive. Jarvis finds Yogi in the process. Amazing. While Yogi was busy focusing on his teammates, Jarvis finds Eco as well. What on earth is happening? Godlike Esports are getting pushed and pulled in different directions. It's like they are puppets being controlled by the string masters. Jonty Gaming. He lobs that nade right in the corner. Nancy was trapped over there. Oh my god.
Nobody is safe in their own cocoon. Nobody. Lesson learned the hard way. And the bait and switch tactic coming in for the likes of Jonty Gaming is absolutely shell-shocking. Marco being the last man standing, and he still cannot hit all of those shots. The pressure is mounting. One last bullet, and this might be the end of Marco. The entire push coming forward, and Kunal shutting the entire case. There was a smoke grenade being deployed for him to go ahead and switch his position. But before the smoke even comes out, he perishes away. He's the one to fade first.
Exactly. Smokes, Santinos, nothing can really keep you safe. And Godlike Esports really have that Santino backfiring for them, because it's the second time the teleport did not work in their favor. The parent switch from Jonty Gaming was insane. I mean, I can see why they are such a dangerous team on Nextera. 3-0. And once again, in Zipway, they zip towards the center very, very quickly. 2 of them taking the center of the map. Meanwhile, you've got Kunal trying to snipe away from afar. Delegation of responsibility very, very clear. It's a 3-1 split. Godlike can actually try to isolate Kunal in this kind of a situation, but they don't know exactly where he is. And I'm not even sure if they have any information abilities anymore.
Oh, yeah. Situation, all of a sudden, things are going all haywire. Yogi, the first one to bite the dust. And Yogi, no support whatsoever. Jarvis shutting him down, shunning the entire team to at least get a knock or two. Yogi, he was the heavy lifter in the previous one. Now he's getting pounded left, back, and center. He's not able to function right. He has no eliminations in his pocket. and that itself is a big hindrance for him. There goes another player down on the ground, on his knees, Marco begging for help, and here's the place where Ginotra starts hitting his shots. Kunal way too close and personal, and he has his level 3 MP5, which is going to be so devastating close range.
Yeah, that's a shredder right there. Nancy tries to zip across. Will land right in his crosses, and Jonty Gaming are wiping the floor with Godlike Esports. I'm starting to have a little sense of deja vu over here, Azura. They 6-0'd Vasista Esports. But then again, Vasista Esports is not nearly at the same level as Godlike Esports. But take a look at what Godlike are going through. One singular frag on Eco. Not a single drop of blood drawn by any of his other teammates. Nancy at 0, Yogi at 0, Marco at 0. Yogi was one of the top fraggers in the Battle Royale mode. And now you're telling me he doesn't have a single frag to his name?
Yeah. I'm telling you, Crips. Now the entire fate is going to change. All of a sudden, Godlike, they're going to get those eliminations, as it is going to be a Grav Lab situation. We all understand the kind of gravity this place has. Gravity with double quotes. And a level 2 MP5. Nancy, aggression, it needs to be on point, else I don't think so there's any benefit of that weapon being upgraded. Vincent on the other end. Good angles being created. They have the height advantage, and the others are waiting down on the ground so that they can at least get the cyber airdrop. Oh, the head glitch.
Head's exposed.
Bam!
There goes Vincent. Off to do his slaying. Marco will be flushed out soon. He knows that for a fact. 108 damage onto Eco. That's a big one. Nades on his feet. And Ginotra has perfect coordination. Eco down. Marco trying to duck under that little ledge. He's still exposed, and Vincent has his number. At least Nancy's able to land a shot. Marco returns fire onto Vincent. Now Godlike have a fighting chance. It's down to a 2v2. Kunal and his personal shredding MP5 will be in danger. Ginotra gets shut down by Nancy. That's a double knock. Kunal lands his shots, sprays down Marco, dips down, and he's trying to get the angle onto Nancy again using the jump, but Nancy's just a bit too wise. The elevation helps him get the angles, but Ginotra with that M590 will shut him down. Godlike was so close to a victory. They could almost taste that win. But all that was mighty and all that was holy, everything that seemed godlike at one point is now crumbling under its own weight. Jonty Gaming are about to deliver the most devastating blow to Godlike's ego that they have faced in this tournament so far.
Jonty Gaming. Good amount of presence of mind that we could see in the previous round. Moving forward, a triad is rushing forward towards the center. And then one player trying to find the flank angle, which Yogi might suppress. He has a level 3 MP5 fire rate on par. Alongside, if he goes forward, nobody can win against him in a 1v1 duel. But that's the thing, right? Jonty Gaming, so far, they've earned so much money, so many dollars in their pocket, that they themselves have invested in the right amount of things. Couple of nades, one smoke grenade, alongside glue walls.
Yeah, they've both got, I mean, almost every single person has woodpeckers, VSSs as their primary weapons, and then shotguns as their secondary. Except for, you know, that one guy who's running that fully decked up MP5. Yogi also has that MP5 of his own, but like, at this point, an eerie silence just falls upon the entire server. Nobody willing to make the first move. This suspense is actually so bad for my heart rate. My heart is pounding right now. Look at how cuddled up together Jonty Gaming are. They're just sticking together like one unit and moving together. No. But it's a three-man unit. Where's their fourth player? Vincent is somewhat far away, but not too far away. Smoke in the center. This could be their cue. They're baiting Nancy and Eco into the center. The nades landing right on their feet. Now would be a good time to activate the Steffi ability, and Jarvis does exactly that. Kunal pops open his Alok Awaken and sprays inside the smoke. Vincent connects onto Yogi, and now the invasion comes through. Only Eco finds one, and he's the last member. Jonty Gaming have a flawless victory against Godlike.
Oh my god! Godlike, they had so much pressure on their shoulder, and all of a sudden, the first mistake and the pressure is all gone. They thought that they could do something better, but the smoke grenade came into the picture right about at the right time. And from there on, through the smoke, those shots coming in from Jonty Gaming was a game changer. My goodness. What a way to back in the booyah.
What a way to back the booyah indeed. Jonty Gaming making a statement win over here, declaring loud and clear that they are the kings of Next Era. Undefeated on this map. 6-0 against Vasista, 6-0 against Godlike. Not a single round relinquished on Next Era. Oh my god, that is such an advantage to have as they move into the further phases of the tournament. I mean, later on, they're going to be having these best of 5 battles. And knowing that you have at least one map guaranteed as a win in your pocket means the world to them in a best of 5 series, which they will be having later on.
Exactly. And here's the thing, right? They are the clear victors, hence 2-0. 2-0 means one thing and one thing only. Jonty Gaming, Total Gaming. Well, congratulations, they've already secured the spot towards the semi-finals, and from there on, the journey is going to resume. It's going to take a huge amount of time, so they can sit back, relax, kick their legs up in the air, and enjoy the entire bout, as most of them are slowly going to make their way forward and then reach up towards the semi-finals. That's a huge climb for them. They need to at least go ahead and procure 2-1 in order to reach towards the semi-finals, which itself is a huge task, looking at the way the entire competition is currently on the roll.
Exactly. The entire competition is currently all over the place, not just on a roll, because Jonty Gaming and Total Gaming, these two teams seem to be in a league of their own. At least Total Gaming is somewhat more consistent with their wins across all the maps, but Jonty Gaming have very, very specific strengths that just cannot be refuted.
Well,
that's another
the match
10 bomber.
MVP has to be Kunal. 10 bomber, 3k bombs being dropped left, back and center. Jonty Gaming without breaking a single sweat. And I know for a fact that this time around, Godlike members will have that damage counter to be at the least of 3 digits, which itself is a big warning sign.
Jonty Gaming. I mean, I don't even know if Kunal is the only person doing all of this damage, because it seemed like everybody on Jonty Gaming was on fire, or rather everybody on Godlike was just completely silent. Up until the last round, 3 of their players had 0 eliminations, and that's a massive red flag for a team of Godlike's caliber.
Yeah, big red flag. And I'm hoping that red flag soon becomes a green flag, but it's going to be in the later stage of this entire Swiss encounter. Talking about the entire scoreboard, we can see only a couple of eliminations coming in from the likes of Godlike Esports. They could not get more of the situation overall, but there you go. The kind of elimination that you can see from the likes of Jonty Gaming itself showcases that the buddy system was on point. The amount of elimination that they received was at par, and that's how they basically shut the entire team of Godlike Esports.
I mean, Godlike's ceiling is Jonty Gaming's floor. Take a look at Vincent and Marco. Marco is the highest damage dealer in that team at 1641. Vincent just a little bit behind him at 1602. Vincent's performance over here, which actually the most insignificant performance in Jonty Gaming's team, is the highlight of Godlike Esports. I mean, if the 6-0 wasn't a statement enough, these damage numbers prove just how far apart these teams are.
If you put it that way, of course, it sounds very weird for the likes of Godlike Esports that they could not perform. Of course, they could not. But Vincent, on the other end, he was one of the persons who kept shooting some really good bullets at the opponents, getting those assists count being at 11 itself is really nice. And talking about the match summary, BO3 ending in a fashion of 2-0. It's a landslide victory.
Yep, landslide which buries Godlike underneath it. At least Bermuda was somewhat competitive. I knew for a fact that Next Era is gonna be slightly one-sided towards Jonty Gaming, but I did not expect yet another 6-0 flawless victory. And hey, I mean, in their previous bout, with Vasista Esports, at least Vasista people were fighting back. At least they had damage and eliminations, but Godlike just simply did not even show up in next era. My goodness, that's a scary prospect. I would not want to face Jonty Gaming's team in this particular map, in this class squad mode.
Not at all. Next era, I hope that next era gets removed from this entire map pool, and that's how I'm gonna go take a battle against them. Other than that, no, I'm not gonna do that. Sorry, no risk taken. Moreover, it was very unlucky for the likes of Godlike Esports to receive next era as the second map, as we all knew. The Jonty Gaming, it's their home ground. They know how to hit the home ground better than the opponents. And yes, with that said, I don't think so. The opportunity was given enough for the like of Godlike Esports to at least get a round or two. So yes, the confidence was looking very low on one corner, and at the other corner it was just like sheer domination. Let the rounds begin, and that's where I'm going to showcase how good we are.
Exactly. And speaking of how good these teams are, let's take a look at what their journey ahead is going to be looking like in these brackets. As you guys already know, Total Gaming and Jonty Gaming have won both their matches today.
Yes.
Total Gaming defeated IQ Reckoning and K98 Army to win 2-0. Meanwhile, Jonty Gaming destroyed Vasista Esports and Godlike to secure that 2-0 victory. Now, both these teams will advance into the semi and the grand finals. For now, everybody else lies in a little state of limbo. Both K98 and Godlike have like 1 win and 1 loss each. So they are still somewhat in the center. But for other teams like OnePlus God's Reign, Non-Stop Gaming, Vasista Esports and IQ Reckoning, these are the teams that lost their opening games today, and they will be in the lower bracket later on. Any more losses means that these teams are out.
Yeah, if it's going to be a 0-2, of course they're going to be out. If it's going to be a 1-1, then yet again, like you rightly mentioned, the center part, which is going to be filled piece by piece, will showcase those two names as well. So overall, it was a really good bout. The Clash Squad bracket itself is showcasing the kind of competition that we were waiting for, expecting since day one. And I was just wondering what this entire Clash Squad will look like, and this is how it is.
Yep. The Switch stage is rather brutal. You win 2 games, you advance, just like Jonty Gaming and Total Gaming did. You lose 2 games, and you're out. And right now, OnePlus God's Reign, Non-Stop Gaming, Vasista Esports and IQ Reckoning are in a position where if they lose their next game, they will be out of the Clash Squad tournament, and their journey will end right then and there. Now, luckily for them, they have a second chance, but they will have to take that second chance extremely seriously, and they have a week to prepare for this one. Next Friday, we're going to be having some more Clash Squad matches. That's when we will figure out who will be the final few teams going into the semi-finals and the grand finals.
Indeed, 2 teams already secured, right? This spot has been a really good bout. Moreover, the other 2 yet to be deciphered more or less. So overall, I'm loving the way the entire Swiss stage is bringing in some really nice vanilla action to it. So yeah, moreover, there's another part, right, Crips? I believe from tomorrow onwards, we are gonna resume our BR mode, which is one of the best parts. Right, we already witnessed the top 8 going ahead and clashing it out, and now in the BR, still there are some lot of changes which needs to be made, and the kind of comeback journey that we could see so far from their end was absolutely amazing. So let's just go ahead and understand in the upcoming day. So for that, guys, make sure you have already subscribed to the channel and you already know where to come tomorrow. It's gonna be at around 5, so make sure you're gonna be there.